What's going on, family? What's going on? Welcome to Lapeef Politics. It's a pop-up. We live here today with Chaotic. What's going on, Chaotic? Are you on mute? Let me take you off. There you go.
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Yeah. What's going on, family? Glad you guys are able to tune in. I know it's unexpected, but hey, it is what it is. You never know what you're going to get from the Lapeef Network. So we got Brother Chaotic here. He's going to highlight Candace Owens.
Yep.
What she had to say. So I definitely know it's going to be an interesting topic. I will be dropping that link in the description, and I'm going to pin it to the top of the chat. So if you guys want to come up periodically and chime in on the conversation, feel free to do so. Before we get the show started, make sure you guys get the likes up. Also, subscribe to the channel. Don't forget, we are live in Atlanta. That link is in the description. Go to get your tickets right now. It's a 2-day event. We got VIP seating. We got general admission, and we still got a few early bird tickets up there as well. So go ahead and click that link and come on out. Again, shout out to our sponsor, Teej Hanley, as always. So make sure you guys feel the Teej. All right, I'm out of here.
Guys, happy Tuesday. I hope that you guys had an incredible Memorial Day, incredible holiday. You know, I'm the Chaotic Truth, and you know, guys, I love sending out peace. I love sending out prosperity, and I love sending out positivity to you all, even to the haters as well. Guys, positivity, just like a radio wave, is a wave within the universe. You can't see it, but you know it's there. And when somebody sends it out to you, receive it, and do something with it. Positivity is happiness and joy, and it's all throughout the universe. It surrounds us. It binds us together. And when you embrace negativity, you pretty much are telling the universe that you don't want to be happy. You don't want to experience joy. Guys, also, it is the dog days of spring. And with that being said, it's a time to get out, enjoy nature, get out for a walk. We're going into the summer months. So get out, walk, run if you have to. But just enjoy life. Don't let warm weather and beautiful sunny days pass you by being in the house all day. So get out there and enjoy nature. But guys, I'm going to show you a clip of Candace Owens. And I know that a lot of people don't like Candace Owens, but I love Candace Owens. I think that Candace Owens is the quintessential woman, not just black woman, but the quintessential woman to emulate and to embody. She's conservative, she's classy, she speaks proper damn English, and I think that she should be a symbol. She should be viewed as a symbol, and she's a beacon of light for the debauchery that has taken place in this great country. Right now, we have a problem in this country, and a problem that is worsening by the day that I see. You know, the media is constantly, and I mean constantly, sensationalizing race. Everything now is race this, racity race. But it wasn't really like that in the 90s. There was something in the 90s called self-accountability. There was something in the 90s called taking responsibility for your actions. And now we have critical race theory. You could blame whitey for everything now if you're black. And we have to get over that. And this is the reason why I support Candace Owens. I've done all types of live streams about this beautiful woman. And I really believe that she should run for president in 2024. She'll be old enough, I think. I think she should run for president. Because we need individuals like her who tell the blunt, honest truth, not just about Black people, but about America overall. So I'm going to play this video for you guys. Please hit the like button. Please subscribe to the channel. Please share the video. And guys, if you don't like what I'm saying, I'm not an echo chamber. I like when people disagree with me. So cam up. Don't be afraid. Cam up, voice your opinion. Let's talk about it. We don't have to debate because your viewpoints could be right and mine could be right as well. Salute to Eric Brooker for saying Trump 2024. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's see here. Thank you guys so much for the contributions as always. I want to point out that Robert H says chaotic can do everything logic does politically. Oh, I'm not reading the rest of that. Guys, okay, let's just cam up. But before we cam up, guys, please listen to me critique the video. This video is a video that is highlighting the differences between Family Matters and Love and Hip Hop. Now, I'm not just talking, or she's just not talking about those two shows in particular. We're talking about a mind frame now, from yesteryear to now. And you can apply that with many shows from back in the day compared to now. So give me a second, guys. And while I'm getting the video prepared, please hit that like button. Please subscribe. Please share the video, guys. And thank you so much.
With the insistence on this divisive race narrative in America, that it's important that we spread the Blexit message. So I just first want to tell you guys, what is Blexit? What did I mean when I meant Black exit? There's been a lot of media portrayals of what started this movement, and it couldn't come more direct from my heart, meaning that I started this movement because in 2015, I didn't care about politics at all. I didn't really care much about all of the debates that were going on in the media. But
hey guys, by the way, check out Blexit.com. That's BLEXIT.com. Pretty much, it is an organization that's founded, or that was founded, by Candace Owens and Officer Tatum, another great conservative content creator. And basically, guys, it talks about how, well, not talks about, the goal is for Blacks, especially, to wake up from the Democratic Party, the party of welfare, the party of victimhood, the party of blaming white people for all of your problems that you essentially create. It's an enlightenment. That's what Blexit is. So, guys, if you are unaware what Blexit is, please check it out. It is a great opportunity right now for you to get involved. Thank you.
I started realizing that increasingly the media was sort of insisting on this narrative that the only Black American that was worth giving a platform to was somebody that was angry, somebody that was divisive, and somebody that believed that this country is a horrible, backwards, racist, irredeemable place.
Candace, you are absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. The media now loves to highlight Black plight, Black, anything negative towards Black people or any type of Black person who's crying victim. Oh, the media loves it. And what I believe will really happen was the death, or the unfortunate death, of George Floyd catapulted this. It catapulted this in the media. So now every time you see something about some Black person in the media getting pulled over or something, CNN, rappers, Black entertainers, they love talking about these things. But I'm telling you, there was a time where this would not have been the case. I'm telling you. But now we'll focus on what the media does. And listen, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but I know this happens. What the media does, especially now, they're in some office somewhere, they're having their staff meeting, and they're like, well, yeah, you know, we brought up an astronaut last week, and the ratings were very low. I noticed when we talk about race, they shoot through the roof. That's what's going on here. They are selling you race. Now, I know a lot of people are going to say chaotic truth is just being chaotic. Chaotic truth is he's being crazy as usual, but I'm not. I'm not being crazy, and I'm not being a conspiracy theorist. I'm telling you, this is what happens. They're in this room. They could care less about race, but they want to compete with all the other electronic media platforms now. You have social media, which is Facebook, Instagram, and all the other ones. It's not like in the 90s where you had about 4 news stations. So you could talk about a lot of different other things other than race. So now they're trying to compete. So CNN, they love talking about race. Black this, blackity black this. They're going black person crying. It's racism. It's racism. It's not. And it's not. You have to be very, very careful and very vigilant about fact checking certain things in the media now. But they're sitting in some office. They're like, oh yeah, the views. Oh yeah, the views go up. Yeah, we get more ad revenue and we get paid more for the commercials and yada yada yada. Well, I notice when we talk about black shit, and that's what happens. That is what happens, guys. Please hit the like button if you're coming into here, and please subscribe if you have not, and please share the video. Thank you very much, guys.
And it started to make me also realize that when I looked at the portrayal of Black Americans on TV, it was a similar echo, meaning that the type of Black Americans that were being given platforms and that were being given shows were so far from the type of shows and Black Americans that I grew up with. When I grew up, we were watching The Cosby Show. We were watching Will Smith and The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. We were watching The Winslows and Family Matters. These wonderful, wonderful shows that were at the end of the day about family, right?
Candace, you are absolutely right. Those shows, and I know people are like, he's always talking about the 90s on his show. And I am, because that was the last great decade. It was, in my opinion, the greatest decade in American history. And she's absolutely right about these TV shows from back in the day. Man, it was nothing like watching A Different World. It portrayed young Blacks who were educated, who addressed societal issues. One week they were talking about HIV. The next week they were talking about sexual promiscuity. 1 week they were talking about investing. These shows back then showed you the glory days of what I believe of Black excellence. They showed you the Black Greeks. They showed you Blacks on scene who talked intellectually, who talked philosophically. If you watch A Different World, you didn't see what I like to call nigger babble. You didn't see that shit on there. You didn't see, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? You didn't see incoherent language, dialect in A Different World. Because Bill Cosby set the standard on that set. He set the standard when the shows were written, etc. Different World didn't glorify drugs and alcohol and promiscuity. It didn't embrace, excuse me, guys. It didn't embrace ignorance, and it was a great show to watch. Same thing with the Cosby Show. Same thing with Family Matters, like she's talking about. Just like Fresh Prince, nuclear families that were positive. And the debauchery that we have now. I went into the barbershop the other day. They had power playing every 5 minutes. Sex, drugs, murder, sex, drugs, murder, sex, drugs, murder, sex. Follow it. Watch it. I know a lot of you never really looked at it like that, but I bet you if you start watching, listen, I was forced to watch 2 or 3 episodes of this hodgepodge of debauchery. And I saw the formula. There was no intellectualism. There was nothing, to me, there's nothing great about this ignorant show. In a lot of shows right now, the same formula, sex, drugs, violence or something. But those shows back in the day that showed Black people, man, a lot of those shows were inspiring. When you watch Different World, let me tell you something. I was a little kid when Different World came out, but a lot of Gen Xers say if it was not for a different world, I wouldn't have went to college. I wouldn't have pledged Alpha Phi Alpha, Alpha Kappa Alpha, Delta Sigma Theta. I wouldn't have pledged Omega Psi Phi, Kappa Alpha Psi, Phi Beta Sigma, Sigma Gamma Rho, Iota Phi Theta. There's a lot of blacks, man. Talk to a lot of older blacks in their late 40s or 50s. I'll talk to a lot of blacks who say, listen, if it wasn't for the Cosby Show, I would have never become a doctor. I would have never went into med school. I would have never did this. Because those shows promoted positivity. They promoted work ethic. A lot of these shows today do not. It's just sheer ignorance. But I know, I'm the Uncle Tom, right? I'm the Uncle Ruckus, right? But I'm not. Let's keep on listening to Candace. Salute to you guys for coming to the Chizat.
It was all about family. It was setting our goals in our minds in a way that was so positive and so inspiring, meaning these were doctors. These are Dr. Huxtables. The families were together. It wasn't about, strife and angst. And then I looked up today and I said, wow, what's the #1 black show on TV? And at that time, it was Love and Hip Hop. I think it still is.
Let me tell you guys something. You may like your hip hop. You may like all of that. You may like your rap. You may like your, I don't know these rappers now, Saweetie and Mega Man the Stallion, whatever she wants to call herself. You may like that. But let me tell you something. In I think it was 1999, you can look this up. Nelly, the rapper, look it up. The girls at Spelman College, refused to have him on their yard to perform. Think about that. And right there shows you the difference between yesteryear and now. Think about that. Do you think girls right now would refuse to have any rapper or anybody come to their campus now? Probably not. But there was a certain standard back then, especially for these great institutions like Spelman. Look it up if you don't believe me. And mind you, Nelly is not a hardcore rapper. And he had a song in the 90s called, damn, I can't think of the name of it, but he used to come on at 2 a.m. on BET. We used to stay up late to watch it. Yeah, we used to stay up late to watch it. But nevertheless, girls didn't want him around. That just shows you the difference. Yeah, BET Uncut. Yeah, I can't think of the name of it. Sorry. Thanks, man. Thank you so much.
Very short amount of time, and we've gone from the Winslows to Love and Hip Hop.
Thank you guys for correcting me. It was called Tip Drill. And I remember it like it was yesterday. Trust me, I do. But even that video is soft core compared to the ignorance that we have now. Just think about that for a minute.
Right? So you have to realize that at this moment in time, the media is definitely creating a simulation and deciding upon what direction they want Black Americans to go into. You see this with the Grammys. You see this basically every show that they have, award show that they have. The people that are being honored, the people that are being celebrated are people that have this divisive vision of what it means to be a Black American. While at the same time, when I started examining and looking at the statistics, and while we were being told to focus on race, all of the other areas that were completely crippling America were being ignored. So if you were looking for racism, a great place to start would be maybe at least having a conversation about why it is that 75% of Black boys in California can't pass a basic reading exam. What is happening in our education system?
That's a good question, Candace. And I could tell you as a former teacher why 75% of children today, boys, don't do good on those state exams in California. Oh, what's up, Logic? Oh, what's up?
Hold up.
You interrupted me, sir.
I
rock with you, but the video's almost over. Let me. What's going on here? You there, sir?
Hold on.
What's going on here?
Hey, can you hear me, Chaotic?
I hear you loud and clear, sir.
Yes. I want to say salute for the goddamn
Salute.
Political Tuesday, but I got something to say to you, Chaotic. If you listen, you good?
Go ahead, sir.
Hold
up. It was about
up.
a minute and a half on the video, and you just had to come in right now.
Okay, can I say my shit?
Go ahead, sir. You have the floor. Go ahead.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Logic gotta put his 2 cents in.
You're breaking up, sir. You're breaking up.
I'll break it up. You sure breaking up?
You got the floor. Okay, it's good. It's good now. Go ahead.
All right, yeah. I just want to put my 2 cents in it though. Chat nigga, salute this topic. All right, go ahead, Mr. Chaotic. You got it. Hey, look, Political Tuesdays. You ready to rock?
Hey man, I'm ready to rock, man. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, cook.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, man. Guys, that was Logic on the 1s and 2s. I mean, I didn't mind him rocking for me, but he cut me off. You know, it's like a professor talking, and you know, one of your friends comes in and say, "Hey," it's like, "Whoa, dude, I'm still doing a lesson here." But guys, please hit the like button and please subscribe to the channel. Guys, by the way, man, I rock with you, man. Thank you so much, man. And positivity is definitely coming to you. Let me know if you received it. Guys, salute to you. I'm so glad that you guys are listening to the Lapeef Network on this beautiful Tuesday. You could be anywhere in the world, but you know, whether you're at work, mowing the lawn, washing dishes, whatever you're doing, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much, guys.
Fascinated with the education system and how it was changing and shifting, and you guys are all aware of that. They're now teaching critical race theory, which is basically insisting that kids focus all day on ideas of oppression, on ideas of backwardness, and ideas of why they should hate America, why they should hate the person next to them because of the color of their skin. It's the very definition of racism when you look at somebody in the face and you say, I can look at your color and I know everything about you, right? You are white, so therefore you are privileged. You are black, and therefore you are oppressed. I don't think every black person is oppressed. I'm certain Malia and Sasha Obama are not oppressed, right? I think there's got to be at least a couple of white people that are living, less than that they're living in a poorer manner than they're living, and yet we've just decided that this is the narrative. And the reason for that is because what the media seeks to do right now is to collectivize our thoughts. They don't want us to see ourselves as individuals. They don't want us to actually get ahead. When you replace hard academics like reading and writing and the sciences with things like critical race theory, when a kid can tell you about white privilege, but they can't do.
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about before Logic came up on the screen. Me as a former teacher, I could explain to you why students in California suffer from high illiteracy, because we have a lot of ignorance being promoted, and not that is being promoted, parents are promoting it. Listen, how many times have you driven down the street and in a car, could be a mother, she's listening to Cardi B with a 2-year-old in the damn car seat? How many times have you legit seen that? Ask yourself. Oh, Chaotic, man, come on. No, seriously, ask yourself that question. Ask yourself. There was a time just 30 years ago, a mother, even a black mother, would never, or more than likely not, listen to hardcore gangster rap with her damn kids in the car. That just didn't happen back in the day. At least not on a full scale, it didn't happen. It may have happened every now and then. A mom may have been playing Spice One in 1992, but generally, black people back in the 90s, they didn't play that shit. They played Regina Bell, Whitney Houston, black moms back in the 90s, and previously Whitney Houston, Sade. They didn't play that ignorant shit. They didn't let their kids listen to that. Kids were listening to nursery rhymes and things of that magnitude. How many of you grew up on reading Rainbow? Your parents didn't give you no option to watch no Love and Hip Hop. You got 6-year-olds now talking about the last week's drama on Love and Hip Hop. So then when they go to school, they don't care about the lesson because they're not even getting, they're getting no external educational support from their parents and from their community. So when they come to school, the little bastards are acting up. Please forgive me if you got kids. But when they come, I used to teach, and I'm just calling it like it is. But they come to school, and there's no reason to learn. There's no reason to take things seriously because your parents now are allowing the kids now to watch Power and Love and Hip Hop and all these other idiotic shows that promote drama, negativity, sex, drugs, and violence. So what the hell do I care about intellectualism when my own mom don't even give a shit about it? That's what Candace is talking about.
Hey, Chaotic, real quick.
Go ahead,
history lesson.
Go ahead.
You ever heard of the lady by the name of Dolores Tucker?
Oh, you know what? When I was a kid, I thought the old lady was crazy. But I understand everything that she's talking about now. Go ahead.
Yes. Beautiful sister Dolores Tucker.
Yeah.
That was turned out, you know what I'm saying, to be a bad person. She was turned out by NWA she was in more rap lyrics than goddamn motherfucking the Kardashians. But guess what? She was right. Because
she was absolutely right.
She said one positive thing. She said, if you constantly push this out in this music, then it will be a result of our community. Absolutely. And then nobody came back and realized that Miss Dolores Tucker, rest in peace, ma'am, she tried to prevent us from all this stuff. She understood that if you put something in these kids' conscious, if you put it in these kids' mental, then guess what's going to happen? These kids will start living it. These kids actually will be they will make NWA role models. They will make Tupac role models. See, because back in the day, you brought up a good point, though.
Yeah.
You remember how music was? That our culture was based on, you know what I'm saying, love making music. We had New Edition, we had High Five. Absolutely. I like.
Yeah, I was about to get up and dance. Yeah.
Yes, all that stuff. But now what happened is they changed our kids' minds. Our kids' mentality was changed overnight. And Dolores Tucker tried to change that. She said this music do not need to be played in the ears of our kids.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna tell you who knocked her down. See, everybody thought it was Tupac. Everybody thought it was NWA. It was the black women. The black in our community. Yes.
I didn't know that.
They the ones that stood up. If you look at it, Tupac just made the song Wonder Why I Call You Bitch. But the black women said no.
Yeah.
They don't demean us in the Luke videos. It is what it is. You remember? Because when you're born in the USA, they was Look at an old NWA Luke concert. They was pulling the mics on their ass.
Yeah.
They said, no, you can't do this. They was pulling the mic on NWA. They was doing this. No. Then the women stood up and said, no, this does not demean us. We okay with it. Now we look back again now. Almost over 50 years later? Nope.
Yeah.
Well, 40 years later, almost 50 years.
About 30 years later.
It's
from Dolores Tucker's era. About 30 years.
It's almost it's our reality.
Yeah.
And you hit it on the head. Like I said, you can't get triggered by what Candace Owens say because it triggered you. Another good point Chaotic brought up too.
Thank you, sir.
Is the CRT, critical race theory.
Yeah, nonsense.
Straight nonsense. Yeah. But guess what? It's only been taught to our kids.
Yeah.
Because all the white parents in Loudoun County, do you see? They saying get that shit out of our schools.
Yep. They go to the board meetings. They tell them that shit is not about to be on our curriculum.
Yes.
Yeah.
So now, good go, brother. Good go.
Thank you so much.
let's rock this bitch.
Let's rock it out, man. Let's rock it out, and then let's bring up a panel. Let's rock it out, guys. And please, guys, when you come up, guys, please let's try to keep the cursing to a minimum. Thank you, guys. That was Logic once again on the ones and twos. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm about to play the video.
Do their math homework. You're basically setting up a society in which we're going to mass produce failures, and we're going to mass produce angry failures.
Now, guys, I want to say this real quick. That's the end of the video. It's only 4 minutes. But within that 4 minutes, Candace said a lot. When I was a kid in the 90s, we had a show called Family Matters. Family Matters had Steve Urkel, played by Jaleel White. Genius, inventor, scientist, became an astronaut at the end of the damn show. This is what we had back in the day. We had a show called Smart Guy in the 90s. We had all these positive black shows in the 90s. What happened? What happened to us? Love and hip hop. And it's not that we didn't have ignorance back in the 90s, because we surely did. But it was regulated. It was regulated by first the community. Yeah, there were gangs, but let you walk in a black neighborhood and an older black dude saw you as a 10-year-old with one of your pants legs up a little higher than the other one. You got checked. Let somebody catch you cursing on some street. Listen, they may curse like sailors, the adults, but they saw your little ass cuss and they telling on you because they didn't want you to behave like that. You got this generation now, and it is a reflection of everything that has to do with the whole family matters versus love and hip hop analogy. You can't say anything anymore to anybody's kids because the parents will want to fight you. That's why I stopped teaching. I said, you know what? Fuck it. You raise your own damn kids. You teach them your damn self because you don't want a man to discipline them. You don't want a man to have anything to do with these kids' development. But if you watch and correlate this with shows of yesteryear, a lot of these shows had male influential figures like The Cosby Show, Fresh Prince. You don't have this now. You know what you have now? Love and Hip Hop, Real Housewives of Atlanta, a bunch of cackling, and ladies, I'm not trying to be misogynistic, but a bunch of cackling, dumb women who have drama and beef. And then you have mothers who watch this in front of their baby girls. I can't imagine this. I cannot imagine this as a people. Go ahead, Logic.
I gotta, goddamn. Okay. Pass me that rock, Chaotic.
Thank you for the super chat. Bob says CT and Logic, the two are the kings of reason. Salute to you, Bob. Thank you so much.
Let's crank this. See, Chaotic, he brought up a good example. He told y'all about the Cosby Show.
Yeah.
He told you this, but see, this is how our community had range.
Yeah.
I'll give you an example. See, I'm gonna give you the broke version of the Cosby Show. It was called Rock.
Oh, excellent show. Yep. Go ahead, sir.
Excellent. You remember Rock? You know what I'm saying?
Rock. Yep.
Cosby was a doctor and a lawyer. Their kids lived this good life. Their kids deal with this kind of stuff. Rock was the hood kind. Matter of fact, they was in Baltimore. They had a hardworking garbage truck man.
Yep.
I don't even think his wife had a job. You know what I'm saying? And then their kids went through this stuff, but see what they showed you how to maneuver through life doing positive. The same thing the Cosby Show did. Yep. It just showed you on a spectrum. These things was motivation to us. We looked up to the Cosby. We looked up to Rock. We looked up all these different things. But now, right now, just like he said, you can't have a TV show that don't push, but see, because they learned between the music. They learned between Luke and 2 Live Crew. They learned that NWA had the whole every black community want to be a gangster, wanted the split somebody cap back. Yeah. And they learned that. So what they did, now they start giving you everything he's saying, the love and hip hops now. Then they gonna twinkle in the little the LGBT, you know what I'm saying, son, that they doing this because they know it works. And then the thing is just go, see, you know what? Candace Owens brought this up. She said critical race theory, right?
Yeah.
But see, she said also one good thing. It will become your kids. If you teach that, it will make your kids, whether it make them angry, whether it make them happy. If you keep pushing these negative influence, then your kids will eventually become that. And then, good old white people said, no, we ain't finna have that. You not finna do to us what you did to the black community over the last 40 years. And they fight it tooth and nail. But goddamn, flame on, my brother. The ball is yours.
Give me a second, sir. At the bottom, I see you. I'm glad you brought up The Rock. I used to watch The Rock. I think it was on for 2 or 3 seasons. Do you remember the episode where Clifton Powell played the drug dealer from next door and how repulsive he was to that community? And it just showed you, damn, like they're showing you a show here where the the civilians. The civilians are so repulsed just by his existence as a drug dealer living amongst them that they did not rock with that. And that he put hands on them in his own house, remember?
Mm-hmm.
He yoked up Clifton Powell's drug dealer character and said, listen, man, you ain't about to sell dope over here. You ain't about to be as open over here. And I said, damn, that is really powerful.
Yes.
And to a degree, I hate to say this, man, the dope game has destroyed the Black community. Look at a lot of major cities. It has destroyed the Black community, both physically and mentally. And so we had shows like this, man, but now we have shows promoting it. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it, man. And again, not that, you know, a lot of TV shows did not, or movies didn't promote certain things back in the day. But the fact of the matter is that you have adults now who are watching and reciting rhymes of ignorance with their kids. That shit didn't happen in the 90s. And we had more positivity, I believe. But what say you, sir?
I got something for you. You remember this? You remember this TV show?
Yeah.
There's no place like home, Donna, when your family's around you, you're never alone. 227.
What show was that?
227.
Yeah, I remember 227, but I don't remember the
Okay, yeah. See, I'm just showing you, I'm showing my age, but yeah, 227. I'm gonna drop this 227, right?
Yeah.
The episodes was message, and it spoke against the negativity in the community. In the episode of 227, when that young lady got pregnant,
yeah,
it was a lesson.
Yep, it was a lesson in these episodes. Yeah.
When she got pregnant, it was frowned upon. It was a lesson. You know what? Every young Black person in the community actually took that and said, that's a lesson. Yeah. I don't want to do this. They didn't glorify none of that. What they did is they highlighted it. They was true. They was factual. Yeah. And they put out the information. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? If you listen to the conversation they had real conversation. It wasn't no pacifying stuff. They see and say, you know what? We're going to tell you the truth. Also, Rock did an episode, just like you said, well, you're right. I'm surprised. You know, I got to give you a high five, my nigga, because you got the memory with it. Because they displayed the bad behavior in their community, and then the men stood up to it. The women followed. Yep. Now we don't have that. No. Now we have women follow. I mean, we have our men following our women, and our women is leading us down this road to bad behavior. But go ahead and cook.
Go ahead, sir. You're on mute.
Thank you. I think there's relevance to, you know, we had some really great shows that were really positive back in the 90s. I think we still have great shows today that are positive. We've got your Blackish. Everybody Hates Chris was what, 5 years ago? You've got your Grownish. You've got plenty of Black shows that are still around, but you have some ratchet stuff. You have some stuff that has no real message. But I think Candace doesn't really know what she's talking about. And let me tell you why. Because for one of the things she talks about, you know, like, in fact, one of the things you mentioned about everything's about race now. And it's funny because those shows in 90s also talked about race. Each of those shows, if we want to talk about Different World had that episode where those white guys write the N-word on their car. I think they was at a baseball game or something like that.
Yeah, at a football game. I remember that episode.
Right.
Dean Kane. Yeah.
Right. Then you have Family Matters, where the other cops they hassle Eddie, and then when he shows up, he's like, oh, you're a cop. Okay, well, he said, well, why did you stop? Why were you hassling them? You know, and so they dealt race. The race has been dealt with significantly, and these shows didn't shy away from race. So this notion that, like, oh, we don't want to talk about race. Race is a reality in this country. We've had hundreds of years of anti-Black hatred, and to pretend that suddenly we're in 2022 and that's it doesn't happen anymore. Like, Buffalo just happened 2 weeks ago. Just
Okay,
in fact, it was less than 2 weeks ago.
Hold on, Playboy. I want you to do some pause because you said that Blackish
Yes.
is comparable to the Cosby Show and Family Matters and all these other different shows you name. You're so far from the truth. Because see, the most powerful thing about these shows that we name is how they maneuvered them situations in a way that's beneficial to the community. Now, I can name you plenty of episodes with the Blackish where they promote all the LGBT. They promote this stupid. I'm just saying. I'm just keeping it funky.
Let it rock, Logic. Let it rock.
They promote the same message that we have going out here to our kids. They just do it in a different way. You know what I'm saying? You just never had. And I'm telling you, and if you can prove me wrong, but go back and look at what you just said, Blackish, that's the worst example. And then not only Blackish, you can name me no other example that's even close. Blackish is trashish. And you know it.
I'm saying Blackish,
you have.
I'm saying Blackish in terms of it's about a black family. So like, if you want to talk about specific messages, that's a different topic. I mean, well, that's an additional topic. Okay, but I'm just talking about in terms of having about black family.
Well, guys,
hold on. I'm gonna just say this. If you're gonna compare Blackish to what we displayed, right? We gave an example, and you come up with a counterexample. Blackish is just worse than Cardi B music. I'm gonna just keep it funky with you. It's worse, sir, because now it's a continuous lyric that promotes the same thing that her music promotes. So you can't do that. When you looking at the other ones, they showed how to do it. They showed how to properly maneuver these situations. That's what I'm saying. That was a bad example, but you can go ahead and go with your Candace on this.
I want to ask a question to you, sir. Could you name me a black show right now that has a mother like Felicia Rashad, an elegant, classy woman who doesn't cackle and yap back? Because the mother on Everybody Loves Chris, she used to yap. She was your typical, I'm talking with my black, dark-skinned woman. No offense to darker-skinned people, but that's just the stereotype. I'm curious because what you're saying, you could be right. I'm just curious, which shows today have a very elegant, classy black woman who's
okay. Hold up. So it's because now we're kind of moving the goalposts.
Go ahead.
Because we're not just talking about a black family, because that's why I thought we were talking about, positive depictions of black families.
Yeah.
So we still have positive depictions of black families, but I think some people don't like the specific characteristics of certain individuals in these shows. So yes, I'll give you that most shows today, like if not all shows today, will have some much more heightened LGBT messaging to it.
Yeah.
Because that's where America is right now. Like where you'll have look at Bel Air. They redid Bel Air.
Trash.
But the messaging has changed. Now they update it to 2022.
Yeah.
But if we're just talking in terms of having positive depictions of black family, those depictions still exist.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that the messaging, there isn't certain differences in messaging between that and today. And then if you want to talk about a demure black woman, I don't know if we see any depictions of that type of woman anywhere in media right now.
Yeah. Well, do me a favor. I have to say this. The woman that I see it in is Candace Owens. Conservative. She dresses conservatively, never uses foul language.
I've heard her curse. Well, and number one, number two,
she's not vulgar.
But there's another thing. She's outside wearing pantsuits, not inside the home. Like she should be at home taking care of the kids. Why is she out home? Why is she outside the home giving speeches? And no, that's her husband's job. His job is to provide. Why is she running a talk show? Why is she outside giving speeches? Why is she wearing pantsuits? Well, that's not a proper place for a wife.
Let me ask you a question then. What black woman in America do you think should black women emulate other than Candace Owens?
Well, let me say something.
Go ahead.
Obviously, I'm being facetious in my description of Candace. That's not personally what I believe, but I'm applying her own logic to her because she's criticized the pantsuits. But when I say there are plenty of black women that take care of their families, handle their business, are respectable. Plenty.
Absolutely, I agree. But what black woman on
I mean,
a scale?
okay. So tell
on
me
a
this:
scale?
Michelle Obama.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Right,
Yeah.
but they will. But there are people who criticize Michelle Obama just because they disagree with her politics. You see what I'm saying?
Well, she wasn't a politician, so I don't know why anybody would disagree with her politics at all. I don't understand that at all. But I see where you're coming from.
Right.
But what I'm saying is that
don't let him off the hook though. You just produced something, right? This is what you just did. You said when you bought a Michelle Obama, you talked about her politics. But when you bought a Candace Owens, you talked about everything but her politics. So why is that? If you want to highlight Michelle Obama for her policies, cool.
No, I don't want to highlight her for politics.
Well, I'm only going by what you say. You said that.
No, he said okay. He wanted a depiction of a black wife, and so I'm giving Michelle Obama as a black wife who supports her husband. She's not,
and you
know,
say people
out
disagree.
there.
But you add on the nuance of, you know what I'm saying, based on her politics, right? You said
That some people, yeah,
okay,
like conservatives, and not necessarily you. I mean, but I've heard there's so many conservatives that they'll call her Michael Obama because of on some real disrespectful stuff.
It's cool. So what I'm saying is that when you come at Candace Owens, why didn't you come at Candace Owens about her politics? You know what I'm saying? Come at her what she stands for instead of her pantsuits. You didn't do that with Michelle Obama. You automatically, you know what I'm saying, you reversed it, and you know what I'm saying, chaotic. He was there with you with the alley hoop. He let you roll with it, but you automatically say, you know what, people might dislike her because of politics. But now, why don't you dislike Candace Owens for her politics instead of her pantsuits and everything else you name?
I do dislike her for her politics
Well,
and her lack of consistency.
Can I ask you a question? Which political platforms or which policies do you disagree with? I'm open to hearing you.
Okay, so she has no real idea. She just keeps talking about oh, we need families to get together. Like from a governmental standpoint, that's not so. Like when you said Candace Owens should run for president, families, fathers in the home is not something the president can do. Like, so she keeps saying we shouldn't be dependent upon government. Okay, well then what kind of political solutions are you offering? Because she says welfare is bad for black folk, but more white people on welfare. So why isn't she saying that welfare is also bad for white people?
When did she ever say that it wasn't bad for white people?
Well, she doesn't.
How do you know?
She doesn't.
You've heard every speech that the woman has
no. I hear her constantly talking about how welfare is bad for black people.
Isn't welfare bad for black people?
So from the standpoint that there's certain caps, like for instance, I know somebody who's running for office right now who says he wants to raise the cap for the amount of money that a person can have in their account, so that, in other words, they can get a job, be working their way off of welfare, and still be receiving some assistance as a stopgap, as opposed to, because right now the way the system is set up, if you make a certain amount, you're automatically kicked off.
Bro.
And so that scares people away.
In circles. The whole concept.
No, we're talking policies. Like,
okay,
if you want to talk policies,
the whole concept he's trying to get you to understand is what she said. Is it true? Yes or no? Is welfare bad for black people?
Huh?
Okay, how about this, sir?
To a degree. Listen. Let me tell you this.
How about this?
Let me tell you this.
How about this? Let's come back.
Let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
No, let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
There is an element of welfare that's bad. There is.
So what element is good?
But listen. But here's the point. Here's what I'm saying. You can't say that welfare is bad for black people and then not say it's not bad for white people.
But sir, do you realize? Sir, do you realize? And I see you down there, Lou. Do you realize, sir, that more whites are on welfare?
Yes.
But there's more whites in the country than blacks. But whites in general have control of more wealth. Whites control pretty much every Fortune 500. They generally have generational wealth a lot of times. And I mean through, homes being passed on, etc. So if a white is on welfare, it's almost like a shameful thing. But I don't think that she needs to address whites. I think that she should address blacks who have a higher standard of living compared to most Africans on the planet, who use victimhood or use racism as a clutch or an excuse. Whites don't do that. So we don't.
Well, actually, we're saying whites don't use victimhood.
No, they generally don't, sir. If whites are
there's this entire narrative right now that white people are the true victims. That white people are the truly oppressed ones right now. Like they're literally pushing that narrative,
complaining about the plague in ancient Europe. I never heard them do that. I never hear.
No. I hear white people complaining about CRT. That CRT is somehow a threat to their society.
What whites are complaining about CRT?
Conservative whites.
They don't want that.
The people that follow the people that follow Candace Owens.
Are you sure?
Yes. Ron DeSantis. Like Ron DeSantis literally made a law. He literally made a law that there's certain things are banned that hurt white people's feelings.
No, he made a law for parental rights in Florida, sir.
No.
I did a video on it. He made a parental right that affects every race, and he does not want certain things being taught to children.
And it applies to workplaces as well. It's the feelings bill. It's the feelings over facts bill. That's what I call it. It's the feelings over facts bill. That's what Ron DeSantis is.
Let Lou get in real quick?
Absolutely.
The Service USA, thank you for the super chat, sir. Thank you so much. The Lapeef Network definitely appreciates any super chat. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to say, first of all, Chaotic, I think, I've never seen you have your own show, so congratulations, first of all. That's number one.
Thank you.
Logic, you're one of my favorites. You keep it funky. You tell it like it is. So thank you for that.
Yeah, this is not Chaotic Show. This is the Political Thursday. This Logic.
well, he's hosting the show today. He's hosting the show today. So I just wanted to say congratulations. That's all. He's already jumping on me. Look at him.
Yeah, no. The thing is, I would just put it out for the record though. It's like, you know what? Because I
understand where you're coming from.
No. We got different. Me and him from. It's like. He Cosby and I'm Rock, but we all got the same message.
Yeah, I understand.
And then we finna blow this YouTube streets up. You know what I'm saying? I already goddamn salute my nigga Chaotic all the time. That's my homie though. Absolutely. But Chaotic, you can't let that boy off the hook. I'm sorry. Hold on 1 minute, brother. Wait, because I got some smoke for you, player. Check this out. Absolutely. The thing is, when you get I'm gonna just make this statement and we can move past it, right? You got caught on your own words. Because at the end of the day, you can't combat the lady policies. You can't. If her policies, once you said the policies that she said that she's correct, that welfare is bad for black people, then guess what? End the conversation. Move on to the next policy.
But that's not the point. I said, listen, there's an element to it. There's an element to it that's bad. No. I didn't listen. I didn't say overall.
Bruh. Look. Is drugs bad for the black community? Yes or no?
The war on drugs is bad for the black community.
See, is drugs bad for the black community?
The war on drugs is bad for the war on drugs has caused more harm to the black community than drugs itself.
Okay, how about this, guys? Let me ask a question real quick. So you believe that the FBI distributed drugs into the black community, right?
Well, there's evidence that the CIA was involved in, but regardless of whether the CIA was involved, I'm just saying that the actual government policies have caused more harm.
Yeah, but let me ask you a question real quick. Do you believe that there were CIA agents who had crack in their hand who went door to door with a gun saying, "Nigga, you're about to smoke this crack"? Do you believe that happened?
No.
So how do you force a group of people to kill themselves through crack and other things like that? I mean, is there a war on alcohol too, or because alcohol is sold everywhere?
Listen, there was a war on alcohol, and guess what that did? And guess what it did? That created organized crime. So what happens when you create a war on drugs? You create gangs, you create violence.
People to smoke.
No, but listen, hold up. But we're talking about how the war on drugs destroyed the black community.
Sir, I ask you a question. Who forced these people to smoke crack?
People weren't forced. They were in bad conditions. They chose to do things that weren't in their best interest.
The Afghanis are in bad condition. They don't smoke crack.
They smoke
Other groups of
opium.
People on the planet live 10 times.
No, they don't.
They do heroin.
Opium. Yeah. They sell opium. Brother, stop.
Listen, listen. People all over the world do drugs when they're in bad conditions. So, yes. Okay. Wait. Are you gonna logic? Are you gonna say only Americans do drugs? Only Black Americans do drugs?
I'm not saying that, but
hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna do this. Have you ever been to Afghanistan?
No.
Okay. So do you know that they have fields and fields and fields and fields of opium, right?
Yes. I know the Taliban had shut that down.
Wait.
Once,
no, the Taliban, the
Taliban, the warlords were the ones that were moving it.
No, the Taliban, bro. You look at too much CNN. The Taliban, you know why? I know you full of crap. Because the Taliban was using the opium to finance everything they did. You know who burnt down the opium fields?
Who? You say U.S.?
Mr. Logic was burning down opium fields. So I see you absolutely know nothing you're talking about.
Listen, let me tell you what happened.
Wait.
The heroin trade went up after U.S. went into Afghanistan.
Brother, listen. Trust me on this.
Okay.
I burnt down opium fields
in
personally.
Afghanistan.
Because it was directly financing the Taliban. So, like I said, brother, you, I don't know. Is your name done? Is you done living, little brother? Because you got some of the same thing. You got some of the same talking points, brother. And just stick to the facts. If you stick to the facts, you have no argument with me because
Don Lemon doesn't have my talking points. Don Lemon doesn't talk about the war on drugs.
Sir, can I ask you a question? Sir? I'm pretty sure you've drank. I'm pretty sure Lou, Logic. Well, yeah. Drink, right? If you were to drink and drive and hit someone and the police pulled you over and said, sir, have you been drinking? And you say yes. Do you think that the next things out of your mouth can say, they put alcohol on every corner, there's bars everywhere, it's so they're trying to, could you do that as a person? I'm curious.
No.
Actually,
you could do it, but it wouldn't be logical.
Yeah, you go to jail because you can go to jail anyway because you're drunk.
Exactly.
So why can't we say the same thing about drugs? Nobody forced those blacks or
okay. Listen. Like what you've just done is you've equated drinking and driving to just drinking. You see what I'm saying? So like that the analogy would have worked because you didn't say I was just drinking and then cops come and arrest me. But that's what you're saying if you're talking about drug use.
Okay.
So now if a person is high and hit somebody, then that analogy applies.
Okay.
If somebody just on their own decides to smoke crack, snort coke, smoke marijuana, and they're in their home just nodding off, that's them. Like, where's the victim?
Hey, we gotta move on, Chaotic, because Don Lemon, little brother right here, he gonna sit here and constantly move the goalpost. This don't make no sense, bro.
That's not moving the goalpost. We're making an accurate analogy.
Okay, I got something to say.
The war on drugs caused harm.
I got something to say.
Not more than the drugs itself.
I got something to say real quick. Sir, I don't know how old you are, but I'm 37, right?
Okay.
In the 80s and the 90s, I'm pretty sure if anybody's over the age of 35, they remember this. There were all types of PSA announcements, DARE programs, all types of commercials, after school programs on TV, etc. for this supposed war on drugs.
This is your brain on drugs.
Yeah. But now we have shows, Power and other shows that openly support not just drug usage, but murder, all types of carnage. And listen, I'm not saying that these types of shows didn't exist back in the day. But, sir, these shows are the dominant culture now. You can't go anywhere without somebody saying, you see that episode of Power? And then I say, no, nigga, did you see the last episode of Star Trek? Something that's intellectual? See, that's the difference. It was so many enlightening shows back in the 90s. For example, again, I got to use it. Name me a character right now who emulates Steve Urkel that black people love. Blacks love Steve Urkel back in the day, but name me a person right now who emulates Steve Urkel now. Can't do it, can you?
Who's a brain or just a brain and nerdy?
Who is a black intellectual that is promoted in the media now that blacks accept? I'm pretty sure one exists, but the fact that we have to think about it. But there were so many shows back in the 90s, man. I'm sorry.
You can't think of Urkel was in a lane of his own. Urkel really did create a lane of his own. Seriously, because that like he set the standard for. There was, you tell me who was smarter than Urkel on TV. You know, I know fictional characters, but
I can't really tell you any human fictional characters that were smarter than Urkel.
Right.
But I could also tell you additional characters that were promoted in media back then And I'm telling you, it wasn't like if I listen, I can't go into a barbershop without Power being on the screen. I'm like, I don't want to watch this shit.
I think here's what I think. I think you're missing about Power. So yes, Power's a drug dealer.
What am I missing about Power? Go ahead.
You miss it. But the main character, I forget his name. I forgot Ghost. Mm-hmm. Ghost. The dude is a smart cat.
He's a murderer. He's a drug dealer.
Yes, he is.
What is it about him that's special?
Listen, he's intelligent.
He's a
dude is running businesses. He's a business. Listen, yes, he is.
He sells dope to his own people, sir. What's so great about his character?
I didn't say character. I said he's intelligent. Look what he does. Listen, people, okay. So because remember, you just said intellect. Ghost has intellect. He takes that drug money and he's flipping it. He was running businesses. He's a businessman.
Go ahead. You got the
and we can look at like there are cats that really did that. Cats that really hustled, took their money out of the drugs, put it in something else, and then reinvented themselves.
I got some to add to him. So because this is insane. Look, the thing is, Steve Urkel, yes, he was highly intelligent, right? But don't you think when they cast Steve Urkel that they made it to the point?
Thank you for
they could have made Steve Urkel a buff dude. He could have been a buff nerd. They could have made him a nerd football player. They could have made him attractive to the eye. They did that on purpose. So now, if you want to talk about the Ghost, right? Did they have a nerdy guy running around killing people? Was he skinny? No. Oh no. So nobody was running around saying that. We like Steve Urkel. We look up to Steve Urkel. We want to be Steve Urkel when we grow up. But these young kids said that I want to be James St. Patrick. I like the way James St. Patrick move. I like how James St. Patrick dress. I like all this about James St. Patrick. But they made sure that Steve Urkel dressed a certain way that you did not want to look like him. You, even though we laughed at Steve Urkel, but guess what we do? We glorify James St. Patrick.
But his point, we don't own the media. You get this? Like we
don't have to consume it.
No, but his point, Power. We don't own the media now. We didn't own it then. So now, like to your point, Logic, if we had owned it then, we may have been able to say, okay, we're gonna create a Steve Urkel character, and we're gonna make him with Stefan, because Stefan Urkel had the brains, and he was suave and debonair, right? So like we could have made Stefan Urkel from the beginning to encourage young black kids to look up to him and say, that's who I want to be like. But that means we need to control our own media.
So you say we don't own the media then, right? But we own the media now. Now we
don't.
Okay.
We don't. That's the problem. That's what we need to do. We need to own the media now.
Have you ever heard of Tyler Perry Studios?
Yes.
Do Tyler Perry own Tyler Perry Studios?
Yes.
What type of image do he push out?
Family. Well,
listen,
he does promote family. Listen, he does promote family. Sir, you gonna tell me he doesn't promote family?
Sir, he promotes transsexuality. He promotes homosexuality. He promotes violence because what's her name? The character he plays is violent. She's running around with a gun. I'm gonna shoot y'all or whatever her black ass does. So, sir, we can't keep pretending that Claire Huxtable is the same character as this woman. She's not.
Listen, Medea is not. I did not say Medea is Claire Huxtable. I did not say that at all.
Okay,
at all. I'm not. No.
I'll admit that you didn't say that.
But you know what? I'll give him that. Skip Mundell, right? Go to every other image that you see in Tyler Perry movies. You see a lot of single black women, and you see a lot of single black men, and you see a lot of combative black women, and you see a lot of submissive black men.
And the narrative is that the black man ain't shit in most of his movies too. You ever notice that too?
He got some very dysfunctional black male characters.
Yeah. I saw one movie. It's called. What's that movie? It was called the
Diary of a Mad Black Woman.
Was it Diary? No, I know it was another one. I think no. Damn, the dude threw the kids out the window. I'm like, what am I watching here? This is absurd. And what I'm saying, man, is like we don't have to watch these things. But listen, when I talk about Star Trek and all types of intellectual stuff, I get laughed out of rooms. But all I'm saying is there's a difference, especially of time period of entertainment. And what I'm saying is that most people know that, listen, we don't have the Claire Huxtables on TV anymore. We have the loud, combative black Aunt Jemimas now.
But I have a question for you. Does that even exist in white media? So look at white media.
It doesn't matter if it exists in white media or not.
No, that's what I'm saying.
They have space stations, they have robots on Mars, they invented nanotechnology. So yeah, they can have ignorance in their race. We can't afford to have ignorance in ours.
Listen, I'm not going to say that all things being equal, all things equal. I know they're not equal. But I'm saying is that's not a function of black society. That's a function of American society. Like that's the problem is this is where America is right now. America is promoting certain stuff right now.
I'm sorry, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing at that comment. It said that Nino Brown was just as popular as Bill Cosby in the 90s. Lou, you've been quiet, man. What's up?
I just want to say this, all right, to defend Candace Owens.
Thank you, sir. We need to defend.
There's a direct correlation between the standards that women set for men and how men act in the world. If we don't have women like Candace Owens that act appropriately, men are going to be out of order because women are out of order.
Exactly.
We, as men, we have an incentive to do well in life, meaning we want women. And if we have unruly women that are saying, I like the scam boys, I like the dope boy, I like this, I like that, where are we going to stop as men? We will do anything for the P. We know that.
Yeah.
But it is in direct correlation to the standards that women are setting. Yeah. We need Candace Owens.
Yes.
We must protect her at all costs.
Yes.
Because Cardi B, come on, man.
Cardi B is a wife and mother. Cardi B is a wife and mother.
It's chaotic. We got the super chats. You go ahead. I'm gonna click through.
All right. Thank you so much, Duty Honor Caffeine says Michelle Obama was loud, always talking, and always in the way. She didn't support Barack. She thought she was the president. She's a 50-50 type of lady. I gotta disagree with you on that, Duty, but salute to you in the super chats. What do you guys think about that one? I disagree with that. I think that Michelle did the work of what a first lady should do, represent the interests of her husband as the president. I disagrey with that. So
I think she did a good job. I think her image, I think she presented a good image. I ain't gonna cap.
She wasn't just a first lady who stayed in the damn White House. Carl Oakley says, with the $2 super chat says, logic, you need the hooker for this one. What is that? That's something I don't know about.
I don't know if it's a hooker or a hookah, but
hookah. Yeah. Oh, like a hookah. Oh, okay. I didn't know you had a hookah.
I got a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, Trish says, from the UK. Is that the UK? That's a pound, right? It says echo chamber. I'm surprised you are ands like K. I don't know what that is.
Oh no, you trolling.
Sir Chi 87 with the $2 super chat says we had Dwayne Wayne, Steve Urkel, and Smart Guy. We sure did, and they didn't still dope to the community. Listen, guys. Oh, is that the last super chat? Because I want to say
no. Yeah, we got. We just run through. Got a whole bunch of.
Okay, hold on. Let me see. I'll keep reading.
Look, salute because we got Jay St. Patrick in the chat.
Jamie St. Patrick says with the $5 super chat says, "Who hurt you, chaotic? I get it. I get it. You ain't a real hustler, homie, with no punctuation at the end. So you know he's gangster." Salute to you, Ghost. The Service USA LLC with the $2 super chat says, "Get these Lizikes up. Thank you so much for serving this great country. Thank you so much."
Hey, oh shit, these super chats going too fast. What the fuck happened? Oh, they disappearing now. My bad.
Gary Grant with the $5 super chat says, "The war on drugs did not ruin the community. The carnage, what the people were doing to each other. We ourselves called for the war on drugs." I 110,000% agree with you, Gary Grant. I totally agree with you on that one. Absolutely. I don't believe that there was a war on drugs. I think it's a war. It should be a war on ignorance. Quayloom says with the $10 super chat says, "This man's got nothing but excuses." I don't want to say which guy he's talking about.
I think he's talking about living little brother.
Salute. Just my 4 cents with the $5 super chat says Nino Brown already said it was just as popular as Bill Cosby in the 80s. I agree with that. I agree that there were a lot of enigmatic figures, but you got to remember, look how Nino Brown ended as well. Yeah.
Big facts. Chat people, chat players, and chat players. Put them ones in the chat if y'all hit that like button. Please put the ones in the chat if y'all hit the like button. If you don't like Chaotic and Logic, at least you like Done Living Little Cousin. We give you everything. Let's go.
Now, I want to, if I can remember this, I want to point this out. I said this the other day, so I hate to sound like a broken record here. The mafia, they did all types of crimes. They called it La Costa Nostra. I said it last time I was on here. This thing of ours. They financed entertainers. They financed singers.
They financed presidential elections too.
Frank Sinatra, Dean Martin, Tony Bennett. Those 3 Italian men, they didn't promote violence and rapped or sung about what was going on and taking place in the mob. These old actresses, Talia Shire, who played Rocky's wife, she was from the Coppola family. She never plays these hardcore criminal roles, this, that, and the other. I'm telling you, we promote the underworld, and that's why a lot of these rappers are getting caught. That's why a lot of these criminals are getting caught. Listen, crime is going to happen in most societies. Fine, I can understand that, but to promote it, absolutely not. And there was a thing that the mafia used to do. We don't want this around our community. You can do what you want to do, but this ain't happening. We control this, and you're not going to promote anything here. That's what needs to happen here. Yes, drugs went on in the Black community back then, but we had great positive shows to cover that shit. So that's all I'm saying. Go ahead, guy, with the hat on.
Hey, how you doing? First of all, shout out to Mr. Logic, 11 Mike, U.S. Army. Salute to you.
Deep Space Nine did had a very Samuel Lynch. Can we highlight? I'm sorry about that. Samuel Lynch says Deep Space Nine had a very positive Black man in it too, talking about Captain Benjamin Sisko. Absolutely. Thank you very much. Go ahead, sir.
No, I just want to say I love you guys. You two guys, man, are the main reason why I watch this show. I made a lot of comments in the past that we need the other side of Black intelligence. To me, I'm a professional barber. So of course the barbershop world, man, we have a lot of Black conversations about our community. I'm as pro-Black as you could be, man. I love my people, I love my women, but I do think that we have 2 things in our community. We have Black people and we have niggas.
Yeah.
And I think that what the media, like you said, is trying to highlight are the niggas. And they don't want to promote Black people. And I'm talking about Black people as far as good, productive citizens, people who are productive to each other, who go out and work. I have custody of my daughter. She's 17. You know, military still takes care of me. I love my children. I'm a single dad, about to be married in October. But I go out, I don't ask anybody for nothing, man. I go out and work and I stay out of trouble. Am I presented with?
Real fast though. Salute for your service, man. This motherfucker is a mechanized infantry. You say 11 Mike, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, mechanized infantry, Bradley. You know what I'm saying? Running around there, bang, 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 bang.
Yes,
so
sir.
salute to my brother, man. Thank you for your service too, player. You know what I'm saying?
To you too. Thank you, sir.
All right, go ahead. Continue. My bad.
No, I'm just saying, man, we all as a people are presented with so many different opportunities to go left. Thanks to my upbringing, maybe through genetics, I choose to go right. That's just my choice, you know, but I have to also realize that everybody do not have my thinking. And there are some people who are weak thinkers and some people who are led by peer pressure. And I have to consider that with my 17-year-old daughter every day. Very smart and wise person. But I also have to understand that she's also affected by her peers at school also. So my thing is to try to instill into her that you have to be a leader, not a follower. You have to have your own thinking. And I do think that things are presented into our community that it's kind of like peer pressure. Here, try this, try that. And I think it's kind of outlets to the problems that we do have, broken homes, divorces, whatever the case might be. And I do think there are systems set in place like a million liquor stores, drugs, whatever, to say, here, take this. This can be your outlet. But like you said, Mr. Chaotic, it's still a choice.
Still a choice. Thank you.
It's still a choice. And, I know I'm not saying that everybody makes the right choice, but we do have to create more leaders and use more examples of leaders in our community. And, we are affected by what we hear. Our kids are affected by the music that they listen to and what's portrayed on TV, because everybody, for some reason, wants to be the majority and not the minority. And so when they're showing you the majority of the WAP songs and the Cardi B's and this and that, Of course, everybody want to be a part of that trend. No one wants to stand alone and be the smart kid at the front of the class. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's an issue. We need to teach leadership.
I got something to add to you. Because you know what I'm saying. Did you retire military?
No, sir. I just did 4 years. I didn't plan on retiring, but I did serve my country. Honorable discharge.
That's enough though. And I just want to compare because you got chaotic a school teacher, right?
Yes.
His path through life, you know what I'm saying, is a lot of times is frowned upon.
Right.
From what I heard, you know what I'm saying, he was in the education system, is frowned upon. And then he can bring so much to the community. You did stuff that to the black community is frowned upon.
Right.
Now, I'm not saying that you know how it is. We go to the airport, you're in uniform, white folks will give you a steak, they'll give you 2 shots of Hennessy, and they'll give you their daughter. So it's a whole thing that's the mentality that we look at, is that why do we constantly promote what's bad for us? We promote the rappers. You know what I'm saying? Whether they realize it or not, right? Like I said, I asked the people here, if you voted for Biden, who was the first black person that went into the White House? And most people don't know this. They should, because they voted for the man. Who was the first black man that went into the White House? That wasn't part of the White House staff. That was just a guess.
I don't know. Who was it?
Lapeef. Lapeef was invited by Kamala Harris. He was the first black person to enter the White House under that administration. So now they tell you and they show you who our role models is. That's why Cardi B's get to speak to the president. And
Cardi B got an interview and Ice Cube didn't.
Yeah, and Ice Cube did. And then now when Charlamagne the God do get a chance to speak with somebody, they shun him. They son him. On them interviews that Charlamagne had with Kamala Harris, she shunned the hell out of him. And he sit there and just take it. But guess what? If you got a ghetto rap in there, she gonna give him utmost respect. And that's crazy. The thing is, we need to start promoting the paths of success, whether it's the military, whether it's the education system. We got to start doing that. And until we doing that, all we doing is showing our kids that, look, this is the path that you need to go on.
Right.
This is the path that'll get you much credit in the black community.
Right.
This is the path that'll get you much glory. And
that's the harder path, though, Logic. I mean, people don't want to take the harder path.
Logic, I want to ask you a question. Do you see why black people tend to have a distrust of the government, considering what's happened in this country to black people at the hands of the government?
Oh, well, I mean, I guess I don't know why they got,
Logic, can I take over for you?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Sir, I'm curious. What has the government done to you as a black person? I'm curious.
Okay, well, first, I just wanted to take a look in the whole arena towards black people from the government. Hundreds of years, the government has committed crimes against humanity against black people. So, I mean, from overall, that's why black people tend to distrust the government. We agree on that, right?
Okay, how about this? Right. I don't agree
Me
with
personally.
Because what crime?
Oh, wait. So you don't
what crimes has the government done to our ancestors, sir?
Okay, slavery.
The government controlled the slave trade.
Yes, it did. Like its courts actually enforced it. Yes, like that's what the Dred Scott case.
What law was that where the government enforced slavery?
Dred Scott.
Really?
That was the Supreme Court case where they actually said, okay, no, you're not a citizen. Like you can't get your freedom.
What beats me is like slavery is over.
Are you aware that?
Okay, hold up, stop. So, but that's one thing. Then we have Jim Crow. Then we have the Black Codes. Then we have the Black Wall Streets. So you have things like the Tulsa Massacre, where government actually attacked black wealth, where black people
attacked Black Wall Street.
Well, yes.
So the government came in there and attacked black people.
Okay, wait. Are you familiar with Tulsa?
I'm just legitimately.
No. Are you familiar with Tulsa Massacre?
I'm familiar with a few hundred blacks and a few hundred whites were beefing with each other, and they took part.
Tulsa, listen. Tulsa had built up wealth. This is after Reconstruction, and they came in. They even went to the airport and firebombed Tulsa Greenwood from the air.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
Yes, go.
How many cities do blacks control currently in America?
Politically?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean that you mean like the mayor and
the
city
fire
council.
chief, the police chief, the water department, council.
Oh, I mean, like for instance, like the mayor of New York City is black.
No. I mean that the entire city is predominantly black.
None, brother.
No, but I can name you a few. Jackson, Mississippi.
Atlanta?
Detroit.
No.
You could say Atlanta. There are a lot of cities that blacks control, maintain, and operate, and they've been doing that since Reconstruction. So you're talking about one instance, and we don't really know what happened at Tulsa. That was 100, almost 100 years ago.
But it wasn't
But
the
what
only
does that
Black
have to
Wall
do
Street
with
that
your
happened to.
current-
Okay, no, stop. So what I'm saying is, if you're looking at and see, and that's why. So this hating on CRT, CRT, there's flaws with it, but it actually is dealing with actual stuff that the government did. So now, if you actually look at that, the government actually intentionally created policies to harm Black people, redlining. They actually said, okay, we're going to make sure Black people can't get loans here.
But sir, that's not true anymore.
Okay, well, hold up. Number one, redlining does still happen. Number two,
how do you explain? Okay.
I'm in the mortgage industry,
Yeah,
so
how
I
do you
know
explain-
for sure
Okay,
that
listen,
redlining is not taking place at the level that you're saying.
I'm not saying at the same level, but it's still occurring. And in fact, even at the mortgage industry, you'll know about the.
I know everything about it. I'm in it.
Right.
I've been doing it for 6 years.
Then you'll know. Then you're aware of
what I'm telling you is what you're talking about that happened in the past is no longer taking place at large. We need to stop looking at what happened. One moment.
Right.
We need to stop looking at what happened hundreds of years ago.
That's not hundreds of years ago.
And I'm just
that's not hundreds.
You mentioned slavery. You mentioned slavery.
Right.
You mentioned slavery. So at large, and we need to move forward.
So here's what I'm saying. Here's what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
You said hundred. Like this stuff isn't hundreds of years ago. Like so, I'm talking about
slavery. I was just speaking.
Right. That's where it starts. Right.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's where it started. It came all the way up until 64. Civil Rights Act of 64 was passed, and finally that was.
Sir, can I? Okay. Can I ask
So
you?
I'm saying,
Can I ask you?
But this is what I'm saying. So if we just this is just in terms of if we look at the history, do we understand why Black people in this country distrust government?
No, this government, sir, and I find what you're saying, and mind you, this is an echo chamber, so please continue to disagree. I find what you're saying utterly disgusting and appalling. Okay. You have two men on this panel that stood a post with a weapon, and you sit up there and the country that they defended for you to say that, and you have all freedom to do it. But the fact is that, sir, under this government, Black people have become astronauts, astrophysicists, mathematicians. The most famous scientist
I would like to point out
right now, sir, is Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's a Black man. Sir,
I would like to point out in line with what you said about military Black men in the military who served before them. There were so many Black men in the military who served, came home, and then couldn't eat inside a restaurant.
So what? Go to
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying.
It's not like that anymore.
Right.
But see, real quick, sir, and I'll do respect. That I think that's where we're trying to get to is that the two types of Black people. We got Black people who want to reach backwards all the time with every argument, but people like myself, and the reason why I'm attracted to this show and the gentleman like Mr. Chaotic and Mr. Logic is because we want to move forward. And the thing about it is that you can't move forward if we keep harping on, like the gentleman at the bottom said, these issues of slavery. Every time someone brings up something, we understand there are residual effects nowadays. But at the end of the day, I have to get up and go work for my family. I have to make sure that they have food in their mouth, and I can't complain about things that I really can't control. Now, to piggyback on that real quick, I remember a show Mr. Logic was on and Chaotic where they had the police officer on there. And I must say, when you look at those responses and those chats, that shows you the ignorance of our community. You have a guy, because I also do another job to where I'm also somewhat law enforcement. I carry a gun on my side, but the ignorance of people. Someone breaks in your house, the first person you're going to call is the police. I don't care what you say. So it's like we talk about people that we need. And also the thing about it is that, you know, we want to talk about police and how bad certain ones are, which is true. There are some bad police, but you cannot have a conversation unless you're sitting at the table. Ask me how many black people look down on me because I throw on a uniform at night.
That protected their
lot.
Right.
Yep.
Okay, well, hold on. I think that's just an unfair characterization. Consider them lazy black people. Listen, no, seriously. No, stop.
I never said.
No, not you. I know.
Okay,
no, but,
okay.
I mean,
Right.
Sir, if you are disrespecting a man who protected your freedoms in this country, it's a level of just disrespect and laziness to it. The fact is, sir, you would not have these rights if you lived in Liberia,
right.
if you lived in any other third world shithole. You have them here in America. This is what makes this country great.
Well, listen, there are a lot of black people who suffer under this country, whose rights are being
right now, who's suffering under this country.
Plenty of black people whose rights have been violated by this government.
Who?
Okay, so wait.
No, logic. Do
you want me to say me? I'll say me.
Listen.
Listen, like right now, New York has this mandate, these mandates in here that even white conservatives are pissed off about. But black people
look like you're in a man's house.
What mandate?
Go ahead.
The jab mandates.
Yeah.
What does the jab mandates have to do with black people?
That it disproportionately is affecting black people. Yes, because it's like 30. Listen, the most unjabbed population are black people.
So what's your point then?
How does that correlate to anything?
You saying how people
when you join the military, whether you're black, white, Japanese, whatever, you have to take jabs, right?
Yes.
Aren't there certain jabs you take, right? And everyone takes them, not only black people.
No, I'm saying that right now in New York City, there's these mandates that are stopping unjabbed people from being able to work. They had a jab that unjabbed people couldn't go to.
Okay, look. Let's see. I want to cut straight to the point. Let's do it like this, right? You said black people distrust government, right?
Yes.
That's what they say. But what do they actions do? See, because when I go to Atlanta and I go to the hood, do I lock my doors because I mistrust the government?
No, you distrust niggas.
Okay. No. So that soon as I get some money, soon as I get a little bit of money,
Gucci.
Wait. Do I move out the hood because I distrust the government?
No.
You move out because
how does moving out the hood?
Okay, I'm saying, do I move out the hood, my brother, because I mistrust government? When I'm staying downtown Baltimore or downtown DC or downtown Atlanta or downtown anywhere in the United States, do I make sure my kids is in and out the city at a certain time because I distrust the government?
No.
Is that true?
You know what you do? When you see the cops coming, you go the other way because you distrust the government. When the cops come asking questions, you don't answer because you distrust the government. There's so many things that black people do because they distrust the government. This is what I'm saying.
What do you want done then?
I gotta say this. I gotta say this real quick.
Where do we go?
I thought I was the moderator, but people in the chat are saying I love chaotic, but Logic's the best moderator. It's because Logic is taking over.
No, ain't no moderator. We moderate together. You know what I'm saying? Look, look, brother. What I'm trying to get you is to do one thing, brother. Is I think you're a good brother. Get out of your feelings.
That's what hurts us.
I'm talking about facts, though.
Okay.
Let me tell you why I'm talking about facts. Because let me tell you why.
Hold up. Wait. Please, brother.
Kumbaya.
This is the patience I ever been on any panel. Bruh, I'm telling you, this is embarrassing. That basic concept I named to you. Black people do not fear the government. They honestly fear each other.
Yeah.
And it's not based off what they say out their mouth.
Yeah.
It's based on their actions. And that's all I'm saying. If you disagree with that, brother, we got a back chat full of people. You moved us off the topic, but I still love you. But we can't continue to do this because it's good information that was being put out and you're derailing at this point because it doesn't matter. You're going to say aliens drop goddamn guns in Chicago and all this kind of stuff like that. So when we get that point, we can never display the facts, brother. So
didn't we have the largest black turnout in this election for votes? So if black people fear the government or hate the government or whatever, they're trying to separate themselves from the government, why vote at all?
Well, number one, there's a large amount of people that are disaffected and don't vote. However, a lot of people came out to vote because they were scared of what would happen if they didn't. And so the Democrats pump fear.
Wait, what?
Listen, Democrats pump fear that if Trump is in office, it's a wrap. Seriously. I mean, do we agree that the Democrats push that message that Trump getting in office is going to black America is in trouble?
So are you saying that's why they didn't vote? Go out and vote?
No. That's why you had the highest turnout amongst the black community. You did, but there's still a segment that was like,
but guess what? Yeah. You had a large turnout, but still not a lot of people knew what they were voting for, what policies. That's my issue. Is I'm a conservative. Not, I don't think too many people understand policies. I think that's another thing as far as us as black people. We do everything based off of fear and not logic. Yes, sir.
Good brother. The first time we met, we kind of had a rocky shake, but I respect you. I respect all human beings.
Super chat.
I have a proposal for you, brother. And it's 1,000 people in here. It's probably be 50,000 who watch this show eventually. Let's collect a fund for you to go to Africa, where you can live amongst people who look like you from sea to sea, sir. Because I agree. Okay, how about this? Let's assume you're right. I think that, sir, if you believe that the government here is that bad, I think you should live in a predominantly African black nation. I'm not going to sit here.
So now listen. Tell me this.
I'm actually curious to know where he lives now. What community he lives in now.
He doesn't even have to go that far to
No. Let's do one even better. Let's buy him a ticket. Let's get him up out of here because he thinks it's bad here.
Listen, let me tell you something. That's amusing, but let me tell you this.
Go ahead.
If you ignore, for instance, I see what you're saying about history and moving forward. But we can't move forward without being informed by historical realities. So because you're not going to tell anybody from the Jewish community, forget about your past. So when people say it to black people, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely asinine. Because we've suffered so much that we need to be aware and we need to protect ourselves. I'm not saying we need to and hide in the corner. We need to be protecting ourselves. Do you really
think people care about history or where their next paycheck is going to come from?
Right.
Listen, we need to be concerned about both. I
agree with. I'm sorry, real quick, respectfully.
We're gonna try to keep it moving, right? Okay. And I'm gonna give you one more lifeline. What's that TV show that got the lifeline?
Who wants to be a millionaire?
Right, so brother, do you want to be a millionaire on Political Tuesday right now? Do you want to be a millionaire?
Yes.
All right. Do you want to use your last lifeline?
Yeah.
All right. And I want everybody on the panel.
Yeah.
To recollect their life, to think about what happened in their life. And the person that did the most shit to you, did they look like you or was they white?
I hate this
argument. Can I be first to answer that question?
Everybody?
I hate this argument.
Can I be first? Logic, I'm going to answer that question first. I love my people. I love black people. But I'm not going to lie to you. When I'm around whites, they treat me, it's almost like being in heaven. Every single time, all my life. And I've done so much business with whites.
Oh, boy.
Can I say something?
Give me a second, sir. Give me a second. Give me a second. This is my experience. Listen, I could be myself around them. I don't have to act like a monolith. It's almost like heaven. When I'm around blacks, I have to pretend to be something that I'm not. Well, back in the day, and I didn't like that growing up. All I'm saying is that if people don't like it in America, go to a predominantly black country. There are over 80 of them or over 70 of them on the planet. Why not just go live amongst your own people then if it's so bad in America?
Can I respond to that?
Hold on. We're gonna go in order. Hold on. Wait. 1 minute, J. Prince. Because I definitely want him. This is lifeline. Go ahead, brother.
Me? Okay.
Rethink your whole life.
No, I don't have to think fast. I don't even think far. I
talked to you before now.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
They were not black. They were not black. Absolutely, they were not black. Because you talked to me before, so you know my story.
Yes,
at least you know part. Yeah. So, they weren't black.
Was self-inflicted just because you went.
No. Listen, it wasn't self-inflicted. Listen, I was supposed to get out in 5. They kept me illegally for another 10 years.
But why did you go?
And those are, huh? But listen, the reason why I went in was me.
Oh, okay.
So, like I said, the 5 years. Okay, you got that. The next 10 was illegal.
Okay,
absolutely illegal, and those weren't black people.
But the system is already against you, regardless. So that first step was on you. So this was all your fault, by the way.
There's rules. Listen, you can't say if they fail to follow their rules, it's all on me.
Once you're in their system, they made the rules.
In their system. No, but we're still in their system.
Hold on. Hey, guys, we got to do a little bit of panel rotation, man. You know what I'm saying? And I don't know. I mean, put a 1 in the chat if we should keep Dunn Lemon uphill or get it. Hey, I'm in the chat.
Oh, you got to boot me out? Don't listen.
No, bro. We got the chat. You know what I'm saying?
the chat will say.
Hey, because we got to do general rotation anyway, though. So
okay.
Put a 1 in the chat if y'all. It's time for Dunn Lemon to go. And you know what? I love having the conversation with you because you know what? I don't like that echo chamber. You know what I'm saying? I like that pushback. You know what? At the end of the day, you make me sharper. And see, I can look at that. So I hope you would think the same about me because
I enjoy having the conversation. Definitely back and forth.
You get beat up. You get beat up every time. So all right. Up in the mood is chaotic. We got super chats too. If you want to start,
I'll read them for you guys. And guys, again, if you haven't not liked the video, please like, subscribe, and share the video. Yep. We're waiting.
Here we go.
And happy Memorial, guys! Again, this is the greatest country on the planet, and salute to all the servicemen. Please forgive me, Maloish, if I'm saying it wrong. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Candace tells lies every day. That's your opinion. You have a right to your opinion, sir. That's your opinion. Salute to you for the super chat, though. Charles Keys with the $5 super chat says, "When do we get some feminine women on Lapeef Network?" Salute to you for the $5. I can't answer that question. I'm not a woman.
I was watching Chaotic versus Lady Mogul. Oh God.
Wait. You're not gonna diss my ladies on this panel, man.
Hands up, bro. Yeah. My bad.
Just my 4 cents with the $5 super chat said it wasn't hard for the CIA to entice a broken people into addictive, abusive behaviors. I would like to address this real quick. Is that all right, Logic?
Go ahead. You good? I'm just going with your spell.
Just my 4 cents. You may be 2021, born after 9/11. Let me tell you something, sir. During the 1980s, going back to the whole thing with Candace Owens, there were all types of positive images on TV about blacks, TV shows, different world, the Cosby Show, etc. In the 80s, which wasn't that long ago, you had black doctors, engineers, for damn sure politicians, and you had black, under the Reagan administration, you had a lot of black economic wealth. So if any black was broken at that time, that was your own self-doing or your family self-doing. Again, there were all types of immigrants who came over to this country in the 80s, not just blacks, but other groups of people came to this country. And within a year, they may have all lived in the same bungalow house, but they worked. They didn't buy Jordans like niggas was doing in the 80s. They didn't blow their money like blacks were doing, like a lot of blacks were doing. Let's be honest. And they did something with themselves. They build and build and build. They don't give excuses. So a broken people? No, this is a first world country. And I don't think that any people over here are broken. You have roads, toilets, you have great infrastructure. If you think people are broken here, go to Czechoslovakia and see about those people. Next super chat. Thank you.
Yeah, and I just want to add this on to it though. You know what? If I agree with that, right?
Yeah.
But I can show you that the CIA is not racist because they do all kind of crazy shit to everybody. So that's it. I think you're trying to bring it up as like, okay, they just do it only to black people. No, they do it to everybody. So yeah, let's go.
And also, it wasn't the CIA; it was a rogue agent or something, right?
Yeah,
That
but
was
we ain't gonna
financial
dig in. We ain't gonna dig in the weeds. We ain't gonna dig in the weeds.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Snap the weeds.
Tia Marie with the $5 super chat says, if we can change the image, we change the narrative. Stop twerking, trapping, and thotting. Now, I have to disagree with Tia on one point here. Twerking is a part of Black culture. It's in the DNA. Go to the ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs, and the Black women were twerking thousands of years ago. So it's in the DNA. We have to. It's something about twerking in the Black woman. I don't know what it is. And East Indian
Yeah,
women.
but there's a time and place, man.
They
Yeah.
twerk too. But
Time and place.
I'm just saying. I think she talking about like twerking at the on the stage when you get up next to Joe Biden.
Right, exactly.
well, I would assume that the ancient Egyptians were twerking next to the Pharaoh.
Or you're twerking on the headlights at the red light. You know what I'm saying?
Buffalo Wild Wings table.
Absolutely
go.
accurate. Let
Right.
me see. Manifest Entertainment with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much. Says LeVar Burton taught Americans how to read with Reading Rainbow. And LeVar Burton also played Geordie LaForge on Star Trek The Next Generation, a positive Black man who played the role of not an assistant, not an ensign, but the chief engineer of the flagship of the Enterprise. They were putting Blacks into all positive roles in the 80s, but you Negroes don't remember that. Go ahead with the next super chat. But thank you, Manifest Entertainment. Mr. Kendall with the $5 super chat says, some of y'all ninjas need to pick up a few books Thomas Sowell has written. Oh, thank you so much. He supports what me and Logic I've been saying. Patty Cakes with the $5 super chat, who's also a member. Guys, if you're not a member, please become a member of the Lapeef Network. I think it's the greatest network on YouTube. Gave shots of a diseases, not let us participate in the Homestead Act. Guys, we have to use proper punctuation, but salute to you, Patty Cakes. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Greatness to work with the $2 super chat says redlining has been replaced by gentrification with no capital R, but nevertheless, Blacks, despite redlining, somehow bought homes, moved all the whites out, got into their nice 5-bedroom homes in the 40s and the 50s and the 60s. But Blacks today still want to blame redlining. But let's go to the next super chat. Silent Sniper with the $10 super chat says Delroy Lindo, I know who he is, said the movie First Time Felon. I love hardworking Black people, but I hate niggas. Thank you so much. And I know who Delroy Lindo is. Great actor. T-Mac 1979. I'm assuming he was born in 1979. With the $5 super chat says there were more than 30 Black Wall Streets across America. Most of them were turned into lakes. New York Central Park used to be Seneca Village. There were a lot of white settlements that were also repurposed. No, let me go back to that one. I want to start saying there were a lot of white settlements that were repurposed into other things, parks, all types of things too. Blacks controlled Harlem and still do to this day, and even had something called the Harlem Renaissance when there was Black millionaires in the 1920s. So Blacks have enjoyed the fruits of this country for a long time. Next super chat. Thank you so much. Simon Hectic, who's a member. Thank you so much. Salute to you, Simon. With the superhero, I don't know who that is. Maloish says, can you show me one good Republican policy?
I can show you a lot of them.
Oh, man.
And then I don't base good policies off of Republic or Democrat. I base a good policy off a good policy. So I know good policies.
Yeah. Mr. Kendall with the $2 super chat says, bro, I'm in PG County. I ain't scared of no police. I don't know what PG County is.
The PG County, that's an area that a lot of Black people go to, and then it's super safe. And
okay.
I'm out here in Fairfax County, and I ain't scared of no police either.
Okay. Tia Marie says, I grew up hearing the elders saying ninjas and flies, both I despise, but the more I see niggas, the more I love flies. $5 super chat. Tia Marie is lying. Daddy says with the $2 super chat all the way from the UK. I'm pretty sure that's $2.60 because their dollar is higher today. Can you complain about your job without quitting? You forgot the extra T in quitting, but I don't know if you can. I mean, that's up to you, Daddy. I don't know what the
my God,
Dragon Ball Z character. I don't know what that is.
All right, if they want me to name a policies, I can name the border policies. I can show you how that benefit Black people. I can show you how The trade policies benefit black people. I can show you how Trump tariff policies benefit black people. I can go in detail about the things that just happened within the last 5 years and how it benefit the black people. And I'm gonna say this. Did somebody have a platinum plan? Ain't we still waiting on a platinum plan right now from somebody else? Would that not benefit black people? So it's good though. Hey, but hey, we got to do some rotations because we got a lot of people in the background. But hey, Mr. Clay for coming up, man. Come back and join us. Hey, 11 Mike, bang bang.
I can drop off as well.
Yes, sir. Have a good one. Thank you, sir.
Gary Stewart with the $10 super chat. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much for the super chat, guys. Guys, the super chats do so much for the platform, guys. Thank you so much. We all appreciate it. Let's go.
Well, it's on me.
It's on you, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, I wanted to say something to the guy with the cap just left, but Kayada, I want to ask you something.
You asked me 1,000 questions, sir. Go ahead.
Are you from the southern states or the northern?
Northeast.
Northeast. Okay.
Yeah.
I hate to say this.
Go ahead, sir.
But when Clay summarized the black people, when he says two types of black people is the niggas and the black people.
Yeah.
I like to summarize it even deeper.
Go ahead, sir.
And don't get offended, but I got to keep it real. I think a lot of these blacks, from listening to all of this, to all of these people, listen to all of y'all, it sounds like you got us field niggas and you got you house niggas.
Yeah. Everything
that y'all talking about, and I appreciate and I thank God for Malcolm X. Y'all are the definition of a house nigga.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it sounds like, a house nigga. Then you got the field niggas, it's the pookies, who y'all like to get money, who think y'all better than. Y'all think y'all better than the pookies and all this other stuff. Then y'all coincide with the white people laws, calling yourselves conservatives and all of this other stuff as if like white people gonna treat you like you one of them. They don't got no plans in America to protect black conservatives.
Okay.
They treat you just as well as they treat.
Yeah, let me have this. So Jay Prince. So you calling us a house niggas?
That's the definition of it. Yes.
All right. So now, based off everything we said, what did we say on this panel today that would classify us as a house nigga?
Okay. For one, to gaslight black people to make it seem like when black people start complaining.
No. Wait, I want to cut you off though, but tell me in detail. Don't use no word like gaslighting because them filler words.
Okay.
Just directly tell me what did we say that would classify us as house niggas?
Well, for one, to make it seem like black people just full of shit when they complain about the governor in America. They shouldn't be complaining about the governor. They should just blame each other. And then this question that y'all always ask, out of your life, who done something to you? Now, my experience, my majority of my cases came from white.
If you mind, let me address the first thing you said, right? So if you fear government, right?
Right.
Do you know who has the most power over you as far as government in your city?
What are mayors?
Okay. So you're mayor, right?
Right.
So majority of these mayors in these cities is what?
In my city is white. Okay,
no. Well, I don't know your specific, but in the majority of the cities where black people at, is it fair to say that they have black representation?
That could be, but I've never seen it.
Okay, but trust me, I don't know what you live in
in Wisconsin and Milwaukee. They don't have no black.
Well, I'm not
type of black leadership.
Because see, the thing is that's one misconception that people do. Is like, look, Donald Trump didn't have more power than the mayors. Donald Trump didn't have more power than the city councilmen. Donald Trump didn't have more power than the governors. So what you fail to realize is that a mayor can tell the president to kiss his or her ass. We seen it during the C-19. Everybody can tell a president to kiss their ass. Mm-hmm. Everybody worried about this Roe versus Wade, but you know what? At the end of the day, who going to make the policies? So now I'm just get to this point, right? My whole point is this. I understand what you're trying to say, but to call us coons when you can't defeat our argument, that doesn't make us a coon. Be honest with you, or a house nigga, that makes you a house nigga.
No, what I'm trying to say, like, I want to say this because I know y'all rotating, and I actually have a lot of examples, but I don't got time for that on this show right now.
Can I answer your question?
Hold on once,
Yeah.
Chaotic. I just want to throw this in there.
Yeah.
When we talk about freedom and how the military keep us free to be able to do what we're doing now, I would argue that since I've been living and the research that I have studied and been to school, all this other good stuff, when they say they protecting us, when I thought about it, I'm like, damn. I can't name one country outside of the 9/11. I can't name one country that actually came over here fucking with America. Usually those other countries are afraid of America. What I do see is America going around bullying and punking people. I think America is the one. The other countries need to be protected from America.
Go ahead, Chaotic.
Okay. I would like to answer this question. Now, listen.
So y'all didn't fight for our freedom.
Well, I want to ask you a question real quick.
Because nobody fucking with us.
Logic's not on the panel anymore, so I don't think anybody's a service member as far as my knowledge on the panel. Let me answer your question.
Go ahead, Chaotic.
You said something, and I don't think you meant any malicious. I don't think you had a malicious nature behind it. I never said let's look down upon the Pookies and the Ray Ray.
But that's how it come off.
I know, and I can understand that. But hear me out for a minute. Countries that are ran by the Pookies and the Ray Ray are dysfunctional and pretty much failed states. I'll give you an example. In the 1990s, there was a man called Valentine Strasser. He was a 24-year-old officer in the military in Sierra Leone. Took over the country. The country was an absolute nightmare. I'll give you another example. Charles Taylor in Liberia, a Pookie, took over Liberia. Look at the shit show that happened when he took over. Let's look at Ukraine. Oh, can't say that word because they get us off here. But look at what's going on right now in the U right now.
Right.
Pookie and Ray Ray run country. Look how shitty it is. When the intellects, when the individuals who are scientists, the individuals who are who have the best interest of the people are taking over, the countries are better. So I'm not looking down upon anybody. I'm just stating facts. Listen, Jamie Dimon, hear me out, who is the CEO of Chase Bank, private school education. He is more powerful than any white gangster that had ever lived in this country. Jamie Dimon. Bill Gates, who's a complete nerd, he's more powerful, has more security, has more influence over any mafioso in this country. When the criminals or when the Pookies or Ray Ray take over, you get what you get, like you get in most black countries or most countries in South America or most countries in Southeast Asia. You get shit shows because the Pookie and Ray Ray does not have the intellect like the intellectuals do. You know why they don't? Because the fucking Pookie and Ray Ray, just like a lot of people in the society, talk shit about the intellectuals. Well, if you're so intellectual, why are you talking shit about them then? What I'm saying was I can give you example after example.
Right, I get your point,
Pookies and Ray. Listen, I take it even further.
But you know one thing you didn't name, Chaotic? You know one thing you didn't name?
Go ahead.
You didn't name the smart black men that's running something. Only thing they're doing is trying to lie with whites.
I can do that for you right now. When Thomas Sankara took over Burkina Faso, it used to be called Upper Volta in 1984. Thomas Sankara was an intellect. He was a revolutionary, and within 4 years,
how come y'all not running nothing now?
Sorry, give me. You asked me.
Okay, I'm sorry, my bad.
The time period, but I'm giving you. When he took over the country, sir, it became a beautiful country, resource wealthy. He put the people to work. He gave women all types of rights. And you know who killed him? A fucking Pookie, which was his friend Blaise Compaoré, who just got deposed of 3 years ago because the people got tired of his nigga shit. Now, the same thing happened over in Congo. When Patrice Lumumba took over, he was a revolutionary and intellect. But you know who killed him? A fucking Pookie. We know who that was who took over. It was I forgot his damn name off the top of my head. Took over. He siphoned out all the money of the country for himself. I don't know. Mobutu. When Mobutu took over, look what that fucking idiot did. I can give you country after country where a fucking Pookie has taken over, and I can show you the absolute devastation. So yes, these shows of yesteryear are a representation of what blacks could have.
Chaotic, can I ask you one question? Can I ask you one question before you
No. Hold on, Jay Prince.
Yeah.
See, this is the problem, right? That's why I can even deal with Q Butter. Like, he probably aligned with you on some of the stuff, but you know what we can have? We can have an actual conversation with him not calling me a house nigga. You know what I'm saying? we can have a conversation without me slandering
Thank you guys for the super chats.
the FDA. So the thing is you got to strengthen your argument. And I know that sounds so cliche, but the thing is
I agree with that.
All we doing is we're stating the obvious truth.
Okay.
We're stating the obvious truth, and what?
I just want to say one more point real quick, and thank you, Logic.
Go ahead, Chaotic.
When Stalin took over Russia, you can look it up. It was gangsterism. It was thug culture there. It was all types of criminality there. When he took over, he stopped that shit in one generation. And look what happened to Russia at the USSR. Yes, the country did fail. I will admit that. But all that shit, when Fidel Castro took over, all that nigga, all that gang, I'm saying nigga, I'm saying nigga is an ignorance. When all that shit was happening in Cuba and he took over, all that shit stopped. Because you know why? It takes a great leader to say, you know what? The intellects have to run society. This nigga shit can't keep going on. Because we get nigga results. Whether it's
can I ask you one? Elijah, can I please let me ask him one question before you're off?
Go ahead.
Okay,
go ahead.
You named all of those people, and I appreciate that. Okay, and you also said America is the greatest, one of the greatest countries,
it's the greatest country on the planet,
the greatest country. Okay,
yes.
So you start talking about all them other pookies that's taking over all these other countries. Okay, who took over Africa? Whites. Who took over America? Whites. Who took over the natives? Who land was this? White.
Sir,
no, please let me finish.
You asked me a question. I was trying to answer you.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Okay.
Who took over the Mexican states in America? Whites. So how come you not calling out all of those white people that stole this America?
If it was not for
they not pookies,
sir. There was internal strife in Africa before the white man got over there.
I understand that.
There were tribes warring with each other left and right. The blacks there couldn't even have a unified lingua franca, which is language. I have to admit this, sir. If it was not for the intervention of Europeans, you would still be in a mud hut chucking a spear, sir.
Oh my
God. You would, sir. You wouldn't be in America. Go to Africa, live in a rural area if you believe what you believe. It's the truth, sir. You're talking about this very same country that
are you serious? So you gonna give whites a pass,
right?
I'm not even thanking whites for slaving us,
sir. Can I speak? I'm not coddling or catering to anybody. I'm just stating a fact. Your feet right now are in the white man's shoes on the white man's country. You live in the house built by the banks that the white man has. I bet you your car isn't African. Show me.
I bet you it was black people who built it.
Your car is white made, sir. I didn't see you driving a goat or a zebra, sir.
Who built this? Who built them though?
Show me your zebra, sir.
Who built it though, Chaotic?
Show me.
And this is what Logic. This is why I said.
Logic. Can this man show me
you got house
zebra?
niggas and you got field niggas.
Can this man?
He do not want to agree. Nothing that I said about the whites being pookie,
sir.
We learned pookie behavior from whites.
Okay.
Let me finish.
Florida was built off crack cocaine.
Logic. Sir, I am not putting whites on a pedestal. I am just stating. I'm stating a fact, sir. The fact of the matter is that you are not in an African country. You're not in a Black Caribbean country. You are over here in the white countries.
Correction. Blacks was already here.
Benefiting off of the fruits of what their ancestors did, sir. How come you're not in a rural part of Africa?
What I'm explaining to you, Chaotic, blacks is already here. First off, let's get to some pookie. Let's describe pookies. When we talk about drug dealing, right? We got states in America that was built off crack cocaine. Florida is one of them. So all of these drugs that's been allowed in a country that's supposed to be these good, upstanding people, conservative, but they allow drugs and guns and violence.
Sir,
Pookie
is the white
behavior.
man forcing the black man to kill each other and hold the gun to kill each other, sir?
All right. So look.
Oh my God.
JP. Look.
Yeah, this and I respect all y'all on here though.
Thank you, sir.
Thank
you guys for the super chats. These super chats are coming in exponentially. Thank you.
You called me a house nigga. How you gonna call me a house nigga and say you respect me?
No, what I'm like Chaotic said, I didn't mean no malicious thing beyond it, but it's like when that dude was on here, he liked to talk about niggas and call pookies niggas and basically down at us. So you got to get that clap back. It is two type of black people up here. You got the pookies, the field niggas, and you got the house niggas.
Okay, all right. So we you got your piece in. Look,
Thank
I
you.
ain't even got the energy for it. So hey, salute, respect, man. You know what? Come back.
all right, Logic. All right, Canada, y'all.
we got. Oh, okay. All right. Who is that? Somebody echoing. Is that somebody got YouTube on? All right, there it goes. It's gone. All right. What's going on, Q brother? Shit, I can barely hear your mic, man.
Yo.
Yeah. You got something to add to the conversation?
Yeah, y'all was going in mad different talking points. So I was just listening. I think the rhetoric and the way in which we pack out our talking points, is where people get their descriptions from. If you come up here caping for women, you're gonna get called a simp. If you're up there talking about against black people, you're gonna get called a coon. If you're up there talk about this, you're gonna get called that. It comes with the territory. The reality is the talking points can be sometimes like, coming from a place that's not felt, like, like heartfelt. Like to act like the government, the dissentment that black people have against the government doesn't come from a real place. Like, it's 2022. That's a fact. There's a reason why black people have a dissentment against the government and different aspects of the government.
I want to add something to this because going back to the topic about Candace Owens, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I just want to bring it up, like, and she's not really a politician, but when we would be willing to agree that she's addressing issues head on, not curving it, not sidelining, not actually using blueprints like, social service and stuff like that. I was looking at this damn TV show the other day about the Baltimore police. What's the name of that TV show? It just
show on HBO.
Yeah. Fuck, whatever it is. Y'all chat niggas know what it is. And then when the mayor was up against the actually, trying to stop some stuff to actually producing results, not the wire, but she said no, she got to keep her YMCAs and all that kind of stuff open. And that keep bringing me to this point that I always say, it's like, you know what? Every guy that make it, Kevin Durant, he made a gym out here in DC. And then you're making a gym to get people to the NBA, correct? I mean, that's ideally the goal, correct? To get somebody a job, right? So, like, if I was fit to make a just say a school for, damn, hold up, I ain't got my normal setup. So if I'm doing a school for computer programming, and then now I'm actually doing that to make computer programmers, correct? So when we do gyms in our community all the time, and we do boxing rings in our gym all the time, and then it's only less than 1% that can even make it, I'm like this. I have to agree with Candace Owens. I'd rather deal with her approach because her approach get results. We need results out here in these streets. We can't sit here and keep putting all our eggs in one basket when we get to dealing with, progression. And now even you, Q Butter, you deal with progression. Why you ain't open up a gym, Q Butter?
I ain't get the chance. So on first chance I get, I'm doing a gym.
You had to be a nigga. But then I was just saying, though, but no, let's keep it funky, though. You did a school for a reason, right? Why did you do a school over a gym?
I mean, just fundamental, like the priorities.
And that's my point. Now, when it's going to become a priority for our culture overall?
I think it depends on how you choose to look at our culture. Because I literally went on tour and found black people that was very progressive, that built schools, that opened bookstores, that opened into politics, that built community centers all over the country. Unfortunately, what we appeal to, relationship conversations and shit like that, hip hop shit, whatever. That's what people appeal to. But I'm not gonna act like black people aren't doing stuff. Like Brooklyn just graduated so many black kids in the A class. I'm talking about black boys in East New York and Brownsville and Bushwick and all these Bed-Stuy doing great numbers. Philly's doing that. New Jersey's doing that. Atlanta's doing that. They're not talking about the thousands of black kids who are doing great in high school right now. That the thousands of graduates we about to have that went through school through COVID and that are hitting the market. What we choose to promote and what's allowed to promote and what we don't promote, we got to look at those things. Even for myself, I'm on the part where no, I want to put more promotion. Like at the end of the day, we can talk about all the violence in the hood, but I don't see nobody in the hood putting up promote posters, giving opportunities to these kids. Like they got COVID done opened up. I don't know what it is in y'all, but COVID done turned New York City back to old New York City. 10 o'clock at night, the whole certain areas is completely laid out with holes. I'm talking about butt ass naked in New York City right now. Mad all over New York now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So it's like if somebody's either going to attack it and put shit out there for opportunities, or we just going to sit here and talk. I don't want to be part of the generation when we look at the 80s.
Can I ask a question?
Wait, hold on, player. Hold on 1 minute, brother. This is what I think is disrespectful, Q-Butter. That ever since I met you that time, right? I've been following your shit, right? You know what I'm saying? I peep you out. What you doing? Who deserved to be in the White House first? You or Lil Baby?
I'm not interested in going to the White House.
No. I ain't saying that. I'm saying based off of merits. Based off of merits and merits alone.
That's not. I mean, Donald Trump got in the White House. I mean, like, I'm not one to. You know, I understand. I understand your point. Is just
so don't do that. Then let's have a conversation though. I'm just
popularity means a lot in America.
I know, but I ain't saying popularity. I'm talking about merits based on your merits.
I agree.
You deserve something, right? But our community don't give it to you. You just said you just said New York right now is the streets full of naked hoes, right? Right, they locked down. They ain't trying to do nothing good. But like I said, we gotta stop killing the positivity. If you can debate Candace Owens points, then do that. Like I said, do it. But don't come up here and say, you know what, just because she's conservative and black people traditionally Democrats, then I'm gonna think differently about that lady. Did you hear that dude that came up here? He couldn't even argue none of her talking points. Only thing he said about the lady, she wear pantsuits. That's all I'm saying, brother. Go, I'll pass the UK out. You got it. Oh, this nigga gonna lead. We can't hear you, brother. Yeah.
No, I'm saying we have new people on the panel. I'll give it up to them.
All right.
Well, I wanted good. Nice to meet you. I occasionally watch the show. I wanted to chime in on the guy that just spoke. I think he left though. A lot of incorrect points that he made, and I don't know who the guy is up here. When he made the points about like you're not driving an African car, I was literally like clapping in the background.
Oh, thank you.
People have to look at this from a logical perspective. Like this whole idea of being angry at whites is, I don't think it's productive. I think that there's no place that I've seen historically where black people as a whole are going to do well, right? If you look at the three main superpowers, if we look at the United States, we look at Russia, and we look at China, the gentleman, I don't think you really know what real racism is until you meet another one of those superpowers. So I think that what happens is people here live in a false sense of reality. I think that the guy at the top, outlaid the reality about his house being built by whites and him being in a white person's country to a certain extent and speaking English. I think it behooves the people here to get along with them instead of like all the constant conflict and blame. Blame gets you nowhere. I'm a Candace Owens fan, by the way. A lot of the things that she says.
Yeah. Candace Owens 2024.
I'm gonna go with Trump. I'm gonna go back with Trump for 2024. But
I think he might be too old to run. What do you think?
But for the gentleman that chimed in about New York,
yeah.
At what point in time do we realize that some people don't want help? And at what point in time do we stop blaming people? You said New York is full of butt naked hoes and is dangerous. Yeah, that's because the people in those neighborhoods. That's what. Your neighborhoods are a remnant of the people that live in them. So if your neighborhood is messed up, maybe the people in those neighborhoods are messed up. And there has to become a certain point in time where we stop blaming other people.
No, see, to that point, I don't do blame. I do rationalization and understanding so I can figure out how to move forward. I do work. And so the point was, if we're going to take accountability for our community, what I was going to say was, I'm not going to be part of the generation 20 years from now where they say, well, what did y'all do to stop the crime? They're going to look back and say, well, Q put all these promotion up there to say, like, no, let's promote what we want to see happen. Let's connect the programs and give them a platform so that they can see more action being done by those who want to take accountability. For me, as a racist Black person, for me, responsibility is everything. I don't put responsibility on anybody for us. Every single thing that's wrong in the Black community is our fault. That's the only way we can find power through it, is by taking hold of it and saying, we want to fix everything. Yeah, we know these white folks did this shit. I don't give a fuck who's on the opposite side of the chess game. There's always going to be somebody there. Our side of the game got to be, we always going to outplay them. And we got to level up.
What's the score? What's the score right now? You're talking about outplaying somebody. What's the score right now?
The fact is, we haven't been winning.
And do people want to win? Because from what I understand, when I look at 2020 and I look at how people vote, I don't see a group of people that want to win.
No, I unfortunately, that's the statistics. That's the reality of the work. So either you're going to say they don't want to win, or you're going to find ways to make them win. If you were a marketer, right? If you had a new product, would you say people don't want this product, or are you going to come up with a marketing plan that's going to entice people to take on your product?
Well, I agree. You can make people win, but when you do that, if the government today or the powers that be were to take steps to make Black people or force Black people to win, you would have a bunch of people protesting about civil rights. So, for example, in China, there is no crying to the police. There is no protesting, no justice, no peace, none of that. You're either going to get in the gym and do what you're supposed to do, or you're going to jail.
China, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they have crazy protests in China as well, though. But the reality
is, they suppress them pretty quickly. There's nothing like, they don't have anything like we had here in 2020.
But they don't have a constitution like America.
Okay, so is it the constant?
You can't compare the two. If you're going to break about America, the right in America that we have is to have our Second Amendment. And that Second Amendment, the First Amendment rights, and Holy Amendment rights, we can talk the shit we want. I can come and say, fuck the government, and they can't say nothing about it. That's our Constitution.
Okay, but you have the right. You have the right.
Like, if I wanted to, that's the right in America.
But you have the right to fail then. So if you're seeing neighborhoods that are failing, it's because those people are using their constitutional right to fail. It's not the system. It's not the white man. It's your choices that have led you to fail.
Exactly.
Well, lack of leadership.
Yeah, but see, the thing is, I think the bigger point of what he's saying is that America is a double-edged sword. The thing we complain about is also the things that we praise. I mean, it's insane. If you want to be honest, just look at everything that we complain about. You throw your ass in China. Everybody say, like, you know what I'm saying, Jay Prince. Hey, I want to see Jay Prince in China. I want to see Jay Prince in any other country but America. And like I said, we got a position where I'm saying this, like, since we still talk about politics, right? So, and I keep saying this shit. Have anybody read the equity executive order on this panel?
Yeah, no.
See, and I don't know why y'all don't read it. I'm saying, please go to whitehouse.gov and go to executive orders and read the equity executive order signed in office by Joe Biden. Right now, at my job, I have to. It's a tier list. That right now, black women right now, if black women put on a Muslim scarf, they can get a job as an astronaut right now based off of equity.
Facts.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the qualifications. So now, like I said, how can you have an equity policy and then people come up and say this is a racist country? I have to disagree. You know what I'm saying? You got a whole White House that's filled with black staffers right now. It's filled with black staffers to the point where they're leaving. They call it Black X or something like that. It's a whole article about all the black staffers that work in the White House that's leaving. So now you cannot tell me that I gotta give you the upper hand when I sit here at a job application. You're black, you're a woman, you're Muslim. Okay, regardless, I gotta hire you now. You're shoe in for a second interview, and you telling me that's racist? No, it's not racist. It's black people don't take advantage of it, because on this show alone, I said 1,000,000 times, read the equity executive order, please, people. And nobody read it.
Okay.
I digress.
I would like to remind everyone that the topic, and we're in the ballpark, but the topic mainly is about the differences between Family Matters and Love and Hip Hop.
Yeah.
And what I have to say is this, man. Again, it was just mentioned that we are not winning. That could be a perspective. I can understand that on a perspective of industry. Are we automobile manufacturers? No. But Nigeria right now, they currently have made their own car, and I think 75% of the resources come from the actual country itself, and they export some resources from Japan, I think. But you could say that
Are you Nigerian?
Yes, you could say that Nigerians are making vehicles now. But what I'm saying is when you look at a character like Steve Urkel, now this is the original conversation. I want to point this out. Steve Urkel was an inventor. He was a genius. He was a geneticist. He was an engineer. He was, a biologist. And when you look at that, it's like a mind fuck. It's like, wow, they had a character that was black, that if blacks took that example, we could become the superior race. And not to dominate over anyone, etc., but to become a superior race. But now we've digressed to Love and Hip Hop, which is ignorance. And other shows like Power. And to have people say, oh, well, Ghost, he's an intellect. Ghost is a fucking murderer. He's a drug dealer. What are you talking about? And Power doesn't promote intellectualism. And that's all that I was just trying to say to Jay Prince. But I digress from that. That's all I was trying to do.
I have a quick point that I would like to address. So you said we, right? The idea of somebody being quote unquote black is an American concept, right?
It is.
So by you saying we, are you including black Americans such as myself? Or are you including, because if I go to Nigeria, or the gentleman above from New York goes to Nigeria and we say we're all the same. We're not all the same, because even in Nigeria, it's Igbo, Yoruba, and Hausa, I believe, right?
But that's why, and I'm a strong proponent of African Americans. I believe that African Americans are the superior African of the diaspora, the most educated, and have the highest standard of living. So stop worrying about, and I'm not saying anything to you, but we need to stop, and I'm talking about people who live in America. We need to stop worrying about what Ethiopians think, or what people from Senegal think, or any other third world shithole on this planet, whether it's a South American country or an Asian country. We as Americans have to set the standard. But when I say we, I'm talking about Americans.
Okay, but you use Nigeria as an example. But no,
I use Nigeria as an example of industry for cars.
Agreed.
I get where you're coming from.
But the funny thing about it is most black people today are becoming more and more anti-American. Not like their grandfather. Their grandfathers, even under the height of segregation, were still proud Americans, right? And it's kind of like they're trying to teach us to give up our birthright.
Yeah.
And it's like, no, I won't give up the best country in the world, even though historically some people weren't treated as equal.
Yeah. It's that lazy notion of victimhood. And I got to go back to older shows. When I watch Different World, I'm like, damn, man, I love being a black American. When I watched Cosby Show, I said, damn, I love these shows. But now you have so many shows that preach victimhood that I can only imagine how many blacks in the country feel like they're victims to say, oh, F America, we were slaves. I'm like, no, you weren't. You were born in 2004. What are you talking about? But I'm telling you, shows of yesteryear, they promoted so many great things that you felt proud to be a graduate of one of these great universities and be a member of a Black Greek organization, or even work for a company. It's like, wow, I feel proud. Like Dwayne Wade worked for a computer company in the show, and I'm like, damn, he's proud to have a honest job. But now you have Power, and it promotes drug dealing and sex every 2 seconds. But nevertheless,
would you say that's a remnant of American society as a whole? I mean, because we're becoming all Americans, right? And you see, tomorrow's the first day of a certain month that I don't want to go down the tubes on in terms of YouTube. but we're all becoming slowly degenerate as Americans, right?
And that's
And
a damn shame.
Okay,
Can
so
I-
hold
can
on.
I go
say
real quick?
something, one thing so I can get off of here because it was about the topic. I just want to say one thing that I do agree with Candace Owens. It did change, you know, the perception. But with that, again, that, you know, TV is not real life. And we have to take our kids away from that with seeing those things. The shows cannot be popular if you don't watch them. And also, you know, boycotting, the producers are, you know, taking that away from media. And also Black people don't own media. So YouTube is, you know, a great platform because it does get, you know, people talking and you get to show a different light of Black people. But it's honestly, you can't take TV as real life. And when you don't see someone that looks like your color on TV, you should still not take that behaviors and apply it to the real world. So that's just all I had to say, you know, on Candace Owens. And I do agree with her with that. It is a propaganda. It is, you know, promoting it, but it has to be taken. It's not real. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
I would, sorry, gentlemen at the bottom, go ahead. You guys are having talk. Sorry about that.
Guys, I want to say first, thank you all for this show that you have.
Absolutely.
Okay. First off, I'm an old man, GED on food stamps, so I'm not smart or educated like you guys.
No, don't say that.
I'm an old ugly Pookie and Ray Ray.
You're probably smarter than all of us, man. Trust me.
But I gotta ask this question. I gotta ask as an old man, what is this Candace Owens hype?
Can I answer that question? Your phone.
Owens.
You went mute. I'll tell you what the hype is.
What is it?
Can I tell them what the hype is first, guys?
Go ahead.
The Black woman has been stereotyped and disrespected to the point where the stereotype has become the reality. But when you see Candace Owens, she speaks proper English. I said it 2 hours ago. She dresses well. She has the best interest of the Black community, bettering themselves for posterity. When you see that, you say, in my opinion, wow, Black women should be like this. Instead of when I go out in public, talking with their necks, attitudes, and she doesn't have those things, at least from what I've seen. And I believe that should be the template of what a Black woman should be. And going back to what I was saying about the old TV shows versus the new ones, even though it is fiction, I'm married now, but you want your wife to be a Claire Huxtable. You want her to be one of those women rather than the shit that we see now. I don't want my wife to be that short Black chick on Power, which a lot of Black women in the beauty store, they love. Oh, did you see her? I can't believe Ghost did that to her. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? But go ahead.
Okay, now I gotta ask a question.
Go ahead.
Can you show me one time when she told the truth? Because
when Candace Owens tells the truth.
George Floyd.
I never heard her tell the truth.
George Floyd.
Thank you, George Floyd. Thank you. You took the words out of my
mouth.
mouth.
When she talked about Cardi B and WAP. When she talked about illegal immigration.
Hold on. See, the thing is you're bringing an argument to us, so you shouldn't ask us when she told the truth. You should be telling us when she lied.
I don't get. Okay. What about the NAACP issue where she said that she was gonna? No, she was against the NAACP, but then she turned around. We find out that they helped her with some lawsuit she had back when she was going through some kind of.
Yes, because
I got one more.
Hold on. You're right. But that was earlier in her childhood when she was. I mean, now think about it. And she said this, and I don't want to make this about like her. I'd rather make it about her policies. Like,
okay, yeah, I want that too.
So if you gonna bring it to us, right? So bring it to us and say I disagree with this policy. The NAACP is just like it's another version of Black Lives Matter to me. Let's keep it funky.
Okay. Now, when you talk about policies, you speak about you'll go with a good policy, whether it's Republican or Democrat. But when you speak about the cities and the chaos therein, you'll show that it's a Democratic mayor. Now, can you show me where a Republican mayor, his city is going real well right now?
If you want, sir, look at the map. If you want,
no, I don't see it. To be honest, no city's going well right now. No city's going well.
Yeah,
no, I'm
so you're telling me a city like Denton isn't going well. A city like Highland Park isn't going well. You're going to say something like that,
brother? I can.
So there's no shootings and killings going on
in Highland Park. In Highland Park, no.
Hold up. Just make it simple, right? Look at the areas of crime. Look at the areas of poverty. Look at the areas of everywhere that you see that we have situations in America, and you see it will be aligned around cities. And then you see who control the politics in cities.
And it's Democrats.
So, and it's obvious. I mean, like I said, it's not emotional. And you can't just say it's a city, because you'll see a Republican ran city. And I'm not a Republican. I'm a policy man. When I look at, I'm going to tell you something I did. I had, during the 2000 and the last election, right? I put up both policies for each candidate, right? With no face. You know what the whole chat, at the time I was doing YouTube, you know which one the whole chat voted for? They voted for Donald Trump. When I put that face up there to reveal to them what policies they was going for, you know what? They immediately said, I agree, but no, they switched it. So like I said, you got emotions towards this lady. Like I said, fight the policies. Deal with the policies.
Well, here's the deal. When you talk about the policies, me personally, I haven't seen any policy where it affect me one way or the other. But
she's not a politician, so she can't create policy.
Well, that's true. But the thing is, though, when you talk, even if we don't talk about your childhood or all of that stuff, anything in the past, that's the past. You can't do nothing about 1 second ago. But as today, I don't see anything that she says that if I listen to her, I would vote for her for president.
Fair enough.
I don't get it. I mean, personally. Now,
can you name any other woman of color?
For what?
Well, I'm just saying, like, can you name a woman of color who you think should be pedestalized?
I don't know. Sir, I'm sorry now. I'm old school. You don't pedestalize no hoe. I'm so God.
Hey, that's just nah, bro. That's just disrespectful, bro. That's just disrespectful.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. I didn't mean to say that.
No, man, hold on, bro. Hold on. Let me get in here. Let me get in here on that one, panel. Can I please get in here on that one? Because if you look at the chat, I've been waiting a long time.
Okay, yeah, I got you. You good. But the thing is that I agree with him though. Oh, somebody, I think that's you. You got your YouTube open in the back. Look, I don't take offense to what you said, and I told you. No, you don't say it again. You don't what?
You don't pedestalize a woman.
When you say
that's wrong. That's wrong.
I thought you said a hoe.
Well, so no, you don't say hoe's a bad word, and we don't cuss on. We're gonna stop cussing.
Okay,
if you got a cuss jar, I'll put some money in the cuss jar.
Watch this. Maxine Waters pedestalized a hoe, correct? With a Megan Thee Stallion.
I don't pedestalize Mac. Why do y'all?
Wait. Oh shit! You acting like
guys, we're not okay, first off, let's go back to the policies. Can we go to the policies? Let's stop pedestalizing. No pedestalizing.
Go,
sir. Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yes, sir.
I used to be a school teacher many years ago.
Okay. First, can I say one thing? I want to say to all you servicemen, thank you for your service, and ladies, go ahead.
I appreciate
it. Would it have been wrong for me to tell young black girls to look up to Macy Jameson? Do you guys know who Macy Jameson is? Exactly. Macy Jameson is the first black female astronaut. And this is another thing that I'm talking about here. So wait a minute. So this is what I'm saying here. So this woman was an astronaut. Nope.
Okay.
And generally, people don't know who she is. I find that fascinating. But is it wrong for me as a teacher to look at little black girls and say, guys, we are going to be a spacefaring race one day, and this is a pioneer right here. This woman here who went into space in 91, 92, I can't remember which year it was, but 91, 92. Is that wrong?
No, that's what we're supposed to do.
Okay.
Okay, so hold on, Chaotic, you brought up a good point, right? So he named the first black astronaut, right? And we clueless, right? But can you name me the dead rapper that was the lead singer on the NWA?
What?
No, I'm just saying. Can you name me the
lead singer on NWA?
Yes. Who was the lead singer of NWA? He's now
We had
dead.
to go further back from him.
All right. Or
NWA were rappers. They weren't singers.
He said rappers, sir.
I said rappers. NWA. Who was the lead singer for NWA? The lead rapper. All right, watch this. Watch this.
I was the lead rapper.
No, he wasn't. Easy. All right. Who was the Philadelphia singer that actually got paralyzed in a car accident in Philadelphia?
Oh.
Huh?
Come on, you talking about
Who? Tell me.
Come on, Teddy Pendergrass.
Teddy Pendergrass. Now that's Mr. Logic nigga quiz, right? Cause see the thing about this, you can name me. Look at that. Q-Butter don't like it, but it hit every time. You can tell me you can tell me Teddy Pendergrass. You can name me this, but anything of substance in our community, it's not highlighted.
But Logic, according to Jay Prince's logic, we're putting down the Pookies and Ray Rays because we're pedestalizing a Macy Jameson, an astronaut. But hey, I digress.
Oh, all right, watch this. Watch
But
this.
now, okay, guys, I'm not going to stay here too long because I just want to ask one more question. Can I ask one more question? Then I'm going to get off of here. No, and serious, I'm sorry about the comment. I didn't mean that comment. Old folks, I got a crooked eye and it makes me say wrong things.
Now that was funny.
What I want to say is this. All right. Every election, the Republicans wave the Confederate flag. Should I get warm feelings when they do that?
Sir, never mind.
Okay,
Ahead,
so
Logic.
all right, can I take this because somebody actually brought up the Confederate flag in here? I'd say you'd have to do the same thing when you see people from the Democratic Party waving the rainbow flag. You'll see a lot of that starting tomorrow. Right? Because they're saying that they're the new civil rights, right? Aren't they using a legacy I think people of your age went through to say that they're the exact same compared to what you just went through?
Yeah.
Even though they were never denied the right to vote based upon their supposed struggle, or they were never, they were never not allowed to read based upon their supposed struggle. So if we're going to allow that flag, I think that's at the bottom for me. So it all becomes tolerable with that.
All right. I got to do one more thing. I got to do a nigga test, right? So
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. We got to do this nigga test to check the post. Hey, Miss Fancy. How you doing, Miss Fancy?
I'm doing good. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Is you ready to take Mr. Logic nigga test?
Yeah.
All right. So who replaced Jen Psaki as the at her position in the White House?
I don't know. I don't know much about
Bro, you're hilarious.
John.
No, wait. All right.
Let me tell you that I'll probably get them all wrong because I didn't grow up around politics.
Oh, okay, wait. Hold
on.
All right, so you don't know, right?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So who is Jay-Z married to?
Queen Bee.
Mr. Logic nigga quiz is undefeated.
Well, that's fine. But
wait. And just so people can know, I think that the chick name is like Karen John.
Petite. She's a Haitian lady. Yeah.
Saint Pierre or John Pierre. Yeah.
Who doesn't know anything about the position she's in?
I do.
She knows about another type of position.
Oh, sir.
Yo, Logic. What are the layers of the earth?
I don't care. It's spinning. Hey, Q-Bud, I'm finna kick your ass off. You try
That's a good question, though. What are
I had to.
Hold on. Q Butter, Cam back up before we go to fan. Look,
I'm fucking with that attitude.
That's not a nigga quiz question. Nigga quiz questions, you got to give me the equivalent of something that we should know, but something that we do know.
I'm excited. I think we should know the layers of the earth and how it affects the overall geological environment and the expanse is going. Look at what's going on. We had the largest dead zone in history in the last 2 years. Look, if we understood our environment and earth sciences, we would have been able to recognize that we had that disease going on in Flint. And we'd have recognized that the water was messed up because that water, the disease only comes from dirty water.
What is it? How many layers of the earth is it? 8?
What?
Depends if you break it down mechanically. If you do it mechanically or chemically, it's 3. Then you break it down mechanically, it goes into like 6.
Okay. All right. Hey, thank you. See, I'm willing to learn. You know what I'm saying?
I was sitting here like, damn, I was gonna ask you, like, what is the slope of a line?
Y equals mx plus b.
I was like, yo, everybody should know that one. I was like,
Y squared minus x1.
All right. We can move on, man. Go ahead, Chaotic. Go ahead. We got Miss Fancy. Hold on. Chat players. Thank y'all, man, for the super chats. Thank y'all. We booming tonight. You know what I'm saying? What we gonna name this show? Is it gonna be Logical Chaotic or Logical Chaos or Chaotic or Logic? What?
Logic. Hold on for a second. I got something to say real quick to Jay Prince in the chat. He said, "Oh, it's cool for people to call the Pookie a Pookie, but you can't call a house nigga." Jay Prince, there has been no nigga in the history of niggerdom that has ever walked up to a gang banging nigga and said, "You a Pookie." Nigga, stop. That's the equivalent of a dude walking up to Marlo saying, "Nigga, you got to stop selling dope here." Yeah.
All right, yeah. So y'all look, y'all put it under the comment under this video right now. Run the comments up under this video. What we gonna name this show? Logical Chaotic, Logical Chaos, or come on, you the school teacher, goddamn Chaotic, help me out, nigga.
I'm Chaotic Truth, and this is Logic. This is the Logic show.
How about Logical Chaos?
Logical Chaos, yeah.
Yeah. We good. Go ahead, Miss Space.
Well, first, I am happy about this show. It's so much knowledge on here. It's a good way to think. But this is what I came up here for. First, thank you to the guy who apologized for saying the rude word about women. Thank you for that. And the second thing is I am a 80s baby. So I know everything that Chaotic is talking about far as the Cosbys, the Family Matters. And we had to go to bed by 9. And I think that's when Martin just started coming on. That was the worst. So 8:30, we're going to bed. And I know now the difference is it's a big difference. Then all the women wanted, we weren't just trying to get bags. We were trying to be to help the world. The Huxtable mom, she was a lawyer. So all the women from my generation, you know, the jobs that we picked were for the community, most of them. So the things they've changed. And I think that we are kind of a dying breed, a working breed, but, you know, we still believed in family. So I just wanted to speak to that. Now, far as Candace, I didn't like her in the beginning. Well, actually, I just started liking her today, honestly. And that's coming from Democratic thinking going over to Republican. And that's because I do have a son. And I know that in the chat, they're saying that she doesn't like Black men. But I think that she does. If you think about the laws that they have for education now, the unisex bathrooms and all that kind of stuff, I don't want to raise my son that way. So that's making me shift to Republican. And when you think about it, you know, the Democrats, they haven't really helped us, and it's definitely not going to help the next generation. So that's all I have to say.
It's so funny because people say she doesn't like Black men, but you shoe stepping for Kamala, though.
Well, I don't know much about Kamala. I heard about the crime bill and, you know, how all of that, people were really mad. I can only speak to what is, you know, important to me because I have a 7-year-old. So this is what I'm really focusing on. So I can't speak to it because
hold on.
You on camera?
Yeah, you eat ribs on. Come on now, bro. You eat a whole plate of ribs and goddamn neck bones, man. You know you on live, right?
I'm hungry as shit now.
I mean chicken.
Chicken, that's even worse. Oh my God.
And arroz con gandules.
I didn't get it. But that's all I had to say. Y'all got any pushback before I go?
When you were a kid, I was born in 84. When you were a kid, remember it was almost a treat if your parents fell asleep and you could watch New York Undercover. Like, oh shit!
Best theme music ever. Best opening theme music ever.
I was like, oh man, mom and dad go to sleep. I could watch it. See, you couldn't even watch New York Undercover, and that's softcore compared to what's out right now.
Yeah, Channel 4.
Yeah.
You know, I will say, I think the pushback that I will give, there is an element of ignorance that we have to acknowledge, but there's also an independent element that's behind it. And so I think some of us should just also look at the independent and say, like, create your own content. Like, when I think about power, I also understand that that's part of 50 Cent's legacy. Like, he went from music, getting shot, doing music, platinum, almost $1 billion, drinks, and now he's doing art. So for me, I'm like, all right, if you don't like his art, make your own fucking art. You see what I mean? If he can get shot and graduate off of Rikers Island, all this other shit, and you can go to fucking a top black school and get grade A's, why the fuck you can't make your own movie? Like, to me, the excuse bar becomes zero. Like, if you don't like power, make your own Black Matter movies and shit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really like the hood movies. I'm waiting for the black zombie movie and shit. Anybody want to make a black zombie movie or a space movie, gangsters in space type shit I want to do, but I ain't gonna hate on 50 Cent shit. It's just, you know, that's his shit. You know what I mean?
You like the show Atlanta?
I can say that my mom didn't let me
I don't
do
watch
that,
none of them
but-
shit, bro. I don't watch none. I don't want my black card to get removed and shit. I start talking about the TV shows I get, they gonna kill me on my channel. Like, Q, I heard what TV shows you watch. Your RBG card is gone, son. You be watching Walking Dead and Discovery and Star Trek and shit.
I like all the hood movies I know about. I mean, I like them all. I mean, a lot of my favorite ones are, but I didn't watch that as a child when my mind was developing on what I needed to do. And my son doesn't do that either. If I hear something too toxic, I'll cut it off. Even on his games, I'll go in and I'll put privacy on them because I know how much, you know, they have access to. Not that we can't do it. It's just when you're shaping a mind, it's not the best thing, I don't think. But all of that stuff at night, yeah, I'm on it too. Just
see,
not, you know.
I'll say this. See, I think it's a double-edged sword. See, because I think I feel that access still have a play into this, where, you know what I'm saying, you have white kids like rap too. They like gangster rap. They listen to gangster rap, but they don't have easy access to that environment. I think it's detrimental to our kids because not only do we hear the lyrics is glorified, the behavior is glorified, but also we have access to it. You know what I'm saying? It's the kid can go right outside that door and they can experience this whole thing. The kids can go, they can get into the same thing that they actually hear and see on a constant basis. And I'm like this, and I'm with Chaotic. Even if we say keep power there, right now it's no alternate to that. It's no balance. It's like right now, how we do it is like, okay, power's a hit. So now we're going to have power. We're going to have the Big Michi show. We're going to have all these shows and we just going to layer it and layer it and layer it. We wonder why our kids come out like that, because they have easy access to the behavior, easy access to the drugs, easy access to the games, easy access to everything else. And they got it right in front of their TVs. They see their dad glorifying it. They see their moms glorifying it. You know what I'm saying? These kids don't want to be Steve Urkel. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, right now we don't have a modern day Steve Urkel. Let's keep it funky. Yep. So go ahead, rock out.
What about?
Yeah, I think it's our responsibility. If we want to put that content out, we got to make it. Like, we can't blame anybody else. Like, we got the cameras out here. We got the people that's smart enough to do it. Like, just go out and make it now. Like, my man made a series that went blew up. Respect Life on YouTube. Fortunately, he had mental illness and shit, but he just took the camera, went out and did it. You know what I mean? So, like, if we want the content to come out, we just got to promote it. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and hate on nobody else's shit. Like, I don't talk about people's speech. Like, I don't really like when people do that, telling somebody, if you don't like them, cut the motherfucker off. You know what I'm saying? Like, versus telling somebody they should do something different. Like, if you really feel that much, go do it yourself.
All right. Hey, we're gonna go. Hey, Mr. Eugene, what you got to add to this conversation, brother?
You know, I'm not really a fan of Candace Owens, but the last couple of talking points she made, I've agreed with, including this one. We did have a lot of good shows, back in those days. I mean, I remember the Cosby Show. I remember the Family Matters. Those were all positive shows. But I think there's one show that you haven't mentioned that you really haven't thought about. You want to guess what it is? Good Times. Yes, Good Times.
It's a good show.
Yeah, Good Times. Yes, that the Evans. Let me tell you something. James Evans, out of all those TV followers you mentioned, that's the realist.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, and I don't know if it's silly enough for me to say this, he almost made all the rest of these TV fathers look like simps.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
You know what? You're absolutely right. That was the definition of a man's man. You see what I'm saying? Like Floyd, what's her name? Floyd? What was his name?
Florida.
Florida.
Right? He put Florida in check, right? And even though Florida was trying to help half a little bit, he literally put Florida in check. And also he put every other woman that came in his house in check.
Hey, Logic, the funny thing about that show, that if you read about it, they didn't even want him on the show showing a positive black man.
Yeah.
But he was definitely positive. Let me tell you, their living condition, they did not play victim at all.
Mm-hmm.
They took it and run with it. And how their kids were starting to turn out. I mean, JJ, talented painter. He was in the game at one time, but now he was a talented painter. Velma, just entering college. Isn't that something?
Yeah. And you got to realize this, even though they still deal with that stuff that was in the ghetto, it showed them making the right decision and how they as a family maneuver through them situations. See, now in our TV shows is the every show we name, 227, Rock,
Amen.
Matters.
I named Living Single too, by the way.
But for the most part, they maneuvered around them temptations that they had in the ghetto and did it in a positive way. Where you see the shows now, they show them being successful in these chaotic situations. They show them being the successful drug dealers. And even though they'll show them dying and stuff like that, but it's more them glorifying it. If you look at the beginning critics of Power, right? They capturing these kids' mind because you got beautiful ladies, you got money, you got rose pouring everywhere. They actually capturing these kids' mind with that concept. They selling it to our kids instead of actually, you know what I'm saying, frowning upon it.
Yeah, and one of the things you'll notice, right, is when you look at a lot of the shows that were older, they always portrayed the drug dealers as the bad guys, right? They didn't make whole shows about them. Like, for example, you brought up Rock. Like, one of the best episodes of Rock is like when he got into it with the crack dealer, right? That one. It's a lot of shows where the drug dealers are the bad guys, even with Good Times. The difference is, and what's so funny about that is times were way worse. Like the 90s and the late 80s were like the murder rates were sky high, and it's all about not airing your dirty laundry.
Yep.
Right. And there was a standard of, yeah, we live around this stuff, but we don't think that it's right.
Yep.
And now it's like the people today will make excuses for it. Oh, it's the system and it's all this kind of stuff. And that's the way I look at it.
Can I ask you a question?
Can I jump in? Can I just say something?
Yeah, hold on. Let Kayada go first, brother.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
To the gentleman at the far right. Now you look a little bit young, but I'm assuming you know who Tony Bennett, Frank Sinatra,
of course, the Rat Pack.
Could you imagine if Dean Martin, who was financed by the mafia, if he sung songs about what one of those families were doing?
Yeah. So,
and that's the difference. They didn't talk about the underworld. So the underworld has existed for a very long time, but they didn't promote it and they didn't talk about it in song or in popular culture.
Okay. So the funny thing I would say is this: was the difference between Black people and every other culture. Every culture has had to get its hands dirty, but you get your hands dirty to eventually get out of it.
Exactly. That's
so
true
like
too.
like the mafia, like there's no reason in 2022, with as long as Black people have been in America, that we're still doing dirt. Right? You were supposed to do the dirt in the 80s and the 90s, and now your kids, now you should have elevated from that point. So that's what I'm. Every culture has dirt, right? Like like you brought up the mafia. Now it's the Hispanics. They're getting their hands dirty so their children can live a better life, and that's just what it is. But then now to just glorify it, and let's be real, bro. Like, even if we look at like the Young Thug stuff, like, bro, like, you're just stupid. It was unnecessary for you to do that. Like, I can even, as crazy as it is, I can even understand some of the crime in the late 80s and 90s because it was about money. But today it's about, you looked at me wrong. Now nobody even thinks about, there's no financial gain to this. This is just stupid. It's like people going backwards.
Now, I will admit, in the 90s, if you stepped on somebody's shoes, that was a, yeah. So,
but during the 90s, millions were being made. Millions were being made.
We're gonna mix it. We're gonna go to Faison. Yeah, is your name Faison? You look like Faison Love.
No, it's fusions, man. It's fusions. So listen, thank you for the, and letting me up. And, I think if the topic had just removed Candace Owens' name and just been about the difference between our media then in the 80s, 70s, and our media now, I think the conversation would have been a little bit more like on target, because Candace Owens, whether you're pro Candace or anti Candace, her name is divisive. So then automatically you're gonna get people not staying on target, and
So you saying black people cannot we can't put Candace Owens in the comment section, the title, because Black people is too emotional to get to the facts.
Well, listen to Young Thug.
I'm not gonna agree or disagree. There are.
You got to do something. It's your point.
So listen, there are going to be sectors of our community that are going to be emotional, and there's going to be sectors of our community that are going to be able to move past the emotional triggers, so to speak. Right. So that's why I can't pick a side. And hold on. Let me just make this point. One of the things that we as Black people need to understand is that there's no such thing as 100% anything. No one can be 100% Democrat. No one can be 100% Republican. No one can be 100% anything in this world right now and in this country. We have to, and I kind of ride with you on your point on being about the policy, because being a Republican is not going to work. Being a Democrat is not going to work. To your point, most metropolitan cities are Democrat run. So you got to ride with the Democrats. You got to go where you can, maybe make a move. But we got to get past this Democrat Republican thing, because at the end of the day, all it does is it weakens our position and it makes us targets. It makes us easy targets. I'm paramilitary. Listen, divide and conquer.
Yes.
We need to move past the simplistic thinking of I'm pro this, I'm pro that, so therefore you're not a part of my tribe. I don't rock with you. Listen, I don't have a party. I don't care. I care about my family. I care about my people, and that's it. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, man.
We said that, but if you've been listening, man, chaotic so far, the only thing we said is we've been saying is we're pro policy, and then policy is action, proaction.
I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
I mean, dreams, you can sell somebody dreams, you can tell them everything they want to do, but you know what I'm saying, if you don't understand the lobbying system, you know what I'm saying, then you don't understand that a lot of these politicians is bought. So just be pro policy.
They're all bought.
Yeah.
They're all bought.
But I go get to that. So I got one good example that I want to ask y'all this example, right? I know Eugene gonna like this, right? And this goes into the whole narrative. Who remember the movie? I'm about to show my age. Cornbread Earl and Me.
Oh, great movie. Oh, great movie.
And did you see the thugs, how they pictured the thugs in there? They was cowards. You remember the little bald-headed dude?
Yeah.
He was a coward. The other two dudes that was in there rolling around in the Cadillac doing that, they was cowards. They was betrayed to be cowards. And then you got Preach and Coach Cheesy. Damn, I'm showing my age. Coach Cheesy on the other end. they was displayed as more or less symbols for the community. You know what I'm saying? Preach what they did it in different ways. One was an athlete and one was more of a scholar. And they did it in different ways. And I gotta salute them type of movies. It's a lot of movies back, you know what I'm saying, when we was coming up that did, well, look, I showed my age for real. But
media's changed though, brother. Media as a whole has changed right now. If you look at media, not just black media as a whole has a negative. Has a negative. Has a negative.
Cornbread early meat. It's Coolie High. I'm sorry.
Coolie High. When you said,
yeah, Cold Cheese. Hold up, but it was Coolie High. Them characters. Thank y'all, chat, for getting me right. I love the chat. Chat, if y'all liking this show, man, put a 1 in the chat. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, media as a whole has changed. So, I agree with what everyone said about how the media, that black media right now is only portraying the negative, for the most part, portraying negative stereotypes. You're getting powers, you're getting shows of that ilk. Whereas in the past, we got, we had the gangster shows and we had the pimp shows, but then we also had the wholesome stuff, all the shows that you guys have mentioned. But as a whole, if you look at media right now, black, white, Hispanic, purple, pink, whatever, it's all shifted. It's all shifted to drama and clicks and very, it's not substantive. It's all about just getting that instant dopamine hit of, oh my God, someone just got shot. I can't wait till next week to see if he survived. That's media as a whole right now. That is media as a whole. And I think what we're seeing, because our group, let's just be honest, black media is American media. Without black media, we move the mark. So what you see happening with us is what you're going to see happening with everybody else. Black media moves the needle, right? Because it makes money. Hip hop right now, rap music is pop music. Let's just keep it 100. Who makes more money than rappers right now? Who makes more money for the labels? Our media. So what we're seeing now is the manifestation of the changes within the country. And unfortunately, it impacts us more because we don't have, again, we're easily divided and we don't have the intestinal fortitude to stick together, whether we like each other or not, whether we like each other's politics or not, and like create something new, create our own thing and not go to the big box studios to put out our products. So thanks, guys. I appreciate it. I got to finish cooking. I appreciate y'all. Y'all keep doing the good work. Love the conversation. I'm going to keep on listening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I disagree with his political point. There's only one group of people who vote 90% one way. Only one.
Okay. All right. Let's go ahead and get these super chats. All right. Let's see. Hold up. Damn. Yeah, y'all been supporting this show, man. Salute. God damn. Hold up. I got to figure out what it was. Oh, God damn. All right. Go ahead. Say something, Chaotic.
Okay. Guys, please thank all your servicemen. Happy Memorial Day again. This is the greatest country on the planet. And if you don't like it, leave. But positivity to you all, even to the haters in the bushes, positivity to you as well. Positivity is it's like a wave, like a radio wave. You can't see it, but it's there. Gary Stewart with the $10 super chat says Candace Owens is the Trizu. Thank you so much, Gary Stewart. Jay Reed with the $1 super chat. Thank you so much. Thank you for support. The Service USA LLC with the $2 super chat says chapstick. I wonder if he's talking about me. Willie Handy 79 with the $5 super chat saying all field niggas do is complain on the internet in real life, but do nothing about it. I've never met a field nigga, a house nigga, or any other type of nigga. Niv Ray 83 with the $10 super chat says loving this new show. Thank you so much. Quaylam with the $2 super chat says eat this man's lunch, Logic. Thank you so much, Quaylam with the $2 super chat. J Joe 4040 says chaotic said when he was with white women, it was the same as being in heaven. He said we are the ones doing most of the grimy stuff, which isn't true. Sir, I have to disagree with you. Thank you for the $5 super chat, but I'm not going to lie to you. The white women that I've been with, I have to admit, it was like being in heaven every day. And I just wasn't for marriage in my 20s, but I'm married to a beautiful black woman now. Now, in terms of the grimy stuff that's being happening in the black community, you're wrong about that. It's being perpetuated by blacks, sir, against blacks. A piece of my mind. What's up? Hey, what's up? A piece of my mind from says chaotic. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. A piece of my mind. And thank you for supporting not only my channel but the Lapeef Network. The Free Thinker with the $20 super chat. The greatest navy keep the other countries in check so they cannot attack us. Oh,
facts.
Facts. I ain't never seen. Oh, I almost said something. Never mind. AL with the $5 super chat membership says those are puppet governments. They are still controlled by Europe. Okay.
No, China.
Niv Ray with the $20 super chat says, can we start breaking down bills and policies from different states from now on? Everyone doesn't understand or care about politics. Just read, Google it. But thank you for the $20 super chat, though.
Yeah, and if you got a policy or a bill that's of interest, drop it in the chat.
Yeah.
And then I mean, I don't have no problem. We got our own little group, so we'll definitely do our own research. I read executive orders. Like for in the morning.
Omar Smith with the $10 super chat says salute to Q Butter, brother walking in excellence. Also, Q Butter has all types of nonprofit organizations. I know one is a computer program. I wish you'd have stayed up on the panel, but yeah, he has. I checked that out. It was really awesome.
Yeah, salute Q Butter.
Yep. Bob from my channel with the $5 super chat, and he had a $20 super chat earlier. He says victimology is its own currency, and when you can't find being a victim like money, you counterfeit it. Oh, Bob.
Big facts.
Yeah. Jamal Carter, who's a member, says Executive Order 13985. Look it up, Jamal.
Yeah, that's the equity executive order. Y'all look it up, people.
Little Country with the $20 super chat says, when do we realize as a people we're going to be the cause of our own success or our own failure? We cannot blame everyone for our own actions if we do not become the fools who claim to fight against we advance or fall. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat, Little Country. Fatty with the I'm assuming that's a Dragon Ball Z image, says $5 super chat. Oh, that's £5. Says she used to be a lefty. She was the CEO of a website that was talking trash about Trump in 2015, and in 2016 she closed it and became a conservative. Thank you for your $5 super chat. Opinionated Reality with the $2 super chat says Candace Owens married Zaddy. She can't lead the black. Hold on for a second. Opinionated Reality. Hold on for a second. There is nothing wrong with interracial marriage. There is nothing wrong with divesting. If Candace, if black men are complaining, how come you didn't marry Candace? I'm pretty sure Candace Owens wanted to marry a black man, but she probably couldn't find one. And so, and the right man wifed her up. And that's that. That man is probably doing everything possible to treat her great. And I think we should support that. And if an opinionated reality, if you're a black woman, I want to point this out. Black women love talking about divestment and girl, you got you a white man or something. But then when some black chick they don't like, it's like, oh, all of a sudden it's Zaddy. Let's stop the cat. AL $2 with the who's also a member says the best solution, get rid of political parties. AL, if we got rid of political parties, this country would look like a third world country.
Yes, and then you got to have something that you got to have a
political party, something that represents the people, sir. Yeah. Fatty again with the $5 super or £5 super chat. Guys, is that a pound sign? I think it's a pound symbol. I can't remember. Is that the pound symbol?
You know, my glass ain't.
Is there anybody who does Forex? Because I don't know.
That is pounds. That's pounds.
Okay, that's what my answer. The guys with Confederate flags were hanging niggas on trees, and he is comparing them with the rainbow flags, bro. What a disgrace. Let me address that. Fatty, do your research, sir. Believe it or not, whites were also hung, and not that many blacks were hung back in the day, sir. And generally, and I have to say this, if that was a form of punishment for criminals as well. Now, I'm not saying that some of those blacks were not innocent, but a lot of those blacks maybe were criminals, and maybe they met their justice the way as whites did too. And the largest hanging in America was by Italians. Italians were the largest group to get hung in one single day. Check it out. Google it.
I don't know if that's pounds though. I'm looking at it now.
I don't think that's pounds either. I think that
might be euros.
Yeah. Dub Willie with the $5 super chat, who's also a member who has a random picture of some black kid, says, to be fair, logic, most Americans don't know what the White House press secretary is. Well, you should know.
And that's why
you should know who the White House press secretary is.
Did you see how goddamn quick she goddamn said Queen Bee?
Yeah. Quellum with the $2 super chat says chaotic logic for the name of the next show. James St. Patrick says crust. Where the ashy niggas be mantle, where the house niggas be core, where the field niggas. Okay, I gotta stop here. Listen, the Lapeef Networks appreciates your super chats. But if you are over the age of 25, it's time to use proper grammar. I could barely read this. There's no proper punctuation. But salute to you, Ghost. And sorry about what I said. Don't kill me. Christopher J with the $2 super chat, who's also a member, says logical chaos makes sense. Absolutely. Tevin Hartley with the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, sir. Says Florida Evans was a horrible spouse. James was the truth. I gotta disagree with that. I think Florida was a great mom.
She was good. She listened.
Yeah, she had a raspy voice.
Damn.
Yeah, Masculine with the $10 super chat says support the shizzo. Thank you so much, Masculine. Guys, these super chats are just crazy. That was Cooley High Logic, yes. But I will admit, Cornbread Earl and Me was a great show. I mean, a great movie, yeah.
All right, that's it.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh shit, ain't nobody got to say something. Hey, look, you know, he said it already though, but I want to say it again. Salute to, you know what I'm saying, the troops, especially somebody that's currently serving in this time. Y'all got way more respect than I do. This man right here should get more respect than Lil Baby. He should get more respect than Young Thug. The thing is we show how much chaos our community is, because when we glorify thugs, we only ones that's running around here saying free Ray Ray, free Honeycomb Brazy, and they the killers in our community. No other community do that.
Nope.
On earth but us.
Yep. And I want to point something out real quick, and I apologize if I'm ball hogging the panel. People in the chat are saying, oh, Chaotic's justifying what the white man did. Listen, the white man ain't got that damn much power. Y'all got to stop that. Quit giving these people so much damn power. Oh, they used to hang us. They used to hang us. They didn't hang you at all. You were born in 1994. And they weren't running around hanging every black person. Blacks and whites didn't even live in the same damn communities most of the time. Now, I'm not trying to downplay hangings, but quit this. The white man, he was just brutalizing us. Stop it. Quit giving these people so much damn power. The white man, quit giving white people so much power. You sound soft.
Also,
Go ahead,
this.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I want to add something here. I can remember when Kevin Samuels told a woman that your racism, you can either overcome it or you let it overcome you. In other words, you know, you can either complain and play victim, or you can step up and start concentrating on us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to add something to the conversation as well. Seems like we were talking about someone's echoing.
Hold up. Go ahead and talk. I'm finna find it.
All right. So what I was saying was that, like, what you guys going right now, the topic, it reminds me of the episode of what Aaron McGruder was putting out for the Boondocks when he was talking about BET and how we exploit ourselves through media and the way we portray our image, what we celebrate, what we don't. And it kind of seems like we're going over right now again. But the thing is this, though. When it comes, like, I would say the last TV show that I watched that was pretty much black entertainment television was Empire. And me and my wife were both watching. And I think it was, like, up to, like, the beginning of season 2. And we kind of just, like, left it alone because it was too much. It seemed like they were trying to outdo themselves with the most craziest next thing in the next episode. And I was like, it was like, all right, it's too much, too far beyond belief. It's no longer entertainment. It's just silliness at this point. So I kind of left that TV show alone. And a lot of TV shows, honestly, that's like the last black television show I've watched. Other TV shows and stuff like that, actually started doing, research on different things on YouTube. Like, YouTube's been my source for a lot of media right now recently. I haven't really been on Hulu, HBO, or any of that stuff. I haven't really watched a movie since Avengers Endgame. So that shows you how far back I really am removed from all this. But it's just like, when it comes to our media, I'm back in Japan, man. I was just back in States home and listening to the music and everything, man. And I'm not gonna lie, the music to me, all it is sex, money, murder. That's all you hear. Sex, money, murder. No matter what it is, that's all you're gonna hear play throughout. And if you think about it, that kind of vibration going through you every day, every morning, what kind of impacts on having on you as an individual? Where's your mindset gonna be? You know what I'm saying? You guys are kind of taking in and digesting things and not realizing it has an impact on you. But you don't realize it's real subtle. You know what I'm saying? Even like how you speak, how you walk, everything. We imitate. We learn, we adapt to things, even our environment. You know what I'm saying? Like, we all know how to switch codes. You know what I'm saying? Like, when we go amongst our own people, our own image, how we treat each other, how we talk to each other, like, if you try to put yourself in a situation, try to be different, they're going to treat you differently. They're going to say, oh, you acting so-and-so. You think you better. Oh, where are you from? Are you black? All these things will happen the moment you start to try to be yourself. Like legit try to be yourself. A lot of us, I think, are kind of imitating things that we see to blend in with our own selves, with our own image, things that we see on TV. It's almost like brainwashing in a lot. Because once you get away from it all, like for myself, those who've been in the military, you guys already know how we all switch it up on and off every now and then. How we are amongst ourselves, amongst other people in general. But then you have your real self and like who you are. Like if you have a wife or something, you know how you are with your wife. You know how you
let me address this in the comments, right? Because I've been seeing this whole Zaddy thing with Candace on. I want to address this, right?
Thank you.
See, y'all don't. This is how you know people don't make sense. You'll praise Serena Williams
for marrying
and she got a white husband, but you'll degrade Candace Owens. Make that make sense to me. Like I said, if you had any balance in your argument, then I probably can say, okay, well, they feel strongly about that. But I don't understand how a majority of the black women I see that use the whole Candace Owens is married to Zaddy, won't use it when it comes to Serena Williams when she win Wimbledon.
Exactly.
So can I say something to that?
Go ahead, brother.
Well, first off, let me say thank you for letting me on here. I've been watching y'all guys, Lapeef Network, for a while, and I think you guys are doing fantastic work.
Is you a member?
Am I what?
A member?
No, not yet, but I'm gonna become a member after the day.
All right, big facts, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, for real. So y'all been doing great. And appreciate your service. Definitely everything y'all guys been doing. Appreciate you, Chaotic, as well. Fantastic. You guys are great. So I think that like a lot of the women who put that, you know, the Zaddy stuff, they just don't like Candace Owens. They don't like what she say. And that's all it is, you know. And so you see that with a lot of people in particular. They don't like what they say, so they just try to clown them or do whatever, you know, just based on that. So I also wanted to talk about something earlier that you guys were talking about. The guy y'all called, what was it? Unlimited Little Brother? The guy who was on earlier.
Oh, yeah, Dun Lemon Little Brother.
Yeah, his little brother. So he was saying something about, he said the drug war hurt more blacks than the actual drugs. And I vehemently disagree with him. I wanted to talk to him, but I wasn't able to get in on time. But, and the reason why is because I'm from New York. I live in Texas now, but I'm from New York. I'm in my 40s. You know, I was around during the crack epidemic in Harlem. I was born and raised in Harlem. My mother was Puerto Rican. She passed 2 years ago. My father is black. And, you know, my mother was on drugs. And my father was on drugs too. And a lot of my family members were also on drugs. And there are literally tens of thousands of children who were put in the system, such as myself. I was in the system for 8 years. Group homes, foster homes, all of that in New York. And I got all the receipts for that. If anybody wants to know, you know, I know how that system works. But a lot of us were in the system mostly because of the effects of people who were on drugs. There were some people who were functioning addicts, but there was a lot more people who were non-functioning addicts. And so when I hear people say things like, oh, the drug war affected, you know, blacks more than anything else, I'm like, nah, it's the actual drugs. There's one thing that I always tell people, like, you know, because you'll hear people say things like, oh, you know, Ronald Reagan put the drugs in the community and da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, listen, there may be some truth to that. But Ronald Reagan didn't force nobody to smoke the shit, though. You know what I mean? So, and this is coming from a guy whose mother was a crackhead. You know what I'm saying? Like that person that you saw that they made fun of on TV and all that, Dave Chappelle character. You know what I'm saying? Like I went through that as a kid. And there's a lot of other people who've gone through that as children as well. And so I heard what he said, and I was like, nah, I gotta come in, I gotta say something to the guy. But like I said, I didn't get in on time. You know, another thing I want to say too is like I said, I'm Latino and black, mostly black, but you know, Latino black. I was raised black from Harlem, and I was raised, you know, I was around the Bronx and all that stuff too. But I moved from New York because New York, like the other guy, I don't remember his name, but the other guy y'all called Faison, you know, he was saying that you got to have a mixture and this and that and all that, whatever, right? And so somebody, you know, said, hey, you know, 90% of the time blacks vote for, you know, Democrats. And that's a fact. Like, I'm a Republican, you know what I'm saying? And a lot of people don't like that, but I really don't care, you know what I mean? Because nobody pays my bills at the end of the day. But I'm not a Republican because I agree with the Republican politicians. I think most of them is dirtbags. But I agree with the party platform. You know, I agree with Republicanism or conservatism. You know, in my opinion, you can't really move the country forward as a Democrat because the stuff they want is crazy. For example, when you're talking about abortion, like black babies suffer the most. We're the ones who kill the majority of ours percentage-wise. Over 20 million black babies have been killed, aborted, since 1973, since the passage of Roe v. Wade. Over 20 million. And there's not a lot of people who are talking about that. 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust, but over 20 million blacks have been killed. And people act like that's nothing, like that's not a big deal. Sure.
Well, you ate them chicken and grits earlier. Now your ass, you long-winded as hell.
Oh, I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry.
Good.
I was waiting for a while though.
Logic, I have a question for, and thank you, sir. I have a question for the airmen.
No, he Navy.
Oh, Navy. Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, Air Force don't wear that. Air Force.
I'm sorry.
You see their hat? See, this how you can tell. Look at the hat. So it's Navy and Marine had a hat that like blossom out like a flower.
Well, regardless, you're protecting my rights. So thank you very much, sir. I have a question for you. You said the last movie you watched was Endgame. I have a question for you. What did you feel about the Avengers committing armed robbery, burglary, and killing a senior citizen in his home while he was farming?
I thought that was epic. I'm sorry, it was gangster.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, that's all I wanted to know. Yeah. Armored Truce, you didn't get a chance to talk. You went on mute.
Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see what I wanted to speak on is like I hear what y'all saying about the old school shows versus new school shows, but it's kind of funny because people always talking about this black and white thing, but you look back at the shows, they had good white TV shows at the same time Good Times was out, and if you look at the white shows now, they got messed up drug shows, Sons of Anarchy, all types of shit. That's pushing the same propaganda as these black shows is. So one of the biggest things is I'm tired of people talking about it's a black and white thing because it's clearly not. It's a poor and a rich thing. Saying that, people always want to be on a Candace Owens. I'm married to a Candace Owens type of woman, and I'm a street guy. Fact of the matter is like growing up back in the 80s and 90s, parents did something that parents don't do now. They restricted their kids from watching certain things on the TV. You know what I mean? They made them go outside and play instead of being stuck in front of a TV. The difference between back then and now is that the TV is what's teaching our kids, not the parents. Jay Prince earlier, he get to talking about Pookies and Ray Rays and all that. Well, I mean, like, I go back again. I'm a street guy. The difference between black people and a lot of the white people I know is that when you speak about drugs always been here. Back in the 80s, it wasn't just black people doing drugs. It was way more white people smoking crack than black people, and a lot of people don't even realize that. So when you get to talking about the crack era and all this, no, that's all it was an era. Both whites and blacks was doing these same drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Saying that.
Can I ask you a question though? I think this is the big difference. Hold on, I'm gonna mute you when I say this because you got to echo. But this is a big difference, right? And I said this, and then black people got mad at me for saying this. But in my building, I saw a white guy drop a bag of cocaine.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that they get high as fuck in this building because I can look at their eyes. This is the difference, is with our drug use and our drug selling comes crime. And then that brings attention to it. Like if black people just went in their houses and smoked and did what they did, and then it wasn't no crime surrounded, I don't think it'll be a big issue, because right now all the damn drugs is legal anyway nowadays. But it's that when we start doing certain things come with it. Like I said, and people always say, yeah, well, you know, white people use drugs too. Okay, cool. But is they neighborhoods fucked up because of them using drugs? How far do they go to do drugs and still protect their community, still protect their image? That's something that we as black people need to do. If you go, I'm like I said, I'm not no pro drug. I'm saying, you know what? Hey, look, do what you do. But if I don't know about it, then guess what? How can I complain? I can complain about it in the black neighborhoods because I see it. I see it all the time. That's my only point.
Okay, I want the gentleman on the bottom to start talking about Armor Truth, and salute to you, man. And thank you for supporting.
I was gonna say that, Logic, but as usual, I get cut off, and it's been a lot of long-winded people up here.
I ain't cut you off. I just want to add to you, bro. Go ahead.
You're taking away. That's what I'm saying. What did you want to say, Chaotic, before I start again?
I just want to say real quick, and I gotta do something for a quick minute, Logic, like 10 minutes, and I'll be back. But Armor Truth, I gotta piggyback off of what Logic said too. On top of that, white people create industry. They control the automobile industry. We already know the technological industry. They control the Fortune 500 companies. They can afford to have crackheads and meth heads in their race. We can't afford to have that in our race at all. I think that's the total difference.
Now I have no problem with what you're saying. That's what I was about to speak on. So the difference between the black community and the white community is these same white folks out here that I'm with, they know exactly what I do. The difference is when I'm down in the hood, he think he better than everybody getting this money that's getting. Out here, when I'm out here, they like, hey, Icy, why don't you take that money and do this, this, and this, and this with it? You know what I mean? You just sitting on it, you know? Like one thing I learned when I was young, there's only when you in the street life, there's only a certain amount of money that you can spend, because if you go over spending a certain amount of money, that's when the feds and stuff start looking at you. But these white folks out here by where I live at, instead of hating or then they know exactly what I do, they telling me, look, this is what you need to do with this money. You know, so when people get to talking about racism, this, racism, that, I don't see it, because I live right amongst the same people that they talking about racist, and there's no racism like that.
Mm-hmm.
Is there prejudice? Yes, there's a lot of prejudice. You know what I mean? We can get into prejudice all day, but as far as blatant racism, I don't see it, and I live amongst them. Yeah. You know, the only time I get pushed back or I get shot at or I get hatred is when I'm amongst my own kind. So like speaking about racism, the only people that's racism is our own people against us. But I'm gonna diverse, so however y'all say it, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree with you, man. I'm saying, I was like, it's a difference. It's like guns. In these rural areas and these suburb areas, you know what I'm saying? It's a shitload of guns. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like that. Guns is
Logic. There's a shitload of drugs out here. Why do you think I'm out here?
Well, come on now. Don't do this on live, man. But yeah, I'm with you. But the thing is that if you got a household that's full of guns, and you got every household that's full of guns in the rural areas and the suburbs, but the activity don't match, then that's what I'm saying. We're talking about the activity. All right, we'll go ahead. Scam Likely, what's up, player?
What's good? What's going on?
What you think about the topic, brother?
Going back to the TV thing. TV, used to have some almost decent shows, and then now they're all gone and replaced with Pookies and Ray Rays. The problem is there's a market for it. But like other cultures, there's a father in the home saying, hey, man, turn that bullshit off. We ain't watching that. I don't see like other races dancing around twerking and the man twerking in dresses and stuff. I don't see that.
Mhm.
But there's no father there saying, "Hey man, turn it off." Because my dad, he would have said, "Hey man, turn it off." And me and my brother and sister would have gotten in trouble if we were sneaking and watching it. Just like certain videos we couldn't watch like 10, 11 o'clock at night, or there was consequences because that just wasn't what it was. But also, my dad modeled the behavior. So the first thing that we saw was the correct behavior on a daily basis. So that's what we saw as reality versus all the garbage that we saw on TV. We knew that wasn't reality.
Mm-hmm.
When there was some certain movies, as teenagers or whatever, our parents were watching with us. We had conversations. So we saw what was reality. We saw the garbage, and we could talk about it.
That's a good point. That's a good point too.
Go ahead.
That's
Go ahead.
Because now, you know, everybody now got TVs in their room. Back when we was coming up, it was just one TV in the house and everybody watched together. So now you got the easy access to this information where, you know what I'm saying, you'll be in the living room watching something, your kids will be in another room watching something, you know what I'm saying, your other kid will be now on their iPad watching something. So you're right, you know what I'm saying, we don't actually watch these shows with our kids. So now we can have these conversations about it. That's a good point, brother.
Yeah, one thing Anton said, when people always talk about protect and provide, and we talk about protection, he says that part of protection is creating the environment. I grew up in Chesapeake, Virginia. If anybody been there or been in Virginia Beach, there are no neighborhoods that you can't walk at. They're like top 10 safest cities in the country. There is no neighborhood you can't walk through at 1 a.m. It doesn't exist. So where I grew up, so because they provided a good situation for us to live in, we couldn't do certain stuff because you pretty much got to catch a cab to go out to the hood somewhere to go and do something stupid. And then get your ass whipped. But anyway, off of that, all this stuff with the community and the black people and the white people really, it's starting to just be the same thing, the same complaining. And all the white man, 1522, the white man did this. It's 2022. Here's the deal. There's some things that make sense. And I'm gonna start with fat. Let's go ahead and start there. There's some people who are fat. They made a decision. They're going to be fat. Fruits and vegetables don't cost a lot of money. They're available. There's not a white man out there standing in front of the grocery store. Sorry, hey, come here, you blackguard. You got to eat this fried chicken. That's not how this works. The gyms are open and memberships are only $20-something a month.
Mm-hmm.
There's not 4 white men saying, no, you got to go out there. And that's not how this works. College. If you're broke, you can go to school pretty much for free on the Pell Grant, or at least you could back when I went to school. It was going for free, just off the Pell alone, plus some of the other stuff, and still get a refund check. They didn't want to go to college, didn't want to go in at the end of the day, I understand, yes, some things are different. Everybody doesn't have the same opportunities. But once you are made aware, and once you look in the mirror and say, hey, I'm fat, ugly, and stink, I ain't got no money, I ain't got no ladies, once you realize that, you can make a decision. And it ain't got nothing to do with the white man. Because a lot of these people don't even grow up next to the white man, the Asian, the Hispanic, to even know enough about the culture anyway. I've been all over the world. I've been all over the country. I've been in these homes. I've talked to these people. I speak good enough Spanish. So even the stuff they're talking about the other cultures, it ain't even true. Man, them Africans. When's the last time you been to Africa? Huh? What city is that in? Huh?
Yeah, that's the guy earlier. He was talking about the whole opium in Afghanistan and never been to Afghanistan. So, you know what I'm saying? And then he was just, I think that was Don Lemon, little brother, that just came.
I missed it.
But yeah, hold on 1 minute. Hey, people, please hit that like button, man. We almost at 1,000 likes, man. Get us to 1,000 likes, man, and we're going to try to give you the best show possible. If you hit that like button, man, please put a 1 in the motherfucking shit, Zach. Thank y'all, people. All right, hold on, because we finna end up wrapping up in a minute, though. Richard Sherman, little brother, you got anything to add to this conversation?
What's good with y'all? I hope the background noise is not too much. I'm in a public location, but I really called in for one reason and one reason only. And it's not to take away from anything that anybody said. I think it's been some great talking points. I think conservative ideals and principles is the only way to advance our people. The only reason I called, though, is for the man who is not on video, Mr. Chaotic. There was a brother who called in earlier who said he was talking, described himself, I think, as a street dude. And the brother said something. The brother said, you know, if it wasn't for X, Y, and Z, essentially the white man, then you would be still in huts, you know, with swords and spears. And that's literally the reason I called, because I felt like that's something that, I don't know, maybe somebody already called him on that and already told him, like, bro, that was too much. Like, to make a statement like that, like, how can you say what would have happened over the course of hundreds of years of development in Africa? Like, basically, you're basically calling, I don't want to say nothing crazy, but you basically like it's like a disrespect to all black people, in my opinion, for him to say something like that there would have been no development. We'd still be in Africa with swords and spears. And to me, I feel like personally, this network, I'm not trying to sound funny, but I just feel like people deserve more than that, better than that. And you know, it is what it is.
Just say this. So if you look at the whole world, right? And I mean, I can't speak for him, but I mean, I'm gonna look at it on both sides, right?
Yep.
Africa is still probably one of the most undeveloped countries in the world. Would that be correct?
Continents.
Yeah. And even though you got bright spots in there, but I'm just saying, like,
sorry about that.
Yeah. I don't see what's really well, you know what? He's here right now, so you can push back with him on that comment.
Somebody want to talk to me? Let's do it.
He got some pushback with you.
Go ahead.
Right. So you seem like an intelligent enough brother, right, to not make assumptions about what would or what would not be. There was a brother who you was talking with earlier, brother who had the hair, and you said something to him. You said something along the lines of, if it were not for the course of history and what happened to black people in America, that you, not you as in you, but the person you were talking to, would still be in Africa with swords and spears and sticks. You started talking about zebras and all kinds of other things.
Yeah.
And right. And I felt like that was disrespectful, to say the least, but, and assumptive. And basically, like, I'm not trying to sound funny, but even the scriptures say stupid, and I feel like that comment was stupid because you know, it was based on an assumption. I understand people say certain things and it sounds a certain way and it draws people in. It's the reason I called, right? And I just couldn't let it slide. It's just certain things I feel like, hey, somebody got to tell you something. And and so I just called to tell literally for that. And this ain't to take away from none of the other stuff you said. You've made some great points.
Thank you.
And like I said, I know you're smart enough to know some things. And I feel as though if the conversation gonna stay unified, then I think there needs to be respect. And I feel like that was a disrespect to all black people.
Well, here goes the thing. Facts don't care about your feelings.
No, it don't, but the people do.
Right. So whether you view it as disrespectful, here goes the facts behind it. Let's just use right now. You don't live in a black country. There's over 60 on the planet.
I live in
you have Nigeria, Liberia, Angola, South Africa, the DRC, etc. The blacks who generally talk about this magical past for some reason, they don't want to live in those very same countries for some reason. Okay, now we were talking about Mansa Musa. Mansa Musa was a fool. Mansa Musa, according to a lot of historians, even myself, I even think this idiot, he took all that gold and took a caravan to Egypt. All that gold, he was wearing it around himself, like most niggas do, wearing it, showing it off, having a good old time in Egypt. Do you know a lot of historians believe because this idiot did that, the Arabs said, wait a minute, the Africans have a lot of gold. Let's go in there. And a lot of people believe that's the reason why the Arabs conquered Northern Africa, because this fool let them know that there was gold everywhere. Now, instead of using the gold to finance research and development, universities, to build the infrastructure, Mansa Musa didn't do none of that. There's no.
How do you know that? How do you know what Mansa Musa did?
There's no antiquity there. There's generally no antiquity on the scale.
Who told you about Mansa Musa's history? Who educated you on Mansa Musa's history?
My knowledge of Mansa Musa comes from my family, and it comes from my extended family. Then I learned about it in school. What I'm trying to convey is that I'm not trying to disrespect and dog black people. I'm just talking about truths from my perspective. And the thing is that we try to pretend that there was these magical super cities in Africa. It wasn't. There were no magical super cities. And I believe that when we come to the knowledge of just accepting that, we will become so better because we think about this pretend past and it didn't happen. And if it happened, why aren't you living there? You know, why aren't you, you know, you don't have, I'm assuming, sir, you probably have a car, you have a home, you don't live in you don't have an African car. That ear thing in your ear, that wasn't made in any African country by an African manufacturer. That's
but
just
Beats,
the truth of it.
But Beats was something that Dr. Dre had a big part in.
Sir, Beats was created by, sir, we could really do the research. Beats was created by a company that put him over.
Of course it was created by a company, but yes, he is the face of it. So you see how I'm talking about, even in a small example.
But Michael Jordan is the face of the basketball. But we know who owns the teams. Well, he owns one of the teams now. But the fact is, that basketball is predominantly owned by whites.
Correct. But the thing is that things start and then they have to grow. We have to start somewhere and then we have to grow. So the fact that we don't disrespect the people. We should not disrespect people who laid the groundwork and the foundation.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
We should build upon what's already been built.
Who did I disrespect?
You basically disrespected yourself, to be honest with you, because you don't know what would have happened. You sat up here and said that if it were not for X, Y, and Z, we would still have spears and sticks. You
would still have spears.
Right. Okay. And my only point to you is that is an assumption.
It's an assumption, yes. Exactly. But let me ask you a question, sir. What age of development was the African at when the European came in there? Was he in the industrial age? Was he in the agricultural age? Was he was he in the Stone Age? Which age of development was the African in? Because truth be told, not all Europeans were in the industrial age either. It was just certain groups of Europeans. So am I lying by pointing this out?
No, you're assuming.
I'm assuming by so the ancient Africans had AR-15s.
Come on, man. You know,
well, I mean, you said I was assuming. I'm asking a question now. So, what did the ancient Africans have that was up to par with what the Europeans had? Did they have cars?
Knowledge is shared. Knowledge is shared across different countries and different cultures and civilizations. So that's how things need to be.
Sir, can I ask you a question?
That's how things are to this day. Go ahead.
Can you honestly say that there is a fundamental difference between Japanese culture and Cambodian culture?
I don't know enough about them to speak on that.
I can say this. I would rather go to Japan than Cambodia. Japan is more civilized. It's peaceful there, generally. Cambodia is a third world country. They did not develop on the same level as the Japanese. It's nothing wrong with admitting that. Listen, you have two men on the panel who served in this military. They know about travel advisories. Or just like anybody else who's traveled outside the country, the white man or any other people, they give travel advisories. So if South Africa has a travel advisory saying don't go to Johannesburg because of X, Y, and Z, is that wrong for them to say that? So maybe me saying things about Black culture is it's an advisory. Listen, certain cities are bad, certain cities are good. I would rather
say nothing about that. I didn't say anything about that.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I only spoke on your assumption.
No, Logic. Let me rock real quick. Logic. Okay, go ahead, sir.
All I said was I only spoke on your assumption that over the course of all this time that Black folks been in America, that in 2022, if our ancestors had not came over here, however they got here,
living in a mud hut,
that we would be living in mud huts and having swords and spears and all that type of stuff.
Because here goes the thing, sir. Here goes the thing, sir. The Romans conquered all of their inferior white groups. They did. They destroyed them. They said, we cannot go into this new age with you people because you people are holding. Hear me out for a minute. You people are
How do you know this?
Hold on for a second. J. Prince, hold on for a second. JP, give me a second. The Romans conquered the inferior white groups. They developed industry. They developed roads that still exist to this day. They have antiquity that still exists to this day, sir. What I am saying is that there were certain things in the Europeans' past and some Europeans' past, people's past, that they did to lay the foundation. What I'm saying is that we Africans, we couldn't even come together as tribal groups in ancient Africa. So how in the hell could we have came together to build trains and other modes of advanced transportation to usher in the industrial age? There's nothing wrong with me saying it.
Wait, let me add some facts into this argument, right? All right, the 10 most undeveloped countries in the world.
All African.
No, it's not all, but out of the 10, right? See, I want to add some facts to this. All right, look. And then number 1 is in the continent of Africa. Number 2, Congo, continent of Africa. Number 3, Liberia. Where's Liberia at? Continent
West
of
Africa.
Number 4,
Total shithole.
Sierra Leone.
West Africa. Shithole.
Maui.
Shithole. That's Africa.
Africa. Ethiopia.
Shithole. Africa.
Nigeria.
What though?
Wait.
Shithole.
Nigeria.
I got something for that. After shithole, after shithole.
Wait, hold up, wait. Just go through the thing.
All Africa.
So, all right. So number 7, Nigeria. Madagascar.
That's the island off of Africa.
Yes. Guinea.
Guinea-Bissau, or is it Guinea or New Guinea? There's different types of Guinea.
It's Guinea, just
So it
Guinea.
must be Papua New Guinea. But that's Southeast Asia. If it's Papua New Guinea,
it doesn't state. And
but
then
if
the
it's
last one,
Guinea-Bissau is African.
yeah, and the last one is, I think, is in Middle East. So look, I'm just saying, I understand we have feelings towards it, but like I said, let's argue the points with facts. Like people get, I mean, y'all remember Donald Trump said Africa is a shithole continent, right? And everybody got triggered. But let's be honest. Let's look at the facts.
Okay, let's be all the way honest though. When we start talking about why Africa is not developing all this other stuff, we don't want to mention that our white government, that's Pookies, is going around whipping and stealing everything from those African places. Also, let's get back to this what y'all didn't like what I was saying.
Okay, so get to a chaotic point that you got.
The great leaders was Pookies.
Wait. Hold on. Just deal with this. Let's see, we can see the facts. And Richard Sherman brother. I mean, I don't know your name. I can't see it on the screen. But isn't that a fact that he made that statement based off of what we can produce today? Isn't that a fact that, you know what? Hey, look, Africa is undeveloped.
But you have to look at
American
this. You have to look at it. You have to look at what was going on at the time.
Okay, wait. We can get into that later. Wait, hold on. I just want them to concede to the facts first, and then we can move the conversation. So, can we concede to the facts that it is a undeveloped country based on the facts?
By force, yes.
I'm saying the countries. I named the countries.
Oh, okay.
Overall, the continent is the most undeveloped continent.
By force, yes.
Okay. So now, Richard Sherman brother, can you concede to that? And then now we can have the conversation.
I can't concede to that because you did not outline what you're saying when you talk about what is underdeveloped. You didn't put no definition on what you're talking about.
Can I say something real quick? Okay.
White men own 50 countries in Africa.
Can I say something real quick?
You got to define.
Can I say something real quick? We are all African on this panel. I don't care if you were born in Africa or you're not. We're all African.
I'm a free agent.
Congolese, the people from the Democratic Republic of Congo, they have some of the world's greatest resources. They have gold, they have zinc, they have iron, they have coltan. They were there eons before any other outside people. They never developed the country itself. And all of a sudden, the white man comes there a few hundred years ago, extracting rubber from the country, which was King Leopold. Then all of a sudden, the white man, he's so evil, and we had kingdoms and blah, 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 blah. Well, if you had kingdoms and all these things in Africa, how come you never processed the raw material into a finished product? What is so wrong with me?
You don't know what they did, though.
They didn't do it because if they did, they would have never been conquered.
Hey, chaotic. Let me piggyback off that for you, bro. Let me
regurgitate everything the white people
have told you. Shit. I'm telling you,
regurgitate if you recite every
I'm tired of us making excuses. There was gold there, and the niggas wore it instead of refining it and making a finished product.
Chaotic.
A coon every time we bring that up.
Chaotic.
Go ahead.
I just want to say this real quick, chaotic.
I wasn't yelling at you.
My boy. Hey, I like you, chaotic.
You gotta say,
I got to say this. Reason why
chaotic. You gotta say, we bad boy killers.
No, the reason why I say you regurgitate because a lot of us blacks in America that get an education that is a regurgitation of what white people set knowledge that they decide to give you. So you are regurgitating. You never been to I don't. You probably been to a lot of places. I'm not gonna take that away from you. but the history behind the stuff, you only going off what was told to you by your conquerors.
Hey, look.
So what you saying don't make sense. You can throw that out the window because it's not a fact.
Hold on. I want to add something to it though, right? Look, see, this is how I know that you haven't been nowhere. Because soon as you go to anywhere in Africa, they be shoving malaria pills up your ass. So I'm telling you, we know this shit. Tell me, hey, okay, Marlon.
So white logic.
Hold on, Jay Prince. Tell me I'm not wrong. Like when I've been in a lot of countries, and I've been to 3 different goddamn countries within Africa. And every time I go there, they shoving down malaria pills up my ass because we know the facts is underdeveloped. And then now, if we don't even goddamn base it on something that you niggas, you know what I'm saying, take advantage of, some basic like having clean water. Like you
can I please respond?
No, hold on, wait. I'm telling you, most of these African countries look like swamps.
Oh, okay, I can agree.
Okay, but see now, why would you try to argue his basic point?
No, that's not what what I'm saying is, Logic, if you allow me to finish. What I'm basically saying, all that could be true, but what I am saying, first off, when y'all was speaking about Egypt, during Egypt times, they built something that nobody in the world would build. Now, let's hold on. I can't finish my point because I'm making a good point, Chaotic. I believe because everybody on this panel just going off beliefs when we talk about history. Because for one, we never got their side of the story. We only getting the side of the story what our conquerors was telling us. But with that being said, I think if they would have never been robbed, Pookie's behaviors, killings, and all this other stuff, then maybe that country would have been developed. But they was
Jay
robbed.
Prince.
Robbed by your
Jay Prince.
best country on the planet.
There was no robbery, bro. You have to understand. You have to understand that tribes in Africa was warring against each other.
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Hold on. The loser, bro, because I'm Nigerian, bro. I had to study this.
Who told
hold
you
on,
this?
Hold on. I had to study this. I didn't study this out of American books.
Where did you study it from?
I studied this out of African books. And these African books was wrote by African people. So let me go a little bit further because you want to make your point. Let somebody else make their point sometime, bro. How can a culture be conquered if they were sold by they same people? We
don't believe that.
Africans.
I don't believe that.
Africans that came from Africa to this land were sold, bro.
You don't know that
so
for a fact.
saying
You
that
went off what
you
people
can't
told
say
you.
they was conquered. Secondly, Jay Prince, if you look up how many billionaires are in Africa, why isn't all these black African billionaires? Why don't these black billionaires develop Africa? Jay Prince, why don't the black billionaires develop Africa?
All right,
that's what we talked about on live stream. Me and Logic, we talked about that before.
I wrote the book.
No. Armor, mute up because you echoing though. Jay Prince, look, you gotta concede to the damn facts. That's it.
Nobody's speaking on facts.
No. Even your glorified country that everybody love bringing up, Egypt, right?
Right.
It's an Arab country.
Now it is.
But that's what. Look, brother. Look, just like I said,
and that's what I'm saying, Logic. I mean to cut you off, Logic, but that's what I'm saying. A lot of people would take what you just said and believe that Egypt is nothing but an Arab country, and that's a lie.
Jay, can I say something to you, Jay? Jay, can I say something to you, Jay?
Egypt is black all over.
Jay, can I say something to you?
Well, it was.
Jay, can I say
Go
something
ahead,
to you?
Chaotic.
Sir.
Before they was robbed.
Sir. Egypt clearly was a black land. Fine.
Yes, it was.
But let me show you how ignorant the black leadership class was there. The niggas used massive amount of resources to build a fucking tomb for the pharaoh. That just shows you the level of
see. You don't know nothing, man. You don't know.
Sir, am I not tripping? Do I see three?
You might be. Hey, Chaotic. You can articulate yourself in an English form, in English language.
Articulate.
You might know something, but you dumb as hell,
sir.
You dumb, Logic. I mean, not Logic. Chaotic. You dumb. You just regurgitating white people stuff.
Can I say something, Jay, please? Can I say something? First of all, I've never heard a white person say anything about the pyramids being a tomb.
They talk about it. They talk about it in history channels and books.
Sir,
No, they don't.
Jay,
They praise it.
Jay, can I please say something?
All right,
Jay,
go ahead,
you
Chaotic.
have to realize that a new age needs to come with the black mind in the black man.
It's damn sure not
I
submissive.
acknowledge the fact that our ancestors were not these perfect beings. Sir, the pyramids cost some sort of funding to make them. So let's assume two things, sir. Let's assume slavery existed and the blacks were beating the shit out of those blacks to build it, or the pharaohs had a massive amount of resources and they funded the very tombs that they wanted to be buried in. They used state money to do it. Either way, it just shows you a lack of intelligence that our ancient ancestors.
I don't want to go too deep off of Egypt because I don't,
Go ahead, sir. So you didn't tell me. Let me ask you a question. Do you think the average Egyptian who was black who knew how to read and write in the hieroglyphic shit?
Actually, I do believe that they was very smart, and they was. We got our mathematics from the Egyptians. We got a lot of science. Our science.
That's
medicine. The way doctors and medicine set up today came from Egypt. See,
okay,
name
me one medicine.
Really don't know.
Okay, name me one medicine that came from Egypt. What was the medicine that came from Egypt?
Masonry comes from Egypt.
Sir, you just
all
said
types of
medicine
stuff
came
comes from
Egypt.
Egypt.
What is the medicine?
Just Robitussin.
Hey, see, I want to say this, Jay Prince. See, you step on your own goddamn dick. Cause see, at one point you will sit here and say, you regurgitate something that somebody else told you. So is it fair to say that you're also regurgitating something somebody else told you?
Nope.
How do you get that information? Was you in Egypt?
I don't want to. I don't want to say. I don't want to
happened.
disclose that certain type of information. I don't want to disclose. Logic, please don't dig too. I'm not about to disclose that part.
Have you ever been in Egypt?
Let's move to the next question.
I went on my lunch break.
Jay. Hold on, guys. Hold on for a second. Hold on for a second. Jay, hear me out for a minute, good brother.
Go ahead.
Hear me out for a minute, good brother. Do you think that the pyramids were built for free?
No, I think this. To answer your question, I think they had the same concept like America empire. It's the empire that they wanted for their country in that point in time. You got to mind you, that was like 20-some thousand years ago. In that time, that was considered their empire. That's the way they do things. It's no different from America today. America, what we living in, is an empire that's built. There ain't no slave. Well, after we built it, but it still continues to be built. Mm-hmm. It still continues to be built. So it's to benefit this country. So it's not like they didn't want to build those pyramids. They wanted that. Everybody in Egypt.
Okay.
It's their empire. Okay. That was the black man and the black woman's empire back then.
Okay. All I'm saying is, from my point of view, all I see is
why y'all be making fun of black shit, but y'all praise his white.
Sir, I came up, sir.
No, because you got scam likely every time we talk about black stuff. He make fun of it.
Sir, you're incorrect.
But you don't make fun of this white stuff. That's what I mean by house nigga shit.
Sir, you're incorrect. I promoted Thomas Sankara. I promoted Macy Jameson. I promoted Patrice Lumumba. I promoted
y'all praise, but you praise white people so much to the point where you forget they are pookie.
Sir, I'm not promoting the white man. I'm telling you
they
what
very violent.
Already have invented.
But chaotic. When we was talking about pookies and stuff, because y'all got offended when I said a house nigga, right? But y'all don't got no problem with calling black men pookies.
Jay, you know damn well.
Hold on, okay. I just want to say this. Every leader.
Can we let the young man?
Okay, chaotic. I just want to say. I just want to get my point out, chaotic. Please. Every leader that you can think of, you named a bunch of them. Every leader, including the whites in America, had pookiest behaviors.
If it wasn't for George Washington,
and it wasn't. If it wasn't for the black pookies. To lead us out of slavery,
Jay,
but chaotic, you doing all the talking, fam. I'm only on here for 2 minutes.
I'm doing all the talking, sir. That's not true.
But I just want to get my point out, though.
Jay, okay, guys.
I let you say some wrong stuff. I'll let you get your point out. Let me get mine.
It's not true.
It was pookies and poor black men that really freed us. Really freed us for you black niggas to be able to get rich. Jay, it wasn't no rich black man freeing us.
Jay, if you think the way that you do about this
Pookies take risks. Risks make champions.
Sir. Can I say
Pookies
something,
get
Jay,
smoked
please?
every day.
House niggas bow down to the white man, whoever
Jay,
in charge.
You have the white man's car outside. You have the white man's computer.
Actually, black men built that in prisons.
Hey, on that note, I'm out.
They built the car in prison, bro.
They do. They build it in prison. When you go to prison, you get a job. They build that.
Jay, listen to me, man. Listen,
Y'all can laugh all you want to, but what the house niggas do?
Hey, can we mute Jay for a minute?
Good Samaritan black men do.
I thought this was my show. Can we mute Jay?
It is your show, Canada, but I'm having fun. But when I listen to black men like y'all, what I'm really hearing is white men in the black body.
I need to talk. Jay, listen to me. I just want to say this one time. I am not upping the white man. I'm not.
Because you are a white man.
I'm not a white man, sir. I'm talking about how
you've been conditioned to be a white man.
Sir, can we mute
your talking points is the white man talking point.
Jay.
All right, go ahead. I'm done.
Go ahead, bro. Hey, he let you rant for like a whole hour, bro. Come on, player.
Jay, listen to me, sir.
Go ahead.
You, sir, look very African. If you learned Yoruba, if you learned Igbo, if you learned Hausa, if you learned Lingala, you can go to any African country you want, sir. And I guarantee you, sir, you could fit right into the populace immediately. If you think the way that you do about this country, sir, which a lot of us do not, we have taken advantages of this country. Sir, just leave and go to a black country, sir.
Okay, can I ask you one question?
One of the 70 black countries.
Can I ask you one question, Chaotic? Because you've been saying that a lot, Chaotic. Can I ask you one question?
Jay.
Would you tell that to the natives?
Jay, hold up, player.
The natives, yes, sir. The Native American.
I'm gonna just say this. The reason this argument is not going nowhere, Jay, is because everything you say you believe. And the one thing that he said, right? We know it. And you still want to fuss and fight it. We literally just pulled up the stats that backed up his argument. His point was factual. Everything you said, everything you've been saying, I see him been listening to you. Well, I believe. You sound like a fucking goddamn pastor.
Man, he didn't pull up no stats. Well, if y'all consider that, if y'all believe everything y'all
literally just pulled it up in Africa. Out of the top 10, 8 of the African countries are the most undeveloped in the fucking world.
Okay, that's and I agree to that, but what y'all didn't mention also that y'all always trying to protect whites.
No,
that whites is over there robbing shit.
You had something to do with his statement he made.
But I'm rushing my point out because I can't pull up my stats when we talk about Egypt.
No, you ain't got no stats. You just said it was secret. You said it was secret.
Right, but what I'm saying is I can't barely get my point out.
Jay Prince, we've been listening to you, and
you have not been listening to me. I had to force my point out because I'm keep getting interrupted.
This man needs to
I got to force my thoughts and my points out, and I never can really get. Every time I come on here, I need Anton need to give me a show so I can narrate it because I would be able to spit what I really want to spit. Because every time I come on here, I got to rush my points out. Then I lose a lot of my points.
Can we?
Jay Prince, the white man won't let you have a show. He just called me yesterday.
Can we let this man right here in the suit and the tie, the shirt talk? He's been patiently waiting.
I need my own show so I can do my thing.
Okay, Jay, thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Did you hear from the white man today? Just curious.
Hold up, Scam. Go ahead, Teach. Go ahead, Teach.
House nigga shit.
This nigga can't help himself.
None of us can help ourselves.
Hey, Jay, chill, player. Let the man go.
I can respect that, but we check all us though.
Bruh, you've been fussing for the last goddamn 30 minutes. Chill. I'm just saying, bruh.
Well, I'm just saying, but don't try to check me all the time, Logic, when I go against what y'all believe in, because you ain't checking yourself. Because you do the same shit, bro.
Jay Prince.
You doing way more than me.
Did the man say he finna let this player go underneath?
Right, I shut up, but you don't gotta chastise me though.
Cause you keep fucking talking.
And what I'm saying is we all talk. You don't check yourself. You do more interrupted than any one of us. You don't check yourself.
Guys, thank you for coming to the chat.
Go ahead, bro.
Subscribe, like, and share the video. Thank you.
Nigga shit. Just go ahead. Go ahead, Teach.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Peace be unto you, brothers. I just came on here to say that if we look back into the history of the greatest nation within a nation, Elijah Muhammad was able to build up what we know to be the Nation of Islam by using the worst purveyors in the Black community. The pimps, the drug dealers, the gangbangers were used and reformed in prison many times and on the streets, reformed their minds, cleaned them up, took the dope and the weapons out of their hands, and instead gave them a new outlook on life to be able to build up their communities and to spread knowledge, wisdom, truth, and understanding. And in the same way that Elijah Muhammad was able to do that, we saw even the United States, even Australia, were built using what historically were actually criminals under the crown of the United Kingdom. And because this is how great nations are built, by using the least to be turned into the greatest. In the modern age, the greatest threat to our people are the intellectuals and those that are politically affluent. And I want to thank you for allowing me to have this one moment here on this new show, Lapeef Politics, because as even the recently passed Kevin Samuel said years ago, we need to, as Black men, compete to get into positions in companies, in different institutions in order to be able to enact change. Not always change made from the outside in, but from the inside out. And so we do need to be able to get into positions in order to be able to do these things and to be able to have the education. But what I beckon for is for the great brothers like Mr. Logic and like Chaotic Truth to be able to, as intelligent and as great and as influential as you are in your own industries and on this platform, that you use this pulpit to teach and to embrace those that are less educated and less aware of some of the issues that you're bringing to you. Because right now, what we've been witnessing for at least the past half hour, if I have to say so myself, is what has been historically called, and forgive my language, but this is what it was called, nigger beating, where we take someone who is obviously ignorant and not as aware of some of the issues that he wants to speak on, and because you know that you have an advantage because you do have the information readily available to combat him in a debate, you put him on a screen in order to be able to embarrass him, as opposed to in humility say, listen, brother, I'm telling you right now, you don't know what you're speaking about. And if we're engaging in genuine or earnest spirit of growth and development of our people.
Man, I gotta ask you something though. So you say
I'm not ignorant, bro.
Yeah. Oh, wait. You say we put him up here to embarrass him?
Well, what I'm saying is that when you allow, as a moderator here in this discussion, that to allow that to go on as long as it did, it gets to a point where it's less of a discussion and more so a matter of let's just castrate this man intellectually.
No,
because we disagree with
he didn't
him,
castrate me, bro.
Jay Prince, hold on.
Saying, brother,
because he's trying to intellect.
You may not know everything.
Hold up, Jay Prince, hold up. So this is the thing, and then you'll hear me say this a lot. I either say you're not qualified to have this conversation.
Yes, sir.
How many times have you heard me say that?
Yes, sir. I've heard you say that.
And then even when they was going back and forth with the whole topic, right? I said we have to concede to facts, correct?
Indeed.
So now, if I say you're not qualified to have this conversation and you need to concede to facts, how am I putting him in a situation to make himself look crazy?
On tonight, on this panel, I did not hear you say this to this brother in particular.
Okay, so you on a bet? No, I ain't gonna even do that. Fuck all that. Look,
because if you said it, then I will proceed to being wrong. That's not what
that's why I rejected the stats in the hellhole Africa argument, so we can concede the facts and we stop making each other look dumb. Wait, hold on. I figured that if we show that stat that shows 8 out of the 10 countries are on that list, then they would at least concede to the fact and say, you know what, Mr. Chaotic is right. Whether I don't like the way he said, I don't like the way it make him feel, at least even Richard Sherman, little brother, said, you know what, I concede to the facts. Even Jay Prince said he'll concede to the facts, but they still want to build an argument off emotions. We cannot control each other's emotions. We cannot control each other's feelings. So what do you want us to do? Kick somebody down?
No, actually, I believe that you have been kicking them down for as long as I have been waiting to speak, and that's my only point. Believe me, if we were actually able to have the conversations and to discuss the statistics that you were putting up, and even going through that list that you named, and I pull up that same list to be able to see exactly what you were reading from, then there could have been a productive dialogue. But the reason why I wanted to address you two intellectual brothers first is so that I can first
this
put that
nigga
out there
basically
so
calling
that
us dumb.
he's able to see that in order to be able to say, now listen, on one hand, the intellectual and educated among us have to be able to engage with the rest of our people in humility and genuine honesty. And then when it comes to the rest of them, to be able to say, brother, even if your intentions may be correct, you're off base and you're out of line based on your lack of qualification and the knowledge that you do not have in order to be able to properly engage in this discussion. That's all I wanted to say on that, brother. But you know, again, because I don't want to take up too much time. I'm sure that there's another show that's probably coming behind this. But I just wanted to beckon the intellectual among us, because right now we're in the space, and even Candace Owens to bring it back to the original topic of this stream, is that even Candace Owens, there are so many great minds that right now are being positioned against their own people. And so, but as long as we have individual Black people that are benefiting from the opportunities that they're given, but institutionally, the masses of Black people are still losing. We cannot win unless all of us are winners. And so how can we get closer to that? I believe, I suggest to you, I submit, that it be brothers like you two to be able to pull up the bottom rung of our society in love.
And guess what? I'm gonna say this is my last point. This is my last one I'm making you, right? If I'm an alcoholic, before I do anything else, what must I first do?
You have to admit your addiction.
I have to admit it, right? If I'm a crackhead, I got to do what? Admit that I'm a crackhead, right?
That's correct.
So now the thing is first we got to concede to the facts that this problem exists. And if you listen to this panel all day, we're just been dropping information about what exists, and then we'll get pushback on no, this is how this make me feel. No, it doesn't matter how it makes you feel. If you're alcoholic, you're alcoholic. If you're a crackhead, you're a crackhead. Now, before we proceed anywhere, we must admit that our community is in shambles. That's what and I salute him. When he come on Thursday show, I said, I don't give a fuck how he make me feel. He's correct. And people get mad at the way I say things, and I don't care how I make people feel. Deal with the facts. And then if you look at this show again, like I said, I love Chaotic because he concede to the facts. Now, if somebody else come up here and don't concede to the facts, because I'm gonna back him up if he's speaking factual. Like I said, I too agree that that place is a hellhole. Now, if we can see to the facts and we quit calling it a goddamn paradise, then maybe somebody will start doing something about it. If we admit that, you know what, we emotional when it comes to politics, we stick with something that do nothing for us, then maybe we can change something. So I don't care what nobody say. Concede. Now we can move on.
And that's the only reason why I wanted to steer the discussion in this direction, is so that we can actually say to the brother, listen, you may have your opinion, I may have mine, we may disagree, but let's level set here.
He's up here now. Why don't you tell him he's up here now? We'll mute. Matter of fact, you know what? Hold up, Chaotic. I'm finna pull everybody down and let him and Jay Prince get up here. Hold up. 1 minute. Yeah, pull all us down.
Let's go.
Okay. All right.
Turn on this light.
Well, so now that I've addressed them, brother, what I wanted to say to you, brother Jay Prince, is that you have such a great opportunity yourself, having the passion that you do on this issue of the history and the status of our people and where you want to see us go, that we have to humble ourselves to the knowledge and expertise of those that may have it more readily accessible. And that if a man can pull up a list, for example, to be able to show his point and to show and prove his point, you can only do, as the Quran says, hurl truth at falsehoods until it knocks out his brains. If you don't have the information to be able to combat what it is that the other brother was saying, then concede that point, or at least take the time out to be able to back up your point so that we can come to a greater understanding. But as long as we're engaging in emotional discourse, then how can we as men grow and develop and have the type of conversations that we need to have in order to be able to push our community and our people forward? That's the question that I have to you.
Okay. My thing is, one, certain stuff that I know where a lot of these people get their information from, you seem to think that just because you able to pull it up, and I agree, a lot of stuff will be able to contest what they saying, but that don't mean make it facts. My biggest thing is a lot of this stuff that we talk about, especially when you talk about African places, and I got experience with a lot of stuff about Africa and all this other stuff that I'm not going to go too deep in detail with, but a lot of this stuff that we know about Africa and all this other stuff, it's a lie. Just because you when you put down what they consider the right answer on a test, but it's still a lie. We trust our oppressors' education system so goddamn much, because a lot of these people that be talking about this type of stuff, they only regurgitating what our oppressors done gave us. Just like when people tell them about we need the Bible and stuff. You mean to tell me they did everything wrong to us, and they gonna give us a book to save us and make us become more powerful than them? You're a goddamn fool if you believe that.
All right,
Hold on. What you when I was sitting up there listening to you, you almost try to make, like, how can I put this? I'm like, you basically was calling me ignorant, make it seem like I was dumb and I didn't know nothing, and that I should listen to them. I know how to read between lines. Yeah. Now on this panel, right? I got the force. I don't control the buttons. So when I come up here, I gotta rush my topics out. I gotta cut over people. That's why a lot of times, then I got to wait for everybody else. So I'll be losing my train of thought because I'm trying to get all my points out. I know I won't be able to, but I'm trying to get out at least the main ones. And then it goes from there. Sometimes get haywire. Then everything that I had to say, it appeared to be like it's crazy. I'm far from crazy. I'm far from ignorant. I know what I'm talking about. And
brother,
go ahead.
Okay, so listen, here's what I'm saying. First of all,
And
is
then
that
when
what
you
you have
spoke
to
about
understand
Islam and
is,
Muslim
brother,
and stuff,
is that
I already shut
wait a
you
minute.
out already.
What you have to understand, brother, is that we are all ignorant to some degree. There are some things that you are incredibly knowledgeable
No,
about
you
and even
wrong.
have expertise
Well,
that,
okay,
that
you're right.
I'm ignorant of. That
You're
doesn't
right.
make me dumb. That doesn't make me
But you make it
not
seem like what I
intellectual.
was talking
But it
about.
does mean
You
that
make
I'm
it seem like what
ignorant
I was
to the
talking about, that I
particular
was
thing
ignorant.
that you may have
Like I
more
didn't know what I
knowledge
was
about
talking
than not.
about.
And the same can be said about each and every person that was previously just on this panel screen. And what I was saying was, in terms of what was being talked about specifically, it appeared, based on the fact that Mr. Logic was able to pull up information in order to substantiate his point, that you would negate it without being able to pull up information in order to support your position.
And that's what I'm trying to
would give the impression to the greater audience that you were speaking from a position of ignorance on that specific subject. Not that you yourself are ignorant as an individual, not that you're dumb, stupid, or
the
anything
point that
like
we was
that. I
talking
would
about
never
is
suggest
ignorant,
that
right?
about you, my brother. But what I am saying is that we all have to, as Mr. Logic said, be able to humbly submit ourselves to the facts. That's what we have to do as men. Because as long as we insist that our feelings,
you gonna just keep talking,
sir, that our feelings outweigh the information and the knowledge that's being presented to us, how can we grow and how can we build the type of world that we need to for our people?
Okay, let me. A lot of stuff what you just said, I can't agree on a lot of stuff. How we?
Wait. So, all right, so I have this one more thing I just wanted to ask you, and I'll definitely let you go. I just want to say this one more thing. Do you know what the definition of discernment is?
No, I want to get back to my point before I lose my
Wait. I understand, but
okay,
but I'm addressing what you said.
I want to
I'm
respond
addressing
to
what
what
you
you were
said
saying.
Because you said, sir.
Hold on, so man, damn it, you gonna are you gonna so you just come over to preach?
We cannot always.
If we ain't gonna have a dialogue, ain't no sense in you talking to me, bro.
You said that,
bro. If we ain't gonna have if we ain't gonna go back and forth with our points, what's the purpose of this?
Brother,
this conversation amongst me and you.
Brother, I said quietly, bro.
You said, and I said quietly, but I was trying to respond to you. Then you want to ask me some
for
more
more than
stuff.
5 minutes, my brother. Just listen to me.
No, I'm not gonna listen to you. Just listen. I'm already listening to you.
Okay, then I'll just speak to the greater panel then. And
I'm gonna speak over you then, since you're gonna speak over me.
Say that we
when he was trying to say that my point was ignorant, that the stuff that I was talking about when I was talking about Egypt. No, I'm not ignorant on that. Just because he wearing a suit and he called himself Islamic, that don't make what he says the truth.
And what discernment will allow us to do is to be able to shift between truth and falsehoods. And so even when we're
you ain't gonna tell me what I know about what I know is false because you don't know it.
Listen to me, brother. Even when we're being presented with information and education,
the information that they giving it was getting
that discernment. Brother.
I'm challenging their information. You're not understanding what I'm doing. I'm challenging the information and the sources that they're getting this shit from. A lot of
brother,
if you pay attention, brother, I'm not saying what they're saying is completely wrong. What I'm saying is their sources. Okay,
brother,
anybody can say something. A lot of people believe that the people ate pork and beans on the moon. So I'm challenging, like when people, I'm going to give you an example. When people say Adam and Eve was the first two people and all this other stuff, yes, they could pull up the Bible and it would say that. I'm challenging that whole argument. I say Adam and Eve didn't exist. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, that I'm challenging a lot of their facts of where they got it from, their sources. That's what I'm doing. I'm not going to read. You're not going to give me a European book and make me believe in what they say. You can call it ignorant all you want to, but that's not me. Because I know American knowledge.
Jay Prince, it's over now. Now, brother.
Yes, sir.
Do you want to reconsider your statement that you made?
No, sir, because I understand that. No, sir, I cannot because I understand that what we're saying with this brother Jay Prince is not going to be solved or corrected in one conversation. This comes through experience.
How come they can't be wrong though?
Wisdom,
How come they
order
can't
to
be wrong
able
though?
to advance our minds, in order to be able to employ those
But
skills.
how come they can't be wrong though?
Between truth and falsehood, that's not going to be solved in this one.
We don't need them to educate us,
Mr. Logic. So I can't give up on the brother just because I can't actually get through to him in this particular point in time.
But see, I'm saying though, you wanted us to though.
I'm sorry?
You wanted us to.
No, because what you all were talking about was something that can be substantiated with data. What I'm speaking on is not the actual information and statistics that you were. What I'm speaking on is just the ability to be able to say, you know what, okay, this is true, this is false. That's a different thing. That's a matter of comprehension. Wouldn't you agree, more so than actually being able to pull up data and statistics?
But I did. We pulled up data and statistics. Everything that, listen, check this out.
I know. I
want Chaotic to come back on camera. Because look, check this out. I don't know if he do this, right? When I say something, do you research what I say, Chaotic?
I do.
And then I'm gonna tell you this. When he makes a point, I'm researching what he said. And then don't you see how most of the time when he say something, I will quickly come back and say he's correct. And
was that the white man's research?
Yes,
whiteman.com.
Yes, it is. Even though you've been malicious trying to be funny, but it is. It's a fact.
You gotta raise your hand,
So the white man is always wrong.
I gotta ask Jay Prince a question.
White men manipulate truth.
I gotta ask Jay Prince a question.
White men manipulate truth. That's a fact.
Hey, Jay Prince, man, respect the man. Come on now.
I'm the only one getting disrespected, though. This man basically called me dumb and stupid. That I need y'all to educate me.
Well,
to a degree, Jay Prince, we are all dumb and stupid with most knowledge.
Sir, are you incapable of being educated by?
No. What I'm saying is, you try to be smart with it, calling me dumb.
No. I just asked you a question. You just said because you just said
you try to play on my intelligence.
Are you saying that?
You playing on my intelligence. You try to play on my intelligence.
Hold up, Jay
Prince. Are you saying that a black man can't educate you?
I'm not saying I get taught by black men all the time.
Okay, look, I don't want to
lot from Logic and Chaotic.
I don't want to mute y'all. I don't want to mute y'all, man. We grown men. Go ahead, Mr. Chaotic.
Okay, Jay. Let's assume that you're right. That there's a big conspiracy from the white man to doctor and falsify data on GDP, gross domestic product, or any other like economical metrics, whatever. Right? Let's assume you're right.
Right.
So why are Africans, Southeast Asians, and other groups of people floating here, flying here, and trying to get to America if all these countries are so great then?
Oh, can I respond? Yeah. Okay, from what my understanding that America done robbed a lot of these places. Like when we talk about Africa, white America owns 50 countries in Africa, and they robbing they shit. So of course they didn't always. You got to keep in mind, did these people before whites before all of this other stuff? America was America. Did they have to come here and get resources? No, because they had all of their resources.
Logic.
It was up until then. It was up until then because our white governor been in Africa for a lot of years. And they still there.
Logic. Can you put me and Jay on the screen? Just the two of us for like 5 or 10 minutes.
I got you.
5 or 10 minutes, real quick. Just I don't want nobody to cut Jay off. Just 5 or 10 minutes.
Thanks, Logic.
Okay. Now, I'm rocking with you because I want to hear it. How does America own? You said they own 50 countries in Africa. How do they do that?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say America. I usually say America to keep from saying the white man. Mm-hmm. But yes, they do. They own 50 countries in Africa.
Now, okay, so let me ask you this. Let's use one country, for example, Nigeria. Nigeria was a former British colony up until 1960. So how does America own Nigeria per se?
I don't know too much about Nigeria per se, but what I can say that they own it by like the resources. They provide a lot of the resources. Debt. They got a lot of Nigeria got a lot of debt to a lot of these British and all the other stuff. And even they're and a lot of people want to minimize this, but their spirituality. You got people that don't even speak English, but they know how to say Jesus in Nigeria. That don't even make sense.
Okay, so you said debt, right?
Yeah.
So to my knowledge, and I could be actually wrong on this, the only country that has created or built infrastructure is China. They've built buildings, they built roads, and not just in Nigeria, but other countries. I would assume that the closest debt that most African countries have to other countries are China. We all know that I'm sorry, go ahead.
I could agree to that, but also,
but I'm just trying to figure out when you say America, like I'm just trying to figure out what does America have to do with anything about
like for an example, I got a lot of I've been talking to a lot of because I go to white churches just to get information outside of like different type of information that they don't teach in school. And a lot of white pastors and stuff that goes to Nigeria and donate clothes and shoes. Matter of fact, I work for this pantry where we had to put food, a whole bunch of food all up in the stuff, and they donate to this specific place. But my thing is, I had an argument with a pastor. I told him I feel like that y'all got a hidden agenda.
Give me hold it a longer though. I'm gonna just do a fact check, right?
Okay.
That 52 country thing that came from a Marcus Garvey poem is not correct. That 52 country with America, that's not correct. It's not true. If you want to be honest, just look at it. America don't control 52 countries within Africa.
So how many countries do they control?
Well, here goes the thing real quick, okay? The only country that America ever owned in Africa was Liberia. Liberia was a free state that was supposedly was going to be sort of like a satellite state for America. They shipped off a lot of the African American slaves there in the 1800s. That's where you get the Americo-Liberian Civil War. The African Americans eventually tried to take over the country. It caused a massive civil war. For example, Charles Taylor is a descendant of these people. But nevertheless, to the best of my knowledge, I don't believe that America has any America doesn't really have any interest in Africa to the point where there's I just don't get how America owns Africa or different countries in Africa when America doesn't build infrastructure. America doesn't build it's like they don't. What do they do for the people to be indebted to America? That's all I'm trying to figure out.
Well, when y'all was talking about a lot of these African places, they got a lot of gold, diamonds, all the other good stuff. Which but like gold and diamonds in Africa didn't have that much value like it is here. But you got to keep in mind, I don't see how a lot of black folks don't believe this. Like these countries they robbed the shit out these countries.
Well, hold on for a second. So
that's why they're a shithole. So I did agree with when y'all say it's a shithole. Now,
let's take coltan for example. Coltan is ore that is used to that are in cell phones. Now, is that America that forces the blacks there to strip mine it and send it off to different companies, or is it just companies all over the planet that upon the strip mining, they purchase it from the actual indigenous people in Congo? Because I've seen it where the black Africans in Congo, a lot of these mines are actually owned by native black Congolese, and they sell it at whatever the market share is. Because remember, this is all commodities, the buying and selling of commodities or anything from orange juice to gold, right? So they buy it from the African, and then, it could be whatever company they take it and they make a finished product by putting it in the phone. Now, I'm not an expert on how the process works, but I'm sorry.
let's say I'm gonna say that you're right on a lot of this stuff, right? But
I'm not saying I'm right though. I'm just
my biggest point is when we talk about Africa, we talking about it's two types of Africa. You got the African that before they was invaded, and you got the Africans how they live and what they do now after the invasion. So, do we see? Is there some lot of bullshit governors in Africa? Hell yeah.
Okay.
Why? Because there a lot of their crops and land, and matter of fact, they built dams and lake mass and all this type of stuff to prevent the fish and a lot of people they can't grow food in certain parts of Africa because of this dam that was built. So it's a lot of stuff that a lot of people had their hands, and you correct when you said China. A lot of people had their hands in Africa, destroying and taking away from Africa. So of course now they got to become savages because they don't got shit like they used to.
But I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that if coltan has existed in the dirt in Africa, because I've seen like the coltan mines and the kids that are small, these are like 17-year-old boys. They're thin enough, and a lot of them go into the mines and they strip mine it. And what I'm trying to figure out is that if America is doing all of this, then how do you explain like Aliko Dangote, for example? Aliko Dangote, he does import-export to Nigeria from everything from concrete to certain food supplies. So what I'm saying is that how do you account for all these Black Africans who are billionaires who are doing import-export? And I just don't see where America comes into play here. Now, I could be wrong. I have no idea. I never heard of America. Now, I've heard of China, the IMF, international, the World Bank, all that, but I never heard of America. But
again, when I say America, because I was told not to say the word white man no more. So I'm so used to when I say white man, you can tell if I'm saying white man when I say America. So you know what I'm talking about. You know I'm not talking about us. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it's people from all white people in general, Asian, Chinese, all of those people got their hands in Africa. The blacks really, that's their stuff, but they still running it. But they don't got shit to run it.
Okay, JR or Logic, I'm gonna ask this one question, and we can bring the panel back up if you guys don't mind. Jay, I want to ask a question real quick, and I just want you to be honest with me, man. I mean, you really are honest, but these minerals, these resources, these rivers in Africa, they existed. Let's go by science. Billions. The planet has been here for 1 billion years. According to science, man,
2.5 billion years.
Yeah, according to science, modern man like us has been here for 100,000 years. The African was pretty much by himself in Africa. They could have used the water supply to create energy. They could have done all these great things with the resources there. How come they didn't? And then we get mad when the white man comes in there and he buys the resources or extracts it through force. Why do we get mad when our ancestors could have done that? 5,000 years ago. We walked on the gold. We walked on the iron. We walked on all these resources so I'm just trying to figure out like why do we get so mad now?
Okay, like that's what the argument that you just brought up is like when you talk about undeveloped. Okay, you got to keep in mind the times that when you say 5,000, 10,000 years, you got to keep in mind we've been in America for 400 years, and the stuff that we got now, we didn't have back then. We didn't have TVs. We didn't have a lot of stuff that we do now, and we didn't have back then. So you comparing the stuff that they didn't have 10 and 20,000, 100,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't. Of course, they didn't have it. But what I'm trying to say, the reason why it's undeveloped now, because I don't think it's be undeveloped because they stupid or they don't know no better or they don't got the resources to become developed. No, the point is the reason why it's undeveloped because they been getting robbed by everybody. Everybody be going. How you think we got gold and diamonds and we don't know half of the shit that we got in America come from a lot of other places to be developed.
Well, on that note, yeah, I'm just listening. Sass, what's up, man? You're on mute, Sass.
Oh.
Sass, you're on mute.
And I want to apologize.
Oh, guys, we got to read the super chats, by the way. I apologize.
And how the way I came off logic and chaotic. I know this y'all.
Master, let me free.
I ain't come on here to disrespect y'all platform.
No, it's cool, man. It's open
Master,
conversation,
set
man.
me free.
The thing is, if you give us the level of respect that we try to offer you, brother, I think we'll be in a good place. So, all right, let's read these super chats. You know what I'm saying?
Guys, thank you for the likes. Please share the video. Please subscribe to the channel, guys. I'm so glad that you guys are here. Matt Shalene with the $10 super chat says, support the show. Thank you so much. Let's see where the next super chat is coming from. It says, Milton Jeff, $2 super chat. Blacks were in the Confederate and they owned slaves, which is a fact. Thank you, sir. Smitty with the $5 super chat says, shout out to Uncle Logic. Omar Smith with the $10 super chat says, salam, Logic in the panel. We didn't hear from Truce. AL, who's a member with the $2 super chat, says, I disagree. Political parties promote lazy voting. Interesting. I didn't know that. Jazzy with the $5 super chat says, chaotic and logic. Great show. Thank you so much, Jazzy. The Free Thinker with the $10 super chat says, great conversation thanks to Chaotic Logic Show. I guess that's the new name for Tuesday. Saz, who's at the bottom left, says, what's up, y'all? It's not about race. It's about ideology. $10 super chat. Good point, Saz. AL member again, who's been donating super chats graciously tonight with the $5 super chat. The crime is bad in the poor white communities too. It's just not publicized as much. The media isn't as focused on their crime as much. Thank you so much, AL. I did not know that as well. The Free Thinker says Africa is underdeveloped based on colonization. Most of Africa and most of the Caribbean countries are still colonized. They don't control their country. I mean, I think you better say countries.
That's what I was saying.
$5 super chat. Thank you so much, The Free Thinker. Young Webmaster with the $2 super chat says we got to stop accepting symbolic victories. That's a great point, Young Webmaster. Omar Smith with the $10 super chat says Mansa Musa. Muslim, there is no way he wouldn't be known to other rich rulers because we pay a religious tax, zakat. I don't know. His wealth would have been known. Thank you for the $10 super chat.
I heard him, I heard him before.
Yeah. AL again with the $5 super chat says they were only conquered because of the machine gun in 1800s, but it was a stalemate for 350 years. Also, Ethiopia beat the Italians. That is definitely true. That is true. Coney with the $2 super chat says Europeans were fighting each other too. Okay. Dub Will with the crazy avatar, some little kid, says Jay Prince, you going off what people told you to. Could be. Better you, $5 super chat says the fact that the great Zimbabwe, the pyramids, Timbuktu could be built are signs of wealth and technological advances. Similar is found elsewhere. Great Zimbabwe is known for their ancient wall. It's some wall of brick. I mean, all right, that's okay. I mean, all right. Jay, I know all about the Great Wall of Zimbabwe. Christopher J with the $2 super chat says listening to Jay Prince. Okay, all right. Yeah, okay. Coney with the $2 super chat says logic. That list is not accurate though. Okay. But I bet Coney still lives in America. Dieter with the $20 super chat says logic and chaotic are right. I was born and raised in Congo. I just come for vacation. It was sad to see in 2022 the majority of the population still have no access to clean water and electricity. Yes, it's a shithole country. Absolutely.
Big facts.
One of a beautiful girl I dated in college was from Congo. She taught me Lingala. Amber Marie Green with the $10 super chat says salute to the new Lapeef Politics show. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. The Service USA LLC with the $5 super chat says yo Chapstick aka Jay Prince. I don't mean to laugh at you, Jay. Get to the damn pizzoint. Thank you so much for the super chat. Oh, Lioness with the $20 super chat. Lions are a part of African fauna. I'm learning so much, even though I have 2 master's degrees. Thank you, Lioness, for the $20 super chat. Lioness is also a member. Guys, if you're not a member, please hit the join button and become a member of the Lapeef Network.
Hey, and I just want to say this though. See, the thing is that you got to concede you can have all the degrees, you can have all the knowledge, but it's certain things that you won't know. And you just got to say, look, I call damn Cooler High, what I call it today?
Cornbread Earl and me.
Cornbread Earl and me. And then they corrected me on it, right? Guess what I got to say? I got to say, you're right.
Oh, wait a minute. Before we get to the next super chat, I want to address someone in the chat. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead. What?
Philo 31 says, chaotic. What have you built? Negro, I have, my father taught me how to stone cut, build decks. I've done a lot of work with my father when I was younger and older. I built a whole ass stone patio, sir. I've built a deck. I've built plenty of things, sir. Minor things like fences for friends. Sir, I know how to do a lot of carpentry and all types of man shit, sir. So don't play me, Buffalo 31.
I bet that motherfucker ain't even built a snowman.
Dub Will with the $2 super chat says, so Jay Prince not intellectual. Don't take that, bro. Intellect is the ability to learn, and I believe all human beings have the ability to learn, so we're all intellectual. Now, I will admit we are all ignorant of certain aspects of knowledge. Chorus Blossom with the $5 super chat says, shout out to Robert H. and thank God for the Lapeef Network. That is a nice afro that you have, Chorus Blossom. Very nice afro. Nelson Counseling with the $5 super chat says, newfound respect for logic and chaotic, y'all. Y'all are on point. Absolutely. Thank you, Nelson. G Firm with the $2 super chat. Y'all need to have a show called Logical Kizayas. Thank you so much, G Firm. With the $2 super chat. G Firm also with the $5 super chat. France makes $80 billion a year off of African resources. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say anything, G Firm, but the blacks were there for eons. How come they didn't make billions of dollars off of their own damn resources? The wealthy broke man with the $5 super chat. This is why Kevin Samuels was successful. He never allowed anyone to derail the conversation. Panel need to start checking people. Thank you, wealthy broke man. Okay. $2 super chat. America doesn't own, merely a puppet to the crown. Oh, see, I didn't want to dibble with that one. See, that's what I was trying to allude to, that with the whole Nigeria, British independence. But nevertheless, thank you, Data of the Most High. Thank you so much.
That's it.
Can I ask you a question, logic and chaotic?
Absolutely.
Do you think if America wouldn't have been taking other people's resources, do you think America would have been the greatest country and be more developed than the rest of the countries? If they wouldn't have been stealing and robbing and taking everybody else's shit?
Well, let me answer that first, Logic. I believe that there are certain means to get to a certain level of civilization. I'm not going to sit here and justify what happened to the natives. I mean, what happened to their society was horrific. I'm not going to justify what happened in the transatlantic slave trade either. But what I am saying is this. We are some sort of an animal. We're like according to science, we're apes. And we feel as though that we should be nice and moral to each other. And the fact of the matter is that we're not. And there are people that will conquer you. And the African, he lived pretty much, he had fruits growing on trees. He had food everywhere. The African pretty much got lazy. There was no intervention from any other groups for a long time. So the African didn't have a sense of defending himself at a large scale. Yeah, he defended himself from neighboring tribes, but he never thought that there were groups of people who had technology that was 10,000 years more advanced than his own. So do the means justify the end, or do the ends justify the mean? I don't know as a person, but what I do know is this. I am not willing to denounce colonization or slavery because I really believe that it educated weaker groups of people about the absolute horrors of people who are superior technologically. And by that understanding, I believe that the black man can equip himself for the next 1,000 or 2,000 years. We know that science and technology reign supreme. and the European beat us out. They had the technology, and they had a system of governing that it was alien to us, and it took us getting our asses kicked, for me at least, to understand. Wait a minute, people aren't nice, so we have to defend ourselves. We have to educate ourselves. That's why I say I don't.
And chaotic. With that being said, right? Because we talk bad about Pookies, and one part, if I went to jail for robbery, that I would be considered a Pookie. So what you just explained, that when you say basically the whites didn't have it, so what they did was they conquered the ones that did have. Well, basically robbery, what we consider Pookie-ish behaviors.
Well, you have to understand this, sir. There was already chaos. There was already chaos in Africa.
No,
it was.
I'm saying even if it was, but we shouldn't justify.
No, hold on. I want to take it here to now. Right, sis. Now in your neighborhood, the same activity we see, what dudes taking over blocks. You know what I'm saying? Dudes conquering, business taking over the other business. We see this all the time. It's like everybody act like it's all inhumane. And no, it didn't happen all the time. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to win.
But they call it Pookies. They call it Pookies.
No, what I'm just saying, everybody wants to win. That's it.
Hey, Logic, it's not about everyone wants to win, bro. It's the law of the jungle. The law of the jungle is still here today. The strongest go survive. And in order to maintain the world, you have to become strong.
Can I say something real quick?
Shaming the black ones that do it. I'm not shaming them.
Yeah, we got King talk. About to start King talk.
All right.
Let me say something real quick. Jay, you keep saying that the Pookies won with the Europeans. What I am trying to convey to you, sir, is the Pookies did not win. It was the intellects who won. The intellects are actually the superior. Well, Jay, hear me out for a minute. Jay, hear me out for a minute.
That's not what
Jay,
I'm saying.
I know, but what I'm saying is that John Gotti, who was a white gangster, he has nothing on Jamie Dimon or a banker or a politician like George H.W. Bush, rest in peace. What I'm saying is that the intellects win the war. Pookies win the battles, but the wars are won by the intellects.
Can I just address that real quick?
Hold on, Jay. We got to move on because King Talk coming on next. Jay,
we gotta get Staz in for a minute.
Yeah, let the other brother underneath me go ahead and get his thoughts.
All right. Let me just address this real quick because I've just been sitting. But chaotic, if what you're saying is true, right? And Africa is a continent of 1.3 billion, right? America is a continent of 360 million. Only 40 million are black, right? And the 40 million population comprised of 33% of the abortions. So do you expect that this country or the black man that's in this country is gonna exist for the next 1,000 years?
Yes.
Will they outlive Africa? How?
Sir, I believe that because of the superiority and influence of America, our people, African Americans. Well, I mean, I was born here. We will always thrive. This is the greatest country on the planet. Of course,
you can say that. You can say it's the greatest country on the planet, but will black people survive at the rate of abortion, the rate of homicide?
Yes.
The policies that's actually being inflicted on a yearly basis, open borders, defund the police, all of those things makes this country and the current state of what it is today more superior than all other countries?
Of course.
Why?
Sir, we have I know we got to prepare for the next show. Sir, America has the #1 GDP on the planet.
Regardless of the GDP. Will the people be here? Will the people be here? Will the people survive it?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Sir, you could throw a rock anywhere and work anywhere you want. You can go to any institution and become anything that you want. It's up for black people to take advantage.
Yeah, but the majority of black people believes in killing their own seed.
I don't know about that one.
That's the majority, because a lot of people saying for Roe versus Wade.
Hey, we got to wrap though. King Talk coming up, man.
Hey guys, thank you so much.
Hey, look, good conversation, man. Even though that, you know what I'm saying, Jay Prince still love you though, man. But you crazy as a motherfucker. I mean, you crazy. I'm gonna just say that. Hey, we out of here, man. I'll see y'all later. JR, you here? You taking over?
Yeah, make sure you guys click that link at the top of the chat right there. We switching right over to King Talk. It'll be starting in about 10 minutes. I set it back to 8:40. It's gonna be a great topic, man. Hey, we doing this next week, next Tuesday?
Yeah.
My schedule free. Nah.
What'd you say, Logic?
I said my schedule free now. My schedule free now. We got it, man. I love this show, man. I love it. Talking about something that really matters. You know what I'm saying? We ain't talking about relationships and relationships and relationships. We talk about stuff.
This is good.
All right, cool. Well, just meet us here next Tuesday, man. We'll have it go down.
Absolutely.
Everybody, we over at King Talk, man. Hit the like button if you just tuning in and you late. Hit the like button on your way out and switch right over to King Talk. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. And get y'all tickets for Atlanta too. Get y'all tickets. We in Atlanta, August the 5th and the 6th.
Thank you guys for the super chats. Thank you so much, guys.
There you go, Logic. Put it up there.
Yep.
Just put in a Lapeef Network, Atlanta. Should pop right up. Appreciate you, sir.
All right, I'm out of here. Play that music, JR.
Make sure y'all head over to King Talk. That link is pinned to the top of the chat. Head over to King Talk. That's where we at. The saga continues. Welcome to the greatest network ever, the Lapeef Network. Shout out to Logic and Chaotic. Did their thing. Shout out to the family. Shout out to them. Make sure y'all go holler at Chaotic on his channel too. All right, y'all. We at King Talk. This stream is now ending. Meet us at King Talk.